Unbearable. Unbearable. Oh, yeah, but I know. Do you want to test? Okay.
1-2, 1-2. Testing. Sussex have won the toss here at New Road and will bat. And Worcestershire make one change from the scorecard. Charlie Morris drops out. Ollie Walker is 12th man. 1-2, 1-2. And Sussex have won the toss. Sussex have won the toss here at New Road and will bat. And Worcestershire make one change from the scorecard. Charlie Morris drops out. Ollie Walker is 12th man. 1-2, 1-2. Sussex have won the toss. Sussex have won the toss here at New Road and will bat.
The TVs now. I can repeat it verbatim now.
I saw my first ever game of county cricket. Hastings. Oh yes. The old ground. Yeah, in 1966. Mum arranged
official partners. Official main partner are the Morgan Motor Company. Official beer provider Group T-shirt sponsors are the CCC Group. Langley Business Systems, Green King and A-Plan Commercial Insurance. Training kit sponsor Utility Stream and kit provider Nike. Let's start at 11 o'clock. Lunch is at 1 o'clock, 40-minute interval. Tea is 3:40 or when 32 overs remain, which are very later or sooner in a local category.
Are you not staying early? Did you come
How would you finish at 6 o'clock? Of course, after 96 overs have been bowled.
Oh, right, which one? Oh, yeah.
Your refreshment options display on the ground is Stozy Bar under the new building, and the biggest bar will be open. The biggest bar at the rear of the Olivera stand, and the Stozy Bar on the view of the new road end of town. Now the ladies' pavilion is open today, serving breakfast, hot drinks, and then the ladies' pavilion committee will be returning to serve homemade cakes in the afternoon. Yippee, I say.
I don't know if you've seen those.
So the ladies' pavilion is open today. The official book shop is located in the picnic area. They'll be there till 4 o'clock. There are some goodies on display, but also you can order stuff online as well.
The tree's actually what said it was in the outfield.
It was? Oh, yeah, a long way in. About as far in as we went.
Toilet facilities are located around the ground, pretty well signposted. For baby changing facilities, the rear of the Basil Olivera stand, and there are baby changing facilities there.
They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I stress overcome, what for? Train on the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yeah, the champ is here, switch gears. With keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear.
Anyone for tea?
It's a J.
Please welcome our umpire,
Good morning and welcome to New Road in Worcester for this county championship match between Worcestershire and Sussex. The news from the ground is that Sussex have won the toss and chosen to bat, and they've named an extremely youthful side. The Sussex side: Ali Orr, Tom Haynes, Harrison Ward, James Coles, Ollie Carter, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Archie Lenham, Dan Ibrahim, Jack Carson, Henry Crocombe and Joe Sarrow. And the Worcestershire side just taking the field as I speak: Daryl Mitchell, Jake Libby, Tom Fell, Jack Haynes, Brett D'Oliveira, Ed Barnard, Ben Cox, Joe Leach, Dylan Pennington, Josh Baker, Adam Finch, and 12th man is youngster Ollie Walker. Joe Leach, the Worcestershire skipper, is going to open the bowling from the Diglis end of the ground. My name is Frank Watson of BBC Hereford Worcester, and I'm delighted to welcome alongside me for BBC Radio Sussex, Andrew Rayburn. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Frank. How are you this morning?
I'm very well, thank you. Looking forward to this one, even though there's not much on it really, let's be honest, in terms of prizes, but quite a lot on it in terms of player development, you could say, as Leach comes in round the wicket and bowls the first ball of the game to Orr. Ali Orr, left-hander, wearing number 6 on his back, steers it out square on the offside, fielded by Brett D'Oliveira in his customary position at cover point, and there's no run. So Leach from the Diglis end, in front of a fairly sparse crowd here at New Road, it must be said, under greyish skies, bowling with 4 slips in place. Ben Cox behind the stumps, having returned from the 100 where he didn't make a single appearance for the Trent Rockets. Leach round the wicket in there, bowls again to Orr, who's beaten outside the off stump, and this one goes through to Cox, low, around about shin height, which gives an early indication that this pitch is, like most of the pitches we've seen at New Road this year, probably going to lack a bit of pace and carry. But as I say, 4 slips in place. Fell at first, Mitchell at second, Haynes at third, and Barnard at fourth. We've got D'Oliveira at cover point, Libby mid-off, and then Adam Finch at mid-on, Josh Baker at mid-wicket, and Dylan Pennington down at long leg. As Leach comes in again and beats Orr again, this time a no ball however, and the first run on the board for the visitors, with Leach overstepping there at the Diglis end. So Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain in this game, is Orr's opening partner. So we've got a Haynes on either side, Jack on the Worcestershire side and Tom on the Sussex side, with a slight spelling difference in their names. 2 without loss then, as Leach is in again and bowls, and Orr gets the first run off the bat, turning this one away on the leg side into the mid-wicket area. Adam Finch moves to his left at mid-on and makes a tumbling stop, but the batsman comfortably through for a single, and Sussex, having won the toss, 3 without loss. A 96 over day, weather permitting, and talking of weather, there's no rain in the forecast. I suppose the light could be an issue later in the day if things don't brighten up, although I think the forecast is for quite a bit of sunshine in mid-afternoon. So Leach in again, bowls to Haynes, pushed up to mid-off. Sussex have won the toss and chosen to bat here at New Road, and we're in the first over. Currently they are 3 without loss. Joe Leach, the Worcestershire captain, is bowling from the Diglis end. He overstepped his 3rd ball of the over, which produced the first 2 runs for a no ball, and since then we've seen the young Sussex left-hander Ali Orr get off the mark with a single to mid-wicket. Sparse crowd, grey skies. Worcestershire lost the toss, Sussex batting, and currently in the first over 3 without loss, as Leach is in again and bowls to Haynes, who gets his first run, turning this off his pads down to Dylan Pennington at long leg. Pennington returns to Cox, and the score moves on to 4 without loss. I said there's not much on it really this game. I think both these teams have recognised that they haven't played great cricket in this competition earlier in the season, and that's why they've found themselves where they are. There's no getting away from that. but young players on both sides, particularly the Sussex side, looking to gain valuable experience as Leach bowls again, and this one is left alone outside the off stump and again scoots through very low to Ben Cox. So the end of the first over, a couple of player misses, but Sussex negotiating it comfortably enough, 4 without loss.
Yeah, so as you say, pretty comfortable. A couple of player misses in that one. Leach finding his rhythm early on, but equally one's coming off the middle of the bat as well. So it will be interesting to see how this young Sussex lineup fare this morning. As you say, they elected to win the toss, fairly confident of what they saw when looking down. When looking up, there is a little bit, obviously, for the bowlers in terms of the cloud cover. So it will be Dylan Pennington bowling from the New Road end for Worcester. And he comes, bowls to Haynes, and it's down the leg side. Haynes tries to flick it away, gets no bat in it, and through to the wicket-keeper. Now, of course, Tom Haynes has been named captain for the rest of the season. Interim appointment. Ben Brown was removed in a managerial kind of restructuring, shall we say, in midsummer. Been no championship cricket since then, so they've delayed the inevitable. Tom Haynes did captain the ODI one-day side, and that one again down the leg side, and again Haynes tries to get something on it, doesn't, through to the wicket-keeper. Yeah, and I think really most people were expecting Haynes to lead these last few matches, and of course they'll put off the decision, the full-time decision, until over the winter, I dare say. But he did well in the Royal London Cup to anchor that young team. He's 22 himself, and he made a lot of runs in championship cricket though. Only a shade behind Jake Libby really in the number of runs that he scored so far in the championship, as Pennington comes in and bowls again, and this time it's an expansive drive, and that'll be the first boundary, back with a square on the offside, and that is a confident man, a man in run scoring form, Tom Haynes, cutting that one away. Bit of width from Pennington, and first boundary. Yeah,
wide, and a free hit really for a player of Haynes' capabilities. Pennington's had a good season for Worcestershire. He's come on quite significantly in all formats, and was a late pick for the 100, and a late inclusion too for the Birmingham Phoenix, and made quite a good impression.
So Pennington then trying to just find his radar at the moment. That's a better one, and this time defensive shot from Haynes. Sussex 8 without loss in the second over.
Yeah, he's a tall man, Pennington, Shropshire lad, and he's shown promise for a couple of years, but this year really has kicked on, and ironically, having bowled that wide one and been carved away for 4, it's been the fact that he's bowled a lot straighter this year that's seen the most improvement really in his technique, shall we say.
He's up to his mark now. He's running in past the umpire now and bowls from the New Road end, and this one is pushed out square of the offside. No run though, and Sussex still 8 without loss.
And yeah, a few people were surprised when Pennington got picked up for the 100, but he performed well and justified his selection, you would say.
And then, of course, you were saying Ben Cox not selected.
Well, Ben Cox was picked up by the Trent Rockets, but of course Tom Moores is their keeper, and his dad's the coach.
You do the maths.
So yeah, there you go. Poor old Ben. He didn't play any cricket for quite a while.
Pennington is going to come in. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, and this time another flashy drive, and it's too close for him to cut, and there's a bit of a, I'm not sure quite how close the bat it was, but it flew through to the wicket-keeper. It was nowhere near, really.
Yeah, well, it was quite wide actually, just watching the replay. It was there to hit, but it just climbed a little bit more than anything else so far in the game, that one, and through to Cox. So the end of the second over, 8 without loss, Sussex. Fairly untroubled progress. All has 1, Haynes has 5, and Joe Leach will continue from the Diglis end round the wicket. Both the Sussex opening batsmen left-handed, and Leach usually stays around the wicket to left-handers. Comes in now and bowls to Orr, who's beaten this time outside the off stump, but again quite low as it goes through to wicket-keeper Cox. Moving across to his left, nicely taken. And early signs that this pitch is going to be pretty much like those we've seen at New Road this year. There might be a little bit of lateral movement early on, but there won't be a huge amount of bounce and carry. There might be a bit of slow turn, which will be interesting because Sussex have a very youthful and promising spin attack. Leach round the wicket, bowls again, bit more carry this time as that one's left alone outside the off stump by Orr and taken by Cox. Moving to his left across towards Tom Fell.
I think that's the actual, the first actual proper leave we've seen in the opening few overs. I think we've seen a few player misses, a couple of defensive pushes and attempted flicks down the leg side, but that was one of those full-blooded leaves where you one for the cameras, that one.
Orr waits, that tapping in the crease as Leach comes in and bowls to him, and that's a play and a miss outside the off stump as well, so a bit of frustration for Joe Leach. Worth saying that you can get in touch with us if you'd like to. I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, and Andrew is Andrew_Rayburn, Raeburn, and always like to hear from our listeners, find out where they are in the world, what they're doing, and what they think of the way things are going. Maybe more interested in games elsewhere, some of them today, as Leach bowls, and Orr is beaten again, this time going for a more expansive drive on the offside, which he's playing again now, having missed that one. And Haynes going down the pitch, maybe just have a little word with the youthful opener.
Yeah, you do wonder whether Leach has got Orr's number at the moment, don't you? Because he's done everything but find the edge so far.
Yeah, he just needs to maybe just attack the stumps a little bit more. He's picked up a good few wickets, left-handers, LBW bowling around the wicket this year. In comes Leach again now, and bowls, and this time Orr does get a bat on it, leaning forwards a bit straighter as I suggested it might be, and he pushes it up to Adam Finch at mid-on.
Yeah, Ali Orr, 20 years old, it's his fourth first-class match, got a half-century on debut against Yorkshire at Headingley back in June, then he got 80 against Glamorgan the following month, and then followed that up with his maiden first-class ton against Kent, 119, so he's on an upward curve, put it that way. Yeah,
he is. It's a pretty good start in 3 games, isn't it? Leach in again, bowls, and Orr is forward, pushing up to mid-off, fielded by Jake Libby. End of the over from Joe Leach. A maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4 his figures. Orr is 1, Haynes is 5. Sussex, having won the toss and chosen to bat, 8 without loss. I'll just repeat those Twitter handles in case people want to get in touch. I'm at Frank Watson 58, and alongside me is Andrew Rayburn, Andrew_Rayburn, Raeburn, and we are going to be here all day. Andrew is only here for 1 day, and Adrian Harms, the BBC Radio Sussex regular commentator, will be joining me tomorrow.
So we're going to have Pennington from the New Road end up against the new Sussex first class captain Tom Haynes. He comes in now and bowls. This one's down the leg side and flicked away this time down to long leg. They'll only take a single, but it brings Hayne up to 6 and Sussex to 9 without loss, and it means that Ali Orr can now face up to Pennington, which may well be a match-up he prefers as he takes a fresh guard. The umpires, 2 Neils, Bainton and Pratt. So there's 3 slips and a gully as Pennington comes in and bowls, and it's just pushed back on the back foot to the bowler, no run. So Alior's total first class runs 306 at 51. So yeah, he has got good numbers behind him in this season, this first season of his. Pennington comes in and bowls now again. It's again leg side-ish and played out into the leg side, down to mid-on, no run. It's just not quite found a consistent
Hi, it's Frank here.
line at the moment. Dylan Pennington, none for 5 after 9 balls. Sussex 9 without loss in this 4th over. Pennington turns, runs in now past the umpire and bowls, and it's beaten or through to the wicket keeper. That's better from Pennington. Grey skies still, cloudy overhead at New Road, with the trees and the church away to the left. And as we look from the New Road end, which Pennington is bowling from now, he's over the wicket and bowls, and this is again played back to him. Better line from him, tighter line. So far in his first couple of overs, he's been slightly either leg side or wide on the offside, but that's a better line from him. You're listening to live Championship cricket back after a couple of months here on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Sussex, as Pennington comes in now and bowls again, and some pushed out into the offside, no run. So Sussex at the end of the 4th over are 9 without loss. Alior has 1 from his 16 balls faced. Tom Haynes is 6 from 9. There's been 2 extras as well. Pennington none for 5, and Leach none for 4, and he'll be bowling from the Diglis end.
Thanks, Andrew. I've just been getting messages telling me that our commentary isn't going out on the BBC Sport app at the moment. Trying to get that sorted. I think we're going out on the live stream. Hopefully it'll be on the app as soon as possible. Apologies. Nothing that we've done wrong, I can assure you, here in the commentary box here. As Leach comes in from the Diglis end, round the wicket again, bowls to Haynes, who chops this one down. It bounces almost over the stumps off a kind of bottom edge. Leach in frustration, hands on head. Can't quite believe he hasn't made the breakthrough with that one, but it trickled to safety eventually to Ben Cox behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's bowled well so far, Leach, without any sort of reward at all.
So just hoping that things get sorted out on that BBC Sport app. I'll have another little try at the end of the over, but I made a call to see if we can get any technical issues sorted out. Leach again bowls. This one's wide outside the off stump. Andrew Rayburn's done him there, said he's bowled well and been accurate, and he follows up with a wide one which Haynes carved away behind square for his second boundary. A repeat of the shot that brought him his first, this time off a different bowler.
Commentator's curse, yeah. It's the first real sort of help yourself one that
Leach has bowled.
So but again, it's almost a carbon copy, I think, of that first boundary from the other end from Haynes, and it does. I mean, it is odd, isn't it, that obviously some of these players will have played white ball cricket, but you know, even after a couple of months, you can still be in good touch.
Here's Leach in, bowls, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Haynes. Yeah, I mean, I suppose they hit a lot of balls in practice, don't they? And a wide ball's a wide ball in any form of cricket. On this pitch, on the pitches that we've seen at New Road this year, I think all bowlers would agree that what you don't want to do is give width, because it's difficult to score quickly on this surface if you bowl very straight. You won't see that many hits straight down the ground unless they're really full half volleys. It's not a pitch that you can really drive on the up on with any great degree of comfort. Leach is in and bowls, and Haynes again sees a bit of width, perhaps not as much as he expected, and throws his hands at that one, possibly a little bit too close this time. and he's a bit annoyed with himself as it goes through to Cox. It's been an odd mixture of batting this morning, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the other thing as well, of course. If you have played whatever form of cricket you've played or whatever, you can get overexcited, especially first morning of a 4-day game. You don't want to necessarily throw your hands at everything, and when you've just played a good shot backward a square, sometimes your eyes can light up the next ball.
Absolutely. And the leave, of course, as you were talking about earlier, it's a dying art, really, isn't it, these days, with so many young players growing up playing only limited overs cricket. Leach in, bowls again to Haynes, beats him outside the off. It's a good one, that one. As good as he's bowled, probably, I would suggest, so far today. Leach, just watching the replay of that one. Yeah, just outside off stump, maybe just fractionally nipped away. Possibly didn't have to play it. One of those where, again, talking about leaving, a really good lever of the ball, an Alistair Cook or someone like that, may well just have let that one go, knowing exactly where his off stump was. But Haynes played at it. Leach again, he's in, he bowls, and Haynes is forward to this one and steers it square on the offside, fielded by D'Oliveira. End of what Leach will consider was a good over there. He conceded 4 to that wide one, but other than that, was right on the mark, beat the bat twice, and possibly consider himself a bit unlucky, the Worcestershire skipper, not to have picked up a wicket, but he didn't. 5 overs have gone, and Sussex, having won the toss with Orr on 1 and Haynes on 10, are 13 without loss.
Yes, and I guess early on with Leach bowling as well as he has been in the first 3 overs, and some helpful overhead conditions, sometimes you want to put the expansive shot away in the hope that you can bring it out later, but Haynes has found a couple of boundaries, so it'll be Pennington coming in from the New Road end, again over the wicket to the left-handed Orr, who sees that through to the wicket keeper. Again, a confident leave. There's only 2 types of leave, aren't there? A good one and a bad one, and that one was a good one because it was comfortably well past the stumps.
And we're good on the app. We're good on the BBC Sports app. Apologies for any problems you might have had with that, and thank you to the people that got in touch and let us know that our commentary wasn't going out, but it is now sorted, I'm pleased to say.
Excellent, as Pennington comes in past the umpire now and bowls, and that's a good tighter line, and in behind it is Orr, who defends out into the offside. So Sussex in this County Championship Division 3 match, 13 without loss. We'll come on to the table, which is pre-formed with half points and everything going on. So, but yes, so if you've only kind of been half focusing on county cricket this season, we'll cover that all off shortly as Pennington comes in now, bowls to the left-handed Orr, who ducks out the way of a shorter one, and that goes through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, I suppose there's money up for grabs, but other than that, really, the rest of this season for these 2 teams is about player development, I think.
Yeah, it really is, and obviously in terms of Sussex, there's some senior players who have returned to their home countries, Van Zale and Travis Head, of course, as Pennington comes in, and then attempted a hook from Orr, which is got some bat on it, and it's gone behind for 4 runs. I'm not entirely sure.
No, I think the keeper took it, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, he didn't get a bat on it. Great take, actually.
It was a really good take, actually.
Yeah. Good job he didn't get any bat on it, actually, but climbed
really
away over his shoulder.
So I'd seen the ball fly away past him, actually.
It would have been a good delivery to a right-hander, but it was a bit ill-directed to a left-hander. A lot of effort to get the ball up on this pitch. Both
the openers left armers. That one left alone by Orr as it flies through. There does appear to be a good bit of pace on that one, a good bit of carry.
He's a big lad, Dylan Pennington.
Comes with good height, doesn't it?
Yeah. But you do have to put your back into it to get that kind of response from the pitch. and it was a good take by Ben Cox.
And then
athletically away to his right.
Well, exactly, and if you're not, if you are the, home wicket keeper and you're not necessarily expecting one to fly off a length like that, then you really do need your wits about you, especially as wicket keepers generally, by and large, are of course on the shorter side, and beaten outside the off stump this time. A rather indeterminate prod from Ali Orr, which almost took the outside edge. He was very that was pushing out into no man's land, really.
Good over that from Pennington. I think probably the best we've had. 6 overs gone, bit of a sanitisation break. 12 man out there with the gel. 13 without loss, Sussex. So just to recap, they won the toss and chose to bat, and Ali Orr and Tom Haynes have taken them on to 13 without loss. Not without a few alarms, it must be said, in the last 2 or 3 overs, with Joe Leach in particular bowling pretty well. Sussex's team, I'll just run through it during this break: Orr, Haynes, Ward, Coles, Carter, Hudson, Prentice, Lenham, Ibrahim, Carson, Crocombe and Sarrow is the Sussex team. As Leach begins the 7th over of the day from the New Road end with a good delivery outside off stump, left alone by Haynes, taken by Cox. Worcestershire's team is Mitchell, Libby, Fell, Haynes, D'Oliveira, Barnard, Cox, Leach, Pennington, Baker and Finch. That's a fairly predictable lineup from Worcestershire in this competition, and the more experienced side, despite the relative youth of the Worcestershire side, because this Sussex side is a very, very inexperienced side indeed. Here's Leach again round the wicket, bowls, and 4 more for Haynes as he capitalises for the 3rd time on width and cuts it away behind square for 4. Long run for Brett D'Oliveira to go and fetch that back from underneath the hotel, and the total goes on to 17 without loss. Just further apologies if you've had problems with our commentary on the BBC Sport app. Gather it wasn't going out for the first couple of overs, but all sorted now, and thank you to the people that got in touch. That's the benefit of listeners being able to get in touch on Twitter. I did say that you could do so. Just in case you missed that, I will repeat our Twitter handles, Andrew and myself. Mine is at FrankWatson58, and Andrew's is Andrew_Rayburn, RAEBURN, as Leach bowls again to Haynes, who pushes through a vacant extra cover area for a single, and he moves on to 15, and the total to 18 without loss, or just the 1 run to him so far. Ali Orr, youngster, he's faced 22 deliveries. He's found things a little bit more difficult than his captain, but that said, Haynes has capitalised on some width with 3 square cuts to the boundary. Leach round the wicket from the Diglis end, moves in again now and bowls to Orr, who's again beaten outside the off stump. It's becoming a bit of a repeated pattern, this, or getting the ball angled in to him from the Worcestershire captain, and well, he just appeared to play down the wrong line to that one. Looking at the replay, I don't think there was a great deal of lateral movement.
This is not the matchup that, this is not the matchup that Ali Orr wants at the moment, is it? He wants to be at the other end. Just well, the gods are with him at the moment. He's played and missed a few times. Waits again now as Leach bowls, and this time it's a leave as he lifts the bat well clear of that. Ali Orr, left-hander, he's got a very high grip on the handle, both hands high up the handle. Think Alex Stewart, those of you of a certain vintage, and you'll know what I mean. And it's become much more conventional in recent years for batsmen to hold the bat a lot lower, I think, down the handle, with the bottom hand coming in so much in white ball cricket. But Orr, hands high up the handle, quite a conventional, so almost a sort of old-fashioned grip. As he waits now, bat raised high, Leach is in, bowls, and again that's a better leave this time, a little bit outside the off stump, a bit further outside the off stump, and he's able to get the bat well clear of it. So he's still there on 1, Ali Orr. Tom Haynes is on 15, and Sussex are 18 without loss after 7. Yeah, and you mentioned or 1 run from 25 deliveries. Sometimes that can be, the case when an opener is just trying to see off the shine of a new ball and get through Quick's opening overs, and you go, well, he's leaving well, or But in this occasion, he's being bogged down a little bit by good lines, tight lines into him, and being beaten outside the off stump. Bit of a conference now between bowler and senior Worcestershire players. Pennington coming on to bowl for his 4th over of the morning. Had half an hour of cricket this morning as Pennington comes in and bowls to Haynes, who prods out into the offside. They want to scamper through for a quick single, which they'll do into the cover region. And so Haynes immediately gets up the other end, moves on to 16 from 19 deliveries. Sussex 19 without loss. And that will give Ali Orr a chance to face up to Dylan Pennington once again. You're listening to BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Sussex. Live County Championship Cricket, Division 3. For the first time I think we've ever said that. As Pennington comes in and bowls to Orr, who just gets in a little bit of a tangle on the leg side, but defends nicely and successfully anyway. Rehearses the shot that he wanted to play. They always do that, don't they? Always rehearse the shot well after the event, and you think, well,
replay, I suppose, rather than rehearsing.
Yeah, but you think, well, it's
a bit late
now.
I think we all did it. Yeah.
So Pennington is back up to his mark now. Long run as he comes in and runs past the umpire and bowls, and this is down the leg side again, flicked away off his hips by Orr, so he will come through. Voice off his pad actually. I was going to say he'll come through for a single, but he stays on 1. Sussex's total nudges towards 20, and they haven't lost a wicket in the first half an hour, which I suppose when you win the toss, bat first, even under leaden skies, is a first target ticked off for Coach Ian Salisbury, and of course the man out in the middle, the captain, the man who made the decision. We assume, of course, it could come higher up, but yes, Tom Haynes in his first matches in this interim spell as first class captain, and again down the leg side from Pennington, and Haynes doesn't get anything on it, tries to guide it away through backward square leg, but through to the wicketkeeper instead.
Yeah, having described Ali Orr's grip as old-fashioned, and I've watched him quite closely in the last few balls that he's faced, and his grip might be old-fashioned, but his stance is baseball, isn't it? He picks that bat up really, really high, and holds it up there as the bowler runs in, and he is almost setting himself like a baseball hitter.
And it's Haynes facing as Pennington comes in, and a drive through the covers for Haynes, and his latest boundary was slightly uppish, but I think it had hit the ground first. It was
full half volley from Pennington, that one. Meat and drink. Beautiful shot. Beautiful. Nothing better than a left-hander driving through the covers. Don't think anybody's ever really explained why left-handers look better when they play that shot, but they generally do, don't they? I think it's to do with the ball going across them, isn't it?
David Gower, Alistair Cook, they're all...
It's a lovely shot. Full face of the bat, just leaned into it.
So Sussex to 24 without loss. Haynes 20 from 21 balls, making a good start, and he gets a bit of chin music almost from Pennington, just to say, no, I'm not having that. I'm not having you stroking me through the covers like that. I'm just going to remind you that I'm here. He ducks underneath it fairly safely and securely. So it's the end of the 8th over, and Sussex has made a promising start at New Road, with the caveat, of course, that it is cricket. Anything can happen. It's 24 without loss. Haynes 20 and Ali Orr on 1.
Yeah, that was Haynes' best shot, wasn't it? I mean, the 3 cuts were all good shots, but in terms of aesthetic quality, that cover drive was the moment of the morning for me so far. Beautifully played by the Sussex skipper. Quite a bit of responsibility on his shoulders, I suppose, Haynes, with the bat, in terms of carrying a fairly young side.
And at 22 himself, of course. So.
Is Leach continuing from the Diglis end round the wicket to Ali Orr, who goes on the back foot and pushes back to the bowler. Update on the way for BBC Hereford Wizards FM listeners. Oh, there we are, right on cue. We're in the 9th over here at New Road, and Worcestershire still waiting for a breakthrough. Sussex having won the toss and chosen to bat here. We've seen some promising stuff, particularly from Joe Leach, who's beaten the outside edge of the both Sussex openers' bats on several occasions, but as yet unable to make the breakthrough. At the other end, Dylan Pennington's bowled with a bit of pace, but he too has found things quite difficult on what looks again as though it's going to be a fairly bland New Road surface. Ali Orr, the young Sussex opener, has made just one. The captain, Tom Haynes, has made 20. He's hit 4 boundaries, the last of them a sumptuous cover drive off the bowling of Pennington. At the moment then we're in the 9th over. Joe Leach is bowling and Sussex are 24 without loss. As Leach turns at the Diglis end and comes in again now to bowl to Orr. He bowls, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Orr, who there's just signs, I think, Andrew, that he's located his off stump a little bit.
I was just about, just about to say that
the leaves are becoming more confident.
Yes, and I think before he was, trying to get the bat in behind it, and that's where the playing and missing was coming from. This time, though, he's decided to put. Funny enough, soon after we spoke about one of Ali Orr's play and misses, the two batsmen had a chat, and I just wonder whether Haynes may have had a slight word with Ali Orr at the other end. He's looking slightly more confident. The last time I said that, of course, it was a commentator's curse.
Leach in then, bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump, and it's taken by Cox. Yeah, there are various ways that batsmen use these days, and coaches use, or I as a coach talk to batsmen about how you can learn to leave and how best to work out where your off stump is. One of the things that you might have noticed, listeners might have noticed, this year and last year perhaps, creeping into the game more and more, is batsmen batting on off stump and not batting on middle or middle and leg as they used to. I've even seen 1 or 2 examples this year of people batting outside off stump, as Leach is in again and bowls, and Orr is beaten this time, taken by Cox. Billy Godleman of Derbyshire, particularly against Leach, batted about 18 inches outside off stump earlier this year. They do it to try and put the bowler off a little bit, but if you bat on off stump, it becomes a bit easier to leave the ball, because you just know that anything outside your eye line, if you stand in a conventional sideways on position on off stump, anything outside your right eye as a right-hander, you can leave, provided, of course, it's not angled into you, but it gives you a clear idea of where your stumps are. Leach bowls, and this time Orr gets a single. Second run he's made in the morning, pushed out on the offside. He keeps the strike, end of the over. 25 without loss. Orr is 2, Haynes is 20, and it's just that little bit easier to have a kind of clear defining line of what you can leave and what you don't leave if you do that, because you just know that you're standing in front of the stumps, and if it's outside your eye line you can leave it, whereas if you're on middle or middle and leg, you've got to have a bit more of an idea of what that gap is between you and the ball. So that's just a little bit of an insight into the way that these batsmen think a little bit these days. First change of bowling is coming up. Ed Barnard is going to come on from the New Road end to replace Dylan Pennington. So Pennington's figures so far: 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. Leach 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14, and Barnard coming into the attack at the New Road end. Yes, and while we're talking of technique, it was very brave. I don't know if you saw any of the post-test match press conference involving Virat Kohli on the Zoom. A very brave Indian journalist trying to take him to task on his technique after the number of edges to behind to slip. So as Barnard comes in then and bowls to Orr, who gets this away off his hips. That's down towards through towards long leg, and it's going to go for a 4 as well. So he's flicked that one away nicely. Timed that really well, didn't he?
And that's his first boundary. Moves him onto 6. And Sussex onto 29 without loss, and a little bit of a loosener obviously from Barnard first up down the leg side, and flicked, as you say, with great timing, beating the fielder at long leg, and yeah, so Orr will be very pleased with that, to start to make a move maybe. Do wonder if it's, you know, when you see you have to play your own game and you have to face the balls you face, but when you see your fellow batsmen out there cracking them through the covers and behind backward point, whether you think maybe it's time I joined in a bit, as Barnard comes in now to bowl to Orr, and Orr is forward confidently out into the offside, picked up at mid-off and by Pennington, and there's no run. But yes, Virat Kohli was did very well to not bite back at this journalist who was, it literally was breaking down the technique bit by bit, mechanically, to try and avoid the edges as Barnard comes in and bowls, and this time Orr leaves alone outside the off stump, and some encouraging claps from the slip fielders for the line that Barnard bowled on that occasion. Yeah, you mentioned obviously the baseball style stance that Orr adopts, and of course, you know, since Graham Gooch and everything else, I think some of the backlifts are getting higher and higher as Barnard comes in and bowls, and again it's left outside off stump.
I mean, Graham Hick, of course, who famously played so well here, used to stand with the bat high, but to see somebody with the bat as high as Orr here is quite unusual. It reminds me very much of John Carr, who played for Middlesex in the 80s and the 90s, who stood like that, right-hander Carr, but people of a certain vintage will remember him, and if they can't see the picture and they're just hearing a commentary, they'll know what I'm talking about.
Yep, he's up at Barnard. This pushes it out into the leg side. Yeah, I mean, to describe he is. I mean, it is virtually almost up by his head, isn't it? The blade by the time the bowler comes in. So yeah, it's. I mean, you can only do. I'm sure as a coach you would say that obviously there are certainly wrong ways to do things, but equally the right way is what's comfortable for the individual, I suppose. Absolutely. And if it comes down okay, that's all that matters really, if it comes down straight, I think. Barnard past the umpire now, bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside. No run. That is the end of Barnard's first over. Just the solitary boundary off the first ball from it. Sussex are 29 without loss. We've had 10 overs bowled. Haynes 20 not out and Ali Orr 6 not out, and there's been 3 extras. But yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can find a picture of John Carr in that stance, but I don't think I can. But he did at one stage in his career, and he had a very good season doing it actually. In fact, I think he was the top English run scorer in about 88, 89, 90, something like that, playing in that way. Went on and still I think works for at Lords for the cricket authorities. Certainly went on to have quite a big career with the ECB. Here's Leach round the wicket beating Haynes outside the off stump this time, as Haynes pushes at that one, and it's taken by Ben Cox behind the stumps. 29 without loss in the 11th over, Sussex, and well, it's not been without alarms. Certainly Orr has played and missed a good number of times, but Haynes less so, and he has found the boundary 4 times. 3 square cuts and 1 very, very, very good cover drive for the Sussex skipper, who waits now as Leach comes in and bowls to him, and he tucks this one away on the onside. Adam Finch is the fielder at mid-on. Finch, who I think we will see shortly, replacing Leach at the Diglis end. That'll be my hunch, although we have seen the introduction of Josh Baker quite early into proceedings in recent red ball games, or in the recent red ball game against Warwickshire. Baker, 18-year-old left-arm spinner, tall lad, fielding at mid-wicket at the moment. Squarish mid-wicket, rubbing his hands together as Leach moves into bowl, and bowls and takes Haynes on the pad, and he is dismissed. LBW. I did say earlier that Leach had got a few LBWs this season bowling round the wicket to left-handers. Unusual to see an umpire take that long to give it, though. He had a good look at it, umpire Pratt, and that it was out.
Just having a look at the replay now. In and bowled. Yeah, looks a good shout to me. That hit him in line, I think, and I think he kind of knew he'd gone. But first wicket is down for Worcestershire, so that maybe Leach won't be replaced shortly by Finch. He might have another one. 29 for 1 in the 11th.
Yes, and that will be a big blow for Sussex, because Haynes had obviously been in good nick early on, but we're going to see Harrison Ward come out now. I was going to say another young player. Is there any point really? They're all young. I think it's Finn Hudson-Prentice is the oldest player in the lineup, and he's 25. And Tom Haynes, the next most senior player, at 22. So Harrison Ward is 21. He made his first-class debut against Kent in the last championship match in July. He made 4 and 6 on that occasion, so he'll be looking to improve on that in this his second match. He played in Sussex actually put out some first-team players in a second 11 game against Gloucestershire to try and get them some red ball action, and he made 5 and 13 in that one, so he's needing some runs in this burgeoning part of his career, but a talent nonetheless. Played 5 T20 matches and a couple of Royal London Cup games as well.
And another left-hander. Another
left-hander, the top 3 all left-handers, yep.
Stays round the wicket now and comes in to bowl to him, and he bowls, and well, it's a good job he got a bat on that one, I think, because he was right in front of that one as well. So he pushed it back up the pitch, hence a little bit of excitement from the bowler. Just watching the replay of that one. Yeah, that was gun straight, that really was, and it was a kind of late adjustment by the batsman, but to be fair, he kept it out fairly solidly.
Yeah, certainly straighter than the wicket. I think the only question with the decision on the wicket is whether it hit him in line.
In line, yeah. I thought it might just have gone on and hit the back leg. I think it was out, but anyway, it's gone, isn't it? Here's Leach, and he bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside by Ward, and fielded by Libby at mid-off, and there's no run. 29 for 1 then. Sussex, having won the toss and chosen to bat, naming an incredibly young side, as Andrew was just saying alongside me. Captain of 22 years old, and Finn Hudson-Prentice returning to Sussex from Derbyshire, the oldest player in the lineup at 25. As Leach is in again in bowls, and Ward is taken on the pad as he tries to turn this on the leg side. Another appeal, but not upheld this time. End of the over from Joe Leach. Successful one for the Worcestershire captain. 11 overs gone. Orr is on 6. Ward yet to get off the mark. The man out in that over. Haynes LBW for 20. And Sussex, after 11 overs, are 29 for 1. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Sports app and on the website. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford Worcester, and alongside me is Andrew Rayburn of BBC Radio Sussex.
Thanks, Frankie. I've just been doing the number crunching, and the average age of this Sussex 11 that they've selected is 19 and a half, pretty much. Just over, so 19 and a half is the average age of this team, with 3 17-year-olds in it. So there's a thing, as Barnard now comes into bowl to Ali Orr, who just flicks that off his hip down to backward a square, and he'll take a leg by from that. So he's just again not quite middling that. So Sussex move on to 30 for 1. Fun enough with that appeal against Ward, you could just tell, couldn't you, because it was less excitable. The Haynes one, I think Haynes knew, because the fielders and the bowler were very convinced. Not always the case, of course, they will go up, but yeah, on that second one they were less enthused, as Barnard comes in and now bowls, and this one leaps off a length and just leaves Orr, and it's taken by Cox, yeah, sorry, the wicket keeper, almost in front of his face. So yeah,
it's a good one. That one, it went quite a long way sideways as well. That one, good delivery.
So yeah, it's not predictable bounce at times. That we'll have to wait and see how that moves on throughout the day. Barnard comes in over the wicket to the left-hander, and it's left alone by Ali Orr.
Yeah, it's very, very typical of New Road pitches so far this season, so far this one. It's a bit more bounce at that far end, than there is at this. Almost throughout the game you'll find that at this New Road end the ball keep a bit lower, even for the spinners. Not very much lateral movement.
Cox had to leap twice his height to pick one up
but not at this end.
Oh right, yes.
Yeah. When the bowling's from the far end, it'll keep lower, and at this end there's a bit more in it, but not a lot of lateral movement, and it'll get lower as the game goes on, I would suggest.
Barnard comes in again over the wicket to the left-handed Orr, and they've gone for appeal for a catch, but no, there was only interest from a couple of players behind the wicket, and
good delivery.
Instead, Barnard has his hands on his head rather than appealing to the umpire. Very close to taking the edge. That one, a very good delivery. But the most important thing from a Sussex perspective is that Ali Orr remains in situ. That was Ward, wasn't it, on that occasion? Because they come through for the
they
single.
got a leg by, didn't they?
Barnard into Ward again, who's faced 6 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. In comes Barnard, bowls, prodded into mid-on.
And that didn't bounce at all, did it?
No, it did. That kept really low and skittled through on Ward a bit. So it's going to be very unpredictable, I think, and still no movement in the cloud. It's still rather like a nice thick duvet that you might want to snuggle under, but it's not great for to be out there. As this one from Barnard is just defended off the back foot by Harrison Ward. There's no run, and we are at the end of the 12th. Sussex 30 for 1. The man out was Tom Haynes for 20, and Orr is on 6. Harrison Ward yet to score.
Yeah, good over that from Ed Barnard. Beat the bat twice, one in particular going past the outside edge, very, very close to getting a nick, and even on that last ball, Harrison Ward a little bit discomforted as he tried to turn it on the leg side and ended up just sort of getting a thickish outside edge, and it ran out on the offside. So Barnard settling in quite nicely at the New Road end. Joe Leach, his fellow Salopian, is going to continue from the Diglis end, having picked up that first wicket in his last over. Comes in now round the wicket and bowls to the left-handed Orr, who's been there for 41 deliveries now for his 6. Just pushes this one out square on the offside for a single, for a dot ball, I beg your pardon, as D'Oliveira fields. 30 for 1. Slowish progress. Andrew was just saying that the sky is grey. I wouldn't say leaden grey, it's kind of light grey, but there's not a break in the cloud at all. It's quite chilly, isn't it, really, this morning? It's got that just a touch of the autumnal feel about it on this bank holiday Monday, as Leach is in again and bowls to Orr, who pushes up to mid-on. Finch is the fielder.
Yes, it's not been the warmest August in living memory,
no,
has it?
It's been a funny old summer, isn't it? Extremes, really. Summer of extremes. But I've got 3 more games to go, Worcestershire, and I'm covering a couple of them. One at Canterbury next week, and here the very last one against Leicestershire. I'm hoping for a bit of late September sunshine. Love a bit of September county cricket, as Leach comes in round the wicket and bowls again to Orr, who pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. A sparse crowd in here at New Road. I think if the sun comes out we might well get the Worcestershire faithful making their way down from the suburbs and the city down to fill up the stands, but at the moment most of the crowd gathered in the Basil D'Oliveira stand. The pavilion itself and the ladies' pavilion still not being used because of COVID reasons.
It's the hardcore, I would imagine, that are in at the moment.
Yeah, the hardcore with the good thick coats and the blankets on their laps. Leach is in round the wicket, bowls to Orr, overpitched and driven nicely by Ali Orr through extra cover for his second boundary. Nicely timed, full half volley from Leach. I would suggest that this will be the Worcestershire skipper's last over, his 7th. It's the 13th of the innings, and Sussex move to 34 for 1, and Ali Orr goes into double figures.
Yeah, I imagine that Leach will be starting to feel every one of the 40 deliveries that he's bowled thus far. I imagine at this point, starting to you think, right, time for a blow.
Could well be. In he comes now and bowls to Orr again, and oh well, he might have kept himself on if that had gone to hand. It went through the slips and down to the third man boundary for 4. Just going to have a look at the replay and see whether it was actually a chance or just pushing at it. No, it didn't carry. It bounced well in front of Darryl Mitchell at second slip and evaded his grasp and went down to the third man boundary. So successive boundaries for Ali Orr. He goes to 14 and it's 38 for 1.
It's funny, isn't it? It doesn't matter how you score them because they're two very different ways of getting boundaries, but they are 4 runs whatever happens.
Absolutely. And certainly won't be bothering Ali Orr. He might be a bit more concerned about why he edged it, and he'll be waiting now as Leach bowls and he pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. End of the over. Ali Orr is still there. He's on 14. Ward yet to get off the mark. The one man out today since Sussex won the toss and chose to bat the captain Haynes. LBW to Joe Leach for 20. It's 38 for 1 after 13.
Yeah, and obviously Sussex will want to try and make the most of the pitch while they've obviously got the use of it after winning the toss. That's a good one to get rid of Tom Haynes, a straight one which trapped him in front for 20. But Orr has made progress and we're going to see Adam Finch come on now to bowl from the New Road end. So replacing Ed Barnard. And he'll be bowling to Harrison Ward, who is yet to score after 8 deliveries. That's Sussex top 3, all left-handers. The 17-year-old James Coles to come at 4. Ollie Carter, the wicket-keeper, 19 years old at 5. And then the return of Finn Hudson-Prentice at 6. As Finch comes in now and bowls to... Oh, it's a really good one first up to Ward, who plays, misses, and that is not a loosener by any stretch of the imagination because that was a really good line, really good length, and Ward was beaten all ends up by that one, so that's a good first sighter for Adam Finch. Yeah, good. He's another one who's had a reasonable season. Had to wait for a good while to get a chance in the first team Finch this season, but he's bowled pretty well on a few occasions. Went on loan to Surrey last year briefly and impressed down at the Oval. Well, they've had a Finch of their own who does a bit of good work for them, as this one is met firmly by the bat of Ward on this occasion, and there's no run. Sussex 38 for 1, BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Sussex, and on the BBC Sport app and on BBC Sounds. So yeah, it's an intriguing morning, isn't it? Because there's a little bit in it for everybody. A pitch that will probably allow the batsmen to play a few shots, and then some cloud cover, a new ball, and Finch coming in and bowling, and this time left alone by Ward, who has faced 11 deliveries now without getting off the mark. Yeah, I think we'll see Barnard go to the Diglis end now. Can't imagine that he'll be removed from the attack after that pretty impressive second over. Having said that, I did see him just stretching a little bit, wondering whether he might have just got a little bit of a twinge. We'll have to wait and see. Sussex ticking along at just under 3 and over at the moment, as we're going to see Finch come in over the wicket to the left-handed Ward, and it's on kept low and left alone outside the off stump, and this time it was taken by Ben Cox tumbling down. It sat him down on the ground actually. So it's a tough job being a wicket-keeper sometimes. I'm an ex-keeper, and I can tell you these pitches have not been fun to keep on this year at New Road, because there's nothing worse than one that where the bounce is just variable for no apparent reason. You can't work out exactly where to stand, and you get that horrible one that bounces just in front of you, and yeah, it's not been easy. Finch comes bounding in again as he this time it's played out into the point region by Ward. Fielded, no run. Collected by Brett D'Oliveira there at backward point, and no run. So
he's a big man, isn't he, Ward? Big solid left-hander. Sort of Marcus Trescothic build, isn't he? Almost not quite as tall, but
yeah, there's an element of that. Yeah, and bat raised as ever. As in comes Finch for the final ball of his first over, chopped down into the gully region, collected by a tumbling Ed Barnard, and there's no run. So again, Ward frustrated a little bit. 14 deliveries without scoring. Sussex 38 for 1 at the end of the 14th.
Yeah, and I think we are going to see Barnard at the Diglis end. He certainly didn't look as though he got any slight injury there, did he, with that tumbling stop? And he is indeed changing ends, Ed Barnard, coming on at the Diglis end, having bowled 2 overs from the New Road end. It's been an interesting opening. All the Worcestershire bowlers have found some encouragement, beaten the bat on a few occasions, but only the one breakthrough so far. And Ali Orr on 14, he's faced 46 deliveries. That won't bother him significantly, but it is a measure of how difficult it's been for the batsman to get the ball away when the bowlers have bowled the ball in the right place, and that's pretty much in keeping with what we've seen at New Road this year. Here's Barnard then, over the wicket from the Diglis end, left alone outside the off stump by Orr on this occasion, taken by Ben Cox standing back, and no addition to the score update for BBC Hereford Worcester's FM listeners coming shortly into the news, and then maybe we'll have a little look at what's happening around the country in the other games. Barnard turns again in front of the white sheet, straight across the seats of the Basil D'Oliveira stand at the far end. Comes in now and bowls to Orr, who pushes forward, and there's a strangled appeal from the bowler. One of those where I think he thought if he misses that, it's going to be worth a shout, but he got a bat on it, and it was a combination of bat and pad, I think, running back up the pitch. 38 for 1. Chilly, overcast day here at New Road. And Barnard in once more. Bowls to Orr, who flashes this one away on the offside for 4. Short and wide from Barnard. Free hit really for the left-hander. And he'll be relieved really, because just takes a little bit of pressure off. It was a bad ball. Got what it deserved. And Orr moves on to 18, and the total to 42 for 1. I think, really, thinking of the boundaries that we've seen this morning, we saw Haynes hit 3 like that from wide short balls. We've seen Orr hit 1. Cover drive from Orr, cover drive from Haynes. Most of the boundaries that we've seen have come from genuinely loose deliveries, and for the rest of the time, when the bowlers have got the ball more or less in the right place, it has been very difficult for the batsman to score. Barnard is in, bowls, and big shout this time as Orr plays across that particularly extravagant appeal from the bowler, but umpire unmoved on this occasion. Just watching the replay now as Barnard comes in, and bowls think it might just have done too much, might just have been going down the leg side, but certainly a confident appeal. I think it pitched in line and just nipped back into the left-hander and might well have been just running down.
Of course, Ali Orr will have good memories of this ground. He made a big score in the one-dayer here as well.
He waits now, possibly a bit relieved to see the umpire's finger not raised as Barnard comes in, bowls to him, and again he's looking to turn this on the leg side, and flicks it down to fine leg. Was a really good piece of fielding by Adam Finch, diving to his left, feet were over the rope, he just flicked the ball back in, and really good piece of fielding, saving 2 runs. 44 for 1. Well, a first breakthrough has been achieved by Worcestershire. It was Joe Leach, the captain, who got it, trapping his opposite number, the captain of Sussex, Tom Haynes, LBW for 20. That was 29 for 1 in the 11th over. And since then, Sussex have made reasonable progress, although the batsmen are not finding it easy to score runs when the bowlers put the ball in the right place. Ali Orr is still there. He opened with the captain. He's on 20 off 52 balls, and he's been joined by Harrison Ward, who is not yet off the mark, having faced 14 deliveries. Barnard and Finch, the bowlers currently. Sussex in the 16th over after winning the toss, 44 for 1. And the end of that over from Barnard.
So we will see Finch resume from the New Road end. Maiden over from him first time around. And he's up to his mark now, and he'll come into bowl to Harrison Ward, who's yet to score. And he comes now. It's short and down the leg side and collected by Cox behind the stumps as Ward just eases himself out of the way of it.
I said I'd give a few scores from elsewhere, so we'll do that now. In Division 1 of the County Championship at this stage, Yorkshire are playing Hampshire, and Yorkshire at 24 for 1 in the 16th. And also in Division 1, Warwickshire, Lancashire. Warwickshire are 43 for 2 in the 15th over. And I'll give you the Division 2 scores after the next ball.
So in comes Finch now and bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Ward, who's playing a patient game now.
So in Division 2, obviously Durham and Surrey has been postponed. We've got Glamorgan playing Essex at Cardiff, and the home side 40 for 3 in 14 overs there. And also in Division 2 at Bristol, Northants 42 without loss against Gloucestershire. And other game in Division 3, Kent are 55 for 1 against Leicestershire. A couple more to come.
In comes Finch and bowls to Ward, and that just leaves him a little bit, but he plays in, so he brings the bat inside the line, and it goes behind, no real alarm.
In Division 1, Notts 55 for 2 against Somerset at Taunton. That's a big one. And in this division, in Division 3, Middlesex playing Derbyshire. Middlesex in trouble, 52 for 4 at Lords against Derbyshire. So that brings you up to date with the scores elsewhere. I think most of the focus, obviously, from the neutral will be on Division 1.
As Finch comes in, bowls to Ward, and again that one just takes off a length, and it beats him outside the off stump, goes through, collected by Cox. But this is good bowling from Finch, actually. 10 balls bowled so far and no runs conceded from it.
There's a certain length at that digless end of the pitch that Barnard found. Pennington found it a couple of times, and Finch has found it a couple of times. Just a certain length where the ball seems to take off a little bit. But so far, on 3 or 4 occasions that's happened, they haven't managed to find an edge.
And Ben Cox has got to learn where it is as well. He could be ready for anything.
Yeah.
And of course we've seen a couple keep low as well, as Finch comes trotting in and bowls, and this one is left outside the off stump by Ward. As I say, he's playing a very patient game. Yeah. He's not bothered by the fact that the scoreboard says 0 to his name off 19 deliveries. He's going to be booking in for as long as it takes to try and eke out some runs from this surface. I think he knows, they'll all be looking at this and sort of reflecting on basically what we've been saying, which is, you've got to just leave the good ones alone and wait for the bad ones to come along.
Yeah, leaving is a great skill for a top order batsman, I think, and so far Ward is getting it right most of the time.
Finch with the last ball of his second over comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Ward, who's again quite happy to leave that. So a second maiden over from Adam Finch, and Sussex at the end of the 16th of 44 for 1.
Alistair Cook made 100 here earlier in the year on a similar pitch to this, and he talked about it after the game, and he said, when the bowlers bowled the ball in good areas, it was very, very difficult to score. So you had to just be really patient, pick off the bad balls, and leave it well, which of course he's an absolute master of the art. And that was the way to score runs on this pitch, and it's been that way pretty much all season. And we've seen batsmen who are patient and have good techniques able to profit, as Barnard is in, and this is again left alone outside the off stump by Ali Orr, and the score remains 44 for 1. Not a great deal in this for the bowlers either. That's the other thing you have to say. It's the batsmen finding it difficult to score, but the bowlers not finding it offering a great deal of lateral movement. So it's just attritional stuff, really. Barnard is in again and bowls, and this one is very close to the off stump, but a good leave by Orr. Pitched and came back into the left-hander, and in the end Ben Cox taking it low down to his right, moving away to his right behind the stumps, with it having been left alone by the left-hander. But he knew exactly where his stumps were, and it was a good leave, and it remains 44 for 1 in the 17th. 3 slips still in place as Barnard is in, bowls and Orr drives up to mid-off and takes a single, which could have been a little bit risky had Pennington not slipped at mid-off. He still fielded the ball cleanly, Pennington, but he'd lost his footing and therefore couldn't get a throwaway. But had that been picked up and he'd stayed on his feet, I think Orr might have felt that his yes call was a little bit premature.
Just going back to that previous leave, I mean, the ball did move after it passed the stumps, as you said. It came back in, but do we give him the credit that he left it on length, or was he leaving for?
I think he left it on line, and the line when it passed him was fine. The appropriate. I thought it was a decent leave. The ball often moves quite extravagantly after it's past the stumps, doesn't it? Here's Barnard bowling now to Harrison Ward, still not off the mark. He is now, as he clips this one away on the onside, and Baker does the fielding at mid-wicket, moving to his right. So Harrison Ward gets his first run off his 21st delivery, and it's 46 for 1 now.
I mentioned that he'd be very happy to just play the patient game, but I tell you what, when he found that space, you've never seen a man move quicker.
Yeah, well, it's always nice to get off the mark. Barnard in now to Orr, and that again is a good leave outside the off stump, and again it moves back a little bit after passing the stumps, and again it's a low take by Ben Cox, and very low take, diving to his right, just on the grass really. Ball keeping low at the New Road end and bouncing a little bit more at the Diglis end. Absolutely the pattern that we've seen so far this season here at New Road. 46 for 1. Barnard in once more, right arm over the wicket, past umpire Pratt, bowls to Orr, pushes out on the offside. Pennington, the fielder at mid-off, end of the over, the 17th of the innings. I'll just give you all the bowling figures so far. Joe Leach, the 1 wicket taker, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22. Dylan Pennington, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. Ed Barnard now 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. And Adam Finch, 2 overs, 2 maidens, and no wickets obviously, and no runs. 46 for 1 off 17. Sussex having won the toss and chosen to bat.
Just talking about Ali Orr again, obviously his strike rate in this innings so far, 37.5 for what it's worth, but it's not at the moment. But his century that he made against Kent, it was a similar strike rate, I think, so he is prepared to be patient. But as I say, he scored 108 from 133 balls in the one day on this ground, so he's a multi-purpose player, is Ali Orr. But it's Harrison Ward who's edging and caught at third slip
by Haynes,
and that's a really good breakthrough, and Finch has bowled beautifully, and he's got the second wicket for Worcestershire. Harrison Ward departs for 1, edging into the slip cordon, and it's Jack Haynes who's taken the catch, and Sussex slip to 46 for 2.
I'm chuckling a little bit because I don't know if you noticed, but if you watch the replay you will. Jack Haynes' reaction when he took that catch was absolutely priceless. He's a player that I know well, Jack, and his field has improved a lot in the last few years. You would never have suggested that he would be put into the slips if you'd have seen him fielding in league cricket a couple of years ago. He won't mind me saying this. He's worked really, really hard on it, and a few eyebrows were raised earlier in the year when he used to find himself in the slip corner. He hasn't taken many, he's taken a couple, but he took that one and he just couldn't believe it. He took it and he ran away like that.
It came to him quite quickly.
It
as well.
was a really good catch, don't get me wrong, I'm not putting the catch down, but his reaction was fantastic. He ran away as if he just couldn't believe he'd taken it. It was a good sharp catch, and as you say, really, really good start by Adam Finch, who's been very impressive so far, and he's picked up a wicket, hasn't yet conceded a run.
And that's all you could ask for, really. Ward departing for one. He'd looked fairly secure, didn't he, Harrison Ward? But when you do get a good one, it lifted a little bit.
Good delivery. Yeah,
it left him.
It was that one we've been talking about, but it found the edge, didn't it? You know, exactly. Yeah, first right-hander in now. Anyway, might make things a bit different.
Yes, this is Coles. James Coles has come into the middle. 17. He was the club's youngest ever first-class debutant when he played against Surrey in last year's Bob Willis Trophy when he was 16 years old. He also took the wickets of Rory Burns and Ben Foakes, no less. So he's going to be facing up to Finch now, who comes in and bowls, and he gets a short one which he ducks underneath, or at least squats underneath, and taken by Cox. And so Sussex losing a couple of wickets in the first hour and 15 minutes of this session, which, having won the toss and batted first, they'll be probably a little bit disappointed by it. But they've faced some good bowling, particularly from Adam Finch, who I think has been, along with the skipper Joe Leach, has been the pick of the bunch so far for the home side. He gets to his mark, turns, comes running in past the umpire now and bowls, and it's left outside the off stump by Coles, taken behind the stumps by Ben Cox. So yes, he made a return to the championship side, James Coles, against Kent last time out, and scored 36 and 23 not out. But he did play in that second 11 game against Gloucester that I mentioned earlier. About half this team were in that second 11 game, and he made 109, so he'll be hoping to follow that up with some runs here, and this is going to be turned away through down towards deep backward square leg. It's picked up for the first run for Coles, and the first run that Finch has conceded. So Coles moves on to 1 and Sussex on to 47 for 2.
Yep. Coles off the mark with a confident start. I think he looked pretty solid. I like the fact that he came in and he took his time. He had a little look around. He did a bit of guard. He didn't straight away go and take guard. And then he got that short one first ball, but negotiated it very coolly. And he's off the mark now.
And now it's going to be Orr facing up to Finch, the left-hander, and that one's short, and it's taken well by Cox. It's difficult. Well, I mean, that was banged in short, but sometimes it's difficult to tell from this end whether it's just leapt off a length or not, because we are seeing some of those that just spit up off a length and cause difficulty for Cox, who's claimed everything pretty much so far. So it's not really short. It's just a little bit short of a length, isn't it? With that one that's taken off a couple of times. It's been well bowled. That was a real proper old-fashioned bumper, wasn't it? Last ball of Finch's third over, and he comes in and bowls, and this time it's left outside the off stump by Orr, who, as you mentioned earlier, as Frank has really found where his off stump is. Those leaves are confident, but a wicket taking over then for Adam Finch, whose figures are 1 for 1 off of 3 overs, and Sussex are 47 for 2 with the new batsman James Coles on 1 and Ali Orr 21 not out.
Yeah, we've spent quite a bit of time this morning talking about the pitch, and we've talked about the fact that the bounce at this new road end is a bit lower than the bounce at the Diglis end, and that one or two have not exactly spat, but they've taken off a little bit more steeply at that Diglis end I just want to qualify this, and so I've also said that most of the pitches here at New Road this year have been fairly bland, and the batsmen haven't found it easy to score, and there hasn't been a lot in it for the bowlers. I just want to say I don't think there's anybody to blame for that. Here's Barnard in from the Diglis end to Coles, who pushes out in the offside no run, and that is because of what happened with late floods this year and a lack of grass growth on the square, which is beyond the control of anybody. The first couple of games were almost played at Kidderminster. If the weather hadn't improved significantly in April, they would have been. And the groundsmen have done a tremendous job to get any kind of pitches out at all here at New Road. So please don't start getting in touch and saying that I'm being critical, as Coles gets runs here, 4 of them down to long leg off Barnard, just tucking that one away off his pads as Barnard drifted in to the pads, and you can't really afford to do that when you've got a 7-2 field as he has, and it goes away for 4, and the Sussex 50 comes up in the 19th over, 51 for 2. I've been encouraging you to get in touch with us here in the commentary box at New Road if you would like to do so. Thank goodness I did earlier, because it was somebody who got in touch on Twitter that told us that we had a technical issue with the commentary on the BBC Sports app, which was subsequently sorted. Here's Barnard again, bowls, and Coles again very confidently into position, driving through extra cover for a second successive boundary. This time a half volley on off stump and just pushed nicely through the covers. No more than a push, but sufficiently well timed to bring Coles another boundary. He goes to 9 off just 6 deliveries. And just to say, do get in touch on Twitter if you'd like to. I'm at Frank Watson 58, and Andrew is Andrew_Rayburn. That's RAEBURN. And we're watching Worcestershire against Sussex in Division 3 of the County Championship here at New Road. As Ed Barnard is in and bowls to Coles, and this time he does get his line and length right, and Coles consequently just pushes out on the offside, and Baker does the fielding in the covers. 55 for 2 Sussex. They won the toss and chose to bat here at New Road this morning, and the 2 men that have been dismissed are Captain Tom Haynes, LBW, to the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach for 20. That was 29 for 1 in the 11th over, and it became 46 for 2 in the 18th when Ward was caught by Jack Haynes at third slip off the bowling of Adam Finch for 1, as Barnard bowls again outside the off stump, and Coles leaves this one alone, and it's taken behind the stumps by Ben Cox, returning to the Worcestershire side after his sojourn in the 100 with the Trent Rockets, for whom he didn't actually take the field. No doubt he enjoyed the experience, and his bank balance will have been suitably improved. Barnard in from the Diglis end, bowls again outside the off stump, but again that's left alone, taken low down by Cox. End of the 19th over of the Sussex innings. They're 55 for 2.
Nice attacking field as well, which may occasionally leak runs, but 4 slips in place, so Worcestershire looking to go in for the kill. Sussex 55 for 2. So we're going to see, rather unsurprisingly, Finch again from the New Road end, because he was successful in the last over, removing Harrison Ward, getting one to move away from him and to just leap up a little. Or is just going to take a little bit of time at the far end just to compose himself, and now he's ready to face Finch, who had started his run up a couple of times before being made to stop, but this time he comes in and bangs it short, and it's ducked underneath by Ali Orr, who remains on 21 not out from 60 deliveries now.
It's quite a hostile spell this from Finch, isn't it? And I think he might have just had a little word with Orr on that occasion after that one went through. Orr looks pretty unperturbed, spinning his bat in his hands. Good little contest developing, I think, between these two.
3 slips in the gully for the left-handed Orr as Finch comes in and bowls, and this time left alone again by Orr, once again knowing where that off stump is. Of course, we're going to keep saying that, and then eventually he's going to get he's going to get his off stump pegged back when he leaves one. But so far so good for Ali Orr. Is 21 from 61.
I think I think he's played well. He's been there for nearly an hour and a half. He's only made 21. He struggled at first, but he's grounded out, hasn't he? He's stuck at it. You earn the right.
Absolutely, you do. Finch comes in now. He runs past the umpire and bowls, and again left alone by Orr. Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, he's on an upward trajectory with scores. 67 on debut against Yorkshire at Headingley, 80 against Glamorgan, 119 against Kent. He got 108 in the one-day game on this ground 3 weeks ago, and 83 in the second 11 against Gloucestershire. So, he's a man who has made a great start to life in a Sussex shirt.
And it's all temperament is so important.
It's only his fourth first-class match. Don't forget Ali Orr as he faces now and pushes that one down the ground, but it's going to be picked up at mid-on, and no run there. That's struck quite nicely actually, that on drive, but picked up at mid-on.
I think the other thing is, with it being a fairly young side, if you get in the top 5 or 6, if you get in, and by that I mean you bat for an hour or something like that, then you've got to be part of the growth process is learning to take that responsibility.
Finch with 61 on his back comes in and bowls, and this time again a low one which has Cox diving away to his left after it was left by Orr. I think that one again moving on, well, it's well past the bat. So
the coaches will be, one of the things they'll say to Ali, or whatever happens now, whether he goes on and gets 100 or if he were to get out next ball, they'd say, that was you then, you were in, you got in, you'd battled through the hard times, and we need you from this point to take responsibility and say, right, I'm going to bat, I'm going to go big here, bat for 2-3 hours.
Finch with the last ball of his fourth over comes in past the umpire and bowls, and again left alone by Orr, and it's a tumbling stop behind the stumps by Cox, who just about clings on to it. So end of the 20th over. Sussex just being pegged back slightly, fall of wickets and some good tight bowling, and 55 for 2 they are, with Coles 9 from 9 and Ali Orr, the opener, still there on 21 not out.
Yeah, another maiden for Adam Finch. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1 now his figures, and he's been pretty impressive, but I've not seen anything out there today that I haven't seen at New Road here before this season, and by that I mean I think this is another one of those pitches that's going to see bowlers rewarded for persistence and accuracy rather than anything else, as Barnard comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Coles leaves that alone outside the off stump, and batsmen are going to be rewarded for patience and for the ability to put the bad ball away when it comes along. It's a war of attrition, and that's pretty much what we've come to expect here at New Road this season, and it's partly why Worcestershire are in Division 3, because their bowlers haven't been able to penetrate in home games, as Barnard is in and bowls, and Coles pushes this one away on the onside, where Josh Baker is the fielder. No run. Josh Baker, 18 years old, just left school this summer, local boy from Astwood Bank, and he's come into the side in both white ball and red ball cricket. Just played the last red ball game and made a good start to his career. Very promising young left arm spinner. There's Barnard from the Diglis End bowls, and again outside the off stump, left down by Coles. And Baker bowled particularly well in a second team game here against Warwickshire last week when he picked up a 5-for in the second innings. Picked up some quite big wickets. It was a game that saw both Warwickshire and Worcestershire play a fairly experienced sides to get them back into red ball cricket, as it were.
Chris Wokes involved in that one, wasn't he?
He was, although he disappeared on the last day. As Barnard comes in again, bowls, and Coles is again forward, pushes out on the offside. There's no run. Something that struck me just watching Coles here. It's quite it's quite nice, really. For a start, he's got no number on his back, so he looks a bit like an old-fashioned cricketer. And then secondly, he's got one of those bats. I won't say the make of it, but the stickers aren't particularly garish, are they? And it all just looks a bit 1970s out there when he's facing, doesn't it? Here's Barnard in, bowls, and he pushes out on the offside again, and Gulliver fields, and he's yet to do a 21st century ramp or anything like that. So
yeah, and
I mean, he only needs buckles on his pads.
Well, exactly, and you say he's looking like an old-fashioned batsman. Well, I mean, if you want to feel old, he was born on April the 2nd, 2004.
Well, there you go.
If you want to, so just to put that into context, he would have been 1 year old when England won the 2005 Ashes.
Extraordinary. Barnard in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Cox. End of the over, 55 for 2, and Ali Orr on 21, and the aforementioned James Coles on 9. The 2 men out so far. Tom Haynes, LBW to Joe Leach for 20, and Harrison Ward, who was caught, very well caught it must be said, at third slip by Jack Haynes off the bowling of Adam Finch. Good sharp catch by Haynes to his right, two-handed, and his celebration was something to behold. 55 for 2.
So we're going to see Finch come in now and bowl over the wicket to the left-handed or left alone.
Update for FM listeners coming up. Well, Worcestershire have taken 2 of the Sussex wickets this morning. Sussex having won the toss and chosen to bat first to go, the captain Tom Haynes, LBW to Joe Leach for 20. That was 29 for 1 in the 11th over, and that became 46 for 2 in the 18th over when Harrison Ward was very well caught at third slip by Jack Haynes off the bowling of the impressive Adam Finch, having just made 1. 46 for 2 has now become 55 for 2. Ali Orr, the left-handed opening batsman, still there on 21. He's faced 66 deliveries and has been joined by James Coles, who's on 9. Ed Barnard and Adam Finch sharing the bowling at the moment. Finch in particular has hit a good rhythm, and Sussex in the 22nd over of 55 for 2.
So these two, Orr and Coles, are in situ at the moment. Just 5 first-class matches between them. As Finch comes in now and bowls to the left-handed Orr, who chooses late to cut that behind square through the slips cordon, I think, for 4, and that's
just bounced in front of Barnard in the gully, I think, and, and couldn't get his hands on it.
He did choose to play it very late, I think. I'm not sure he was necessarily going to. It's soft hands just guided through.
On this ground, so he's a multi-purpose player, is Ali Orr.
4 runs taking Orr to 25, Sussex to 59 for 2.
This is, I just want to show you the replay of that catch, and you just watch, if I can get it back, just watch Haynes' reaction when he takes the catch.
No, we're just seeing that. Yeah, he's very excited when he takes the catch. Just because, no, it doesn't make for great radio, folks. But but yeah, it's
it's a long day if we don't distract ourselves, isn't it? A little bit.
As Finch comes in now and bowls to Orr, and Orr again looks to try and it gets up on him a little bit, and he looks to just prod that out into the offside. No run. Yes, though, a very jubilant Haynes after catching that and if you're not someone who necessarily is involved in big catches very often, then yeah, when one sticks in the breadbasket, you are very pleased indeed.
Yeah, I can remember a school team that I coached many years ago on this field just next door to us here at the King's School, Worcester, where we couldn't catch, didn't have anybody who could take any catches in the slips at all. And playing about a 12th game when it finally happened.
As Finch comes in and runs past the umpire now and bowls another short one, which Orr ducks underneath, and Cox claims.
And this chap, poor chap from I think it was Christ College Brecon we were playing, he edged the ball and was caught at first slip, and the celebrations around the field from the bowler, and 3 slips of the wicket-keeper were just ridiculous. And I think the coach from the other school turned to me and said, "Is that his 100th wicket of the season or something like that?" I said, "No, it's the first slip catch we've taken all year."
Catches with
it
matches.
just reminded me of that a little bit.
So Finch then, the last ball of his 5th over in this spell, 1 for 5 so far as he comes in and bowls to Orr, and it's a good straight one which Orr defends, bat and pad out into the offside. And yeah, so after a couple of bumpers, a nice fuller straight one, and Orr defends nicely. 25 he is on, Coles is 9, and Sussex are 59 for 2.
Yeah, good stuff from Adam Finch. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. He's been tidy, he's been threatening, and he's bowled with a bit of pace and a bit of threat, really, which is good. We're going to see the first spin of the day now. Josh Baker is being introduced at the Diglis end to replace Ed Barnard. Full bowling figures so far, if you're just joining us: Joe Leach 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22. Dylan Pennington 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. Ed Barnard 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 20. And as I said, Adam Finch 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. So Josh Baker coming on at the Diglis end. Tall, about 18 years old, probably about 6'4", and bowls with great control. Bowls quite quickly at this level. And comes in now and starts with one that bounces a little bit to Coles, who just steers it out on the offside.
He thought about, really thought about a single for a moment there, didn't he? And he was almost sort of a third of the way down the wicket and was sent back, and don't blame them for that. Dolliver
is quick. Baker again, 4 or 5 paces in, bowls, and again quite a bit of bounce, and this one steered away by Coles on the offside. Dolliver again fields. Tall man Baker, and inexperienced, but so far in his first team career, has bowled with a lot of control. He comes in, bowls. This one's a little bit shorter, and consequently Coles on the back foot is able to pick up a single with a straight bat shot just punched out between backward point and cover, and fielded by Pennington, who's on the boundary on the offside, going out in front of the ladies' pavilion now. He's at deep mid wicket now because the left-handed Orr is on strike against Baker. They won't have played much. Even the Sussex age group players, I don't think they'll have played against Josh Baker that much. 1 or 2 might have played against him at representative level, but relatively unknown on the circuit. He goes over the wicket to the left-hander in bowls, and that one he pushed through quite quickly and steered away on the onside by Orr. 60 for 2. So we've got Baker Finch on the board, look. Nice golfer's dream. Baker and Finch, the bowlers, sharing the attack at the moment. Zorr gets a single, tucking this one from Baker behind square on the leg side.
He won the Open, didn't he, at one stage?
He did once, didn't he, I think. Yeah, we'll probably get people telling us how he did it and where it was.
91, I think, something like that.
If that's right, that's off the top of your head. That's fantastic knowledge. Here's Baker round the wicket to the left-handed Coles, who cuts this away into the covers. Dolliver fields. Andrew quickly goes to check the year that Ian Baker Finch won the Open. 91. Were you right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's extraordinary. 61 for 2. Absolutely superb. Honestly, everybody, he was not looking at anything. He just said it straight off the top of his head. And that really, I mean, that's extraordinary. How old are you?
I'm 36, so I'd have been 6.
Well, that's really impressive. I want you in my team for the next sports quiz I go to. 61 for 2 here. Dylan Pennington coming on.
Sorry, there's cricket going on, isn't there?
It's a long day if we don't digress. People know that. They appreciate that, I think, genuinely. If they're with us all day, I think they'd get a bit bored of us just saying the score. It's Pennington, anyway, coming on for Finch at the New Road end.
Yeah, Finch just very excellent first spell. Obviously needs just a bit of time out, and so we're going to see Pennington. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10, his first spell. He's I was going to say he was the first bowler to come back, wasn't he? But Barnard technically did because he switched ends. But anyway, we're going to see round the wicket now to the left-handed Orr. Change of angle for Pennington, and Orr back and defending that one. And what do you feel? I mean, they've tended, well, they've been entirely pretty much Pennington and co over the wicket to Orr, haven't they? They were Leach I know went round, but yeah, Pennington a different angle from this New Road end. Yeah. See what he can do here as he comes in past the umpire now, bowls, and it is going to be a tighter line now for
it's attacking the stumps, isn't it?
Yeah.
And trying not to let him leave it, just going across him, which he's been doing increasingly well. A little bit more difficult to leave it now with the ball angled in.
I guess what you want to do is, I mean, he will be patient enough to wait for the for the bad ball, but you want him to be trying to play every shot so that he then might try and play one that's perhaps a little bit wider, and therefore try and edge into the slip cord. And this time, though, he plays down to backward point, no run. He's
been very patient. I think I've been quite impressed with Ali Orr. I mean, you know, I wasn't particularly impressed with him in the first 20 minutes or so, because he was really struggling. But what I've been impressed by is his temperament, and he's started to leave it well. We talked about how he lined it up and worked out where his off stump was, and he's just been unperturbed, unruffled. Yeah, good temperament. I like it.
And he is, as I say, he's a multi-purpose player. 108 in that Royal London Cup game on this ground as Pennington comes in and bowls, and he leaves outside the off stump. I think that's the setup there. You know, to come round the wicket, to bowl at the stumps, make Orr play, and then try and maybe push one out. Fourth or fifth stump line and have him drawn into that defensive shot, but Orr, as you say, was wise to that and has got the temperament just to leave it alone. So confident start, as I say, apart from the first 15-20 minutes, as you say, but often difficult for an opening batsman sometimes, especially in England. And I think that was something again that Virat Kohli mentioned, that before on tours India have not made good starts, and they've always been, you know, chasing the game, if you like, because their openers have succumbed. And they said this time, you know, the likes of Rahul and Rohit have been told, you know, put a price on your wicket, and they certainly tried to bat more overs from the top, and certainly in England at every level that's what you need to do, as Pennington comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Orr, who lets that go through to the wicket keeper. So not a lot doing in that over from Pennington. Maiden, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 10 are his figures. Orr is 26 not out, Coles is 10 not out. He hasn't seen a lot of the strike actually, has he recently, Coles? And Sussex are 61 for 2.
Yeah, and we've got a sanitisation break, which might give me a chance to bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere. There's been some quite significant action, I think, in other games. In Division 1, Yorkshire 47 for 1 against Hampshire. Warwickshire now 67 for 2 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Durham Surrey was postponed. Also in Division 1, Nott 72 for 2 at Taunton against Somerset. In Division 2, Glamorgan are in trouble, 57 for 6 against Essex. And Northants 72 for 1 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Just break off as Josh Baker begins his new over, bowling to Coles, plays defensively, no run. And in Division 3, this division, Kent 80 for 3 against Leicestershire at Leicester. And Middlesex playing Derbyshire at Lords. Middlesex 74 for 4 as Baker bowls. This one pushed through a little bit and played late and defensively by Coles out on the offside. I think that's all. Yeah, that's all the games. So you know what's going on elsewhere here at New Road. Not a lot on this game in terms of significance in the championship, but a lot to be played for by the young players involved. And Coles gets another run here, forcing Baker off the back foot out through the gap between cover and cover point, and Pennington, the fielder, coming off the boundary to do the fielding. Coles moves on to 11, 62 for 2. Grey, cloudy day here at Worcester, and a pretty sparse and hardy crowd gathered mainly in the Basil D'Oliveira stand watching Josh Baker bowl to Ali Orr, who gets a shorter delivery. It gives him also a bit of room to cut away on the offside. We've mentioned how patient Orr has been, waiting for the bad ball and just getting a bit of room there, and enough to allow him to get the ball away for 2 runs, fielded by Finch coming off the cover boundary. 64 for 2.
I suppose you could say that Orr is dropping anchor. It's going to be a very long day if I keep doing that.
Baker in bowls, and Orr just pushes this one out on the offside for a single. Big gap there in front of square on the offside. He goes to 28, 29 in fact, off 81 deliveries. No doubt now he's got his sights set on lunch, which is just 15 minutes away.
Haven't we all?
And haven't we all? He'd be quite happy if he's still there. That one from Baker is a little bit shorter to the right-handed Coles and bounces a little bit, and he goes on the back foot, steers it down on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. 65 for 2. Do you think Baker 2 overs for 6?
Sorry, I was going to say, do you think Baker's just been a little bit too short so far?
No, not really. I think one short ball, but I think he's got a bit of bounce from that end. I think he's bowled quite tidily so far. I don't think there's going to be a lot in it for him, to be honest with you. There might be a bit of turn later on in the game, but finger spinners are not going to get a great deal out of this. You might see Lenham get a little bit more with his wrist spin, but don't think there'll be a great deal of extravagant sideways movement with spin or seam.
Pennington now round the wicket to Orr, who again lets that one go and knows where his off stump is. That was a good leave.
No, I think he started quite well, Baker. That one ball to Orr that was a little bit gave him a bit of width, but no, I think he's settled in. He tends to be quite metronomical, really, for a young spinner.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm just wondering because obviously the batsmen are playing off the back foot a fair bit and giving.
But he's a tall boy, and he gets a bit of bounce.
Other furniture is available. In comes Pennington round the wicket now, bowls, and again a good lead for Moore, who once again is knowing where his furniture is behind him. I don't think these are. We're slightly off centre behind the stumps, sort of second slip view, I suppose. But that doesn't look far away when Orr is leaving those. But he's in control, isn't he?
Yeah, good leaves. I think good leaves. That was probably, looking at the replay, probably 6 inches outside off. But yeah,
6 inches is enough, I suppose. As Pennington comes in again round the wicket and bowls. This time he is made to play and pushes it out into the offside and sort of fakes to try and dash a single, but decides against it, and keeps busy, keeps himself on his toes, keeps the fielders on their toes. No run, and he's faced 84 deliveries for his 29, so he's ticking along at it's just digging in quite nicely for an opener at the moment. Pennington round the wicket again, bowls to Orr, and again Orr is happy just to leave that to go through to Ben Cox. I think really the indication from Ali Orr is that you're gonna have to come to me as a bowler. I'm not interested in anything, fourth, fifth, sixth stump. That's going to be, sixth stump may fly away, but fourth line, and it's I'm just going to know where my off stump is and leave it alone. And we have seen when he was bowling over the wicket, Pennington and others, that Orr is happy to play off his hips. As Pennington comes in and bowls, and this time again left alone by Orr. No run through the wicket keeper. And it just comes down to, doesn't it, especially just before lunch, it comes down to who's got the most patience, the bowler or the batsman, who will break first. Pennington's just got to keep that tight line and try and keep Orr feeling as though he's perhaps under a bit of pressure. Build the maidens, and that's once you start to build maidens in a row, that can put pressure on the batsman. Again, Pennington comes in, puts all the effort in, and just sees Orr shoulder arms, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. So maiden over from Pennington, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 10 for him. I think he's bowled a couple of maidens since he's returned, and Sussex are 65 for 2.
And the men out are the captain, Tom Haynes, who was LBW to Joe Leach for 20. That was in the 11th over, 29 for 1 at that point, and 46 for 2 in the 18th, when Ward was caught by an exuberant Jack Haynes at third slip off the bowling of Adam Finch for 1. Since then, steady progress by these two. It's attritional stuff. Baker from the Diglis end in now, bowls to Coles, who's forward to this one, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler. 1 slip and a short leg in place, and the pattern of the games we've seen in red ball cricket here at New Road this season appears to be being extended today, as this one from Baker is punched into the covers by Coles for no run. And by that, what I mean is batsmen needing to be patient, waiting for width to put the bad ball away. Baker is in, bowls, is pushed up to mid-off. Good run by Coles, as he saw that just evaded Barnard's right-handed extra cover, and Leach moved to his left at mid-off to field. They get a single. Coles goes to 12, 66 for 2. Going back to that, the bowlers have just got to be nagging and be accurate and bowl at the stumps.
Do you expect batting to get easier during the day, or is this set in for the day, do you reckon, now?
Set in for 4 days. Baker in, bowls to Orr, who goes on the back foot and pushes down on the onside. I mean that seriously. I don't think you'll see it change a great deal. Maybe turn a little bit more in the second innings. Baker in, bowls, and Orr is again forward and pushes out on the offside. And you know, I think we were talking about Orr and setting his stall out and saying he's going to try and bat all day. They will have done their research. They will have known what to expect when they get here. They'll have looked at the other games that have been played here. Baker in, bowls, Orr is forward, pushes out on the offside, no run, end of a tidy over, and they'll have talked to other batters around the country what's it been like, and they'll know that you just got to get in there, get stuck in, and bat long in this game. And also they played here, didn't they, in the One Day Cup, and the pitch wouldn't have been any different really. White ball obviously slightly different, but I think they'll have known what to expect. It's going to be this pretty much what we're going to see, I think, throughout the game. 66 for 2 off 27 overs, 10 minutes to lunch, or on 29, Coles on 12.
Well, James Coles in that One Day Cup match lasted just 3 balls on that occasion, but Ali Orr, as I mentioned, 108 from 133 deliveries, strike rate of 81. He's obviously nowhere near that on this occasion. He's faced 90 deliveries already for his 29, and it's going to be Coles facing now, though, and Pennington comes in, and it's almost a mirror image, because it's Coles now who's choosing to leave everything alone outside his off stump to Pennington, and it's just a case of whether Pennington can just encourage the batsman to play a little bit more, I guess. It's difficult when you want to try and get it into the corridor of uncertainty, but at the moment they're not uncertain, as Pennington comes in, runs past the umpire again and bowls, and this time it is a little bit of an uncertain prod from Coles, and he plays and misses, and there's some encouragement from behind the stumps. That was a good line and a good length which made him play. Yeah,
he might claim he
brought it back
did
inside,
the Mark Benson.
Yeah, he did just the old curtain rail, just pulled it back inside, so fair enough. I'll give him that one.
Difficult to tell sometimes, though, isn't it? Especially when they do it late.
Yes, they want to try and say, oh yeah, I meant to do that, I was nowhere near it. Pennington comes in past the umpire again and bowls, and this time pushed to extra cover. It's fielded, no run. It's one of those shots, isn't it, that little sort of prod where if there isn't a fielder there, it can run away quite quickly with the pace of the ball, and it looks like glorious when you've just prodded it in through the extra cover region, but at the same time, when a fielder is there, you've earned nothing from it. But so far, Worcestershire will be happy with their morning, I'd say, with a couple of wickets having been put into the field, and then this one, beats. Oh, he's playing
Yeah,
inside
he
again.
played it
Probably,
out, I don't know. I'll have another look.
Well, that's gone through to the wicket keeper, so good from Pennington.
That
66
length
for 2.
again, wasn't it? Yeah, played at that one.
Played at that
went.
one, yeah.
That went. Big leg cutter, that one.
Yeah, just wrapping his fingers, just
Too good.
bit of a cutter, and sort of played in front of himself, really, didn't he? There, I think Coles, and it moved away. So Pennington back to his mark, comes scuttling in up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and he's bowled him. Pushes back the off stump, and so Coles goes for 12, and Pennington strikes in his second spell. Sussex lose their 3rd wicket. Worcestershire are having a great morning, because it's Coles who departs for 12. Pennington on the board. Sussex 66 for 3.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, don't think it did a great deal. Just possibly just playing down the wrong line, really. But reward for Pennington, because he beat him with a real beauty, didn't he, earlier in the over, and probably deserved a wicket for his efforts so far today. 1 for 10 in just his 7th over, so that's pretty tight bowling. And as I said, the bowlers have got to be accurate. They've got to bowl at the stumps, and they've got to keep the ball in the right areas on this pitch. They're not going to get a great lateral movement, and the batsmen have got to be patient too. It's a game of attrition, and at the moment Worcestershire, well, if they could nick another one out before lunch, I think they'd feel it was a really good morning's work. I always say a lunch score of about 80 for 2 or 3 is par. So 66 for 3, you could say. Sussex just below par. Worcestershire, if they could knock another one over, be very, very happy with their morning's work. And the new batsman is Ollie Carter. I think it's Worcestershire's session already at the moment, and Sussex have just got to try and survive the last 5 minutes before they head in for lunch. But Pennington, knocking over the off stump. Don't know whether it just beat him for pace or whether he played the wrong line. I think he just played the wrong line, really. Pennington, the last ball of this over to bowl to the new batsman Ollie Carter, and Carter, it's down the leg side. He sort of tried to play it off his hips, but there was nothing on it. So applause around the ground for Pennington's successful over, removing James Coles for 12. Pennington's figures 1 for 10 after 7, 66 for 3. Sussex. Ali Orr is the calm amidst the storm, 29 from 90. 2 overs left, I would suggest, before lunch. In fact, might only be one, because Joe Leach is going to come back in for Josh Baker at the Douglas end, try and pick up this extra wicket. I talked about Ali Orr's grip earlier and how high up the handle it is. 2 hands right at the top of the handle. I think he's probably got quite a thin handle on the bat as well, and certainly looks that way. And then at the other end you've got the absolute opposite now, with the new batsman having come in, Carter, because he holds the bat right down at the bottom of the handle, both hands close together with quite a bit jutting out at the top. So Leach bowls outside the off stump to Orr, left alone by the left-hander. So a real contrast. And Carter got that sort of low grip, very modern sort of style, one day kind of grip, looking to get the bottom hand in quite often. And even that first ball that he faced that went down the leg side, you could see the way that his back came down, how it shaped. Leach in bowls, and Orr is forward, pushing out on the offside. You can see what Leach is trying to do here, really attacking the stumps, hoping to get an LBW, as he did with Haynes earlier in the day. He'll be also looking to get through this over as quickly as possible, so they can possibly get one more in from Pennington before lunch. 3 minutes to 1 at the moment. So. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they go by the digital clock on the pavilion, so that's blocked off from us at the moment. We can't see it. We'll have to see. Anyway, Here's Leach in, bowls, and has he got him? Big shout for LBW, but not given by the umpire this time. Have a look at the replay. It's quite a confident shout. Ooh, it was close, that one was close. Might just have been missing leg. Cool. That looked a decent shout. But umpire Pratt deciding not out, and Orr survives. 29 off 93. Doesn't want to get out now. Really does not want to get out, having played so well this morning. Leach in again. Bowls. He's taken on the pad. Another shout, but this time I think it did pitch outside the leg stump. As always, looking to tuck it away on the leg side. But it's anxious times at the moment. Yeah, definitely pitched outside leg, that one. And might even have hit him outside leg. But the one before was pretty close. Leach certainly fancying his chances. Decides to come over the wicket now to possibly just try and disorientate Orr a little bit. Make him wonder about where his stumps are. Comes in, bowls. And it's actually 4 runs. Clipped nicely by Ali Orr through mid-wicket. Over pitched on leg stump, and fair play to him. He's kept his head. We've talked about his temperament, been very impressive this morning, and he's waited and he survived one fairly good shout in this over. Could be excused for being a little bit nervous, but has just managed to keep his head clear enough to make sure that when he receives the bad ball, he capitalises and he clips it away for 4. So it's a good contest at the moment. He's gone to 33 off 95. And Leach comes in again now and bowls to him, and he gets another one, tucking this one down to long leg for a single. End of the over. We'll get one more in before lunch.
They are dashing, aren't they?
They are dashing through, and Pennington fielded it, and he's kept it, so he's going to bowl it. 71 for 3. Leach 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27. Orr's kept the strike. That's good news for him and for Sussex. He's on 34, and Ollie Carter yet to get off the mark.
Chat between the two batsmen in the middle. Spot of gardening as well. It's while the fielders get into place. There, Pennington will come around the wicket to the left-handed Orr, who's 34 not out. 2 slips lie in wait, and it's beaten a drive from Orr, which beat him. A genuine player missed that one, and Orr will be relieved that didn't take the edge. Frustration for Pennington at this end. New Road end. In the final over before the lunch interval. Sussex having won the toss, 71 for 3. Pennington now turns. Runs in past the umpire now, up to the wicket and bowls, and this one jags back into Orr, who leaves it alone, and it just moves past the stumps, I think, and good leave from Orr.
Good leave, yeah.
Who just walks away, backs off towards the direction of the square leg umpire, and just resets himself. It's interesting watching Che Pujara, actually, in the test matches, who watches the ball from wicketkeeper to slip to mid-off to bowler, just training his eye. Other batsmen, of course, just like to go and switch off between deliveries, but Pujara watches it wherever it goes. And this time, once again, carbon copy. Pennington coming in or leaving, and you get the feeling. I mean, that was, short of a lengthish, but you get the feeling he could leave all day, couldn't you? He could just do those in his sleep. But
yeah, and yet in the first 10 minutes, 20 minutes, he was struggling, wasn't he, with where his off stump was. That's what I think has been so impressive about him. He's just lined it up, he's applied himself really well,
and he'll feel as though, although the scoreboard is not in Sussex's favour necessarily, he'll be very happy with himself as he gets into lunch unscathed. And this time he's made to play by Pennington, but it's a defensive stroke back up to the bowler, and we are 4 balls into this final over before lunch. So that's Ali Orr's 100th delivery, so a strike rate of 34, which I can officially work out. 71 for 3, Sussex having won the toss. Pennington 1 for 10, his figures so far, around the wicket, bowling to Orr. Orr prods that out into the offside, where it's fielded by Adam Finch, and there's no run. So we are now 1 ball away from the lunch interval, where we'll have gone through 30 overs. So a decent click from those bowlers. And Pennington just taking his time as he waits also for Orr to be ready. Pennington comes in now. Final ball before lunch, round the wicket to the left-handed. Orr drives confidently up to mid-off. There's no run collected by Adam Finch. So a very successful morning for Worcestershire. Sussex won the toss and have lost 3 wickets, having decided to bat, and they close on 71 for 3. I'll run you through the batting card for Sussex with Ali Orr not out 34, Tom Haines the captain, LBW to Leach, he was the first one to go for 20, Harrison Ward caught at second slip by Jack Haines off Adam Finch for 1, and then James Coles bowled by Pennington for 12.
Lunch being taken here at New Road. Honours fairly even after an attritional morning. Sussex won the toss and chose to bat, and they lost their captain Tom Haines, LBW to Joe Leach for 20. Ward then caught by Jack Haines off Adam Finch for 1, and Coles bowled by Pennington for 12 shortly before lunch. Ali Orr's been there all morning. He's on 34. He's been joined by Ollie Carter, the Sussex wicketkeeper, yet to get off the mark. And at lunch, the visitors, having won the toss and chosen to bat off 30 overs, are 71 for 3. And back to you, Andrew, just to finish your summary of the morning before we have our lunch.
As we've heard, they're all not out 34. Ollie Carter only faced the 1 ball when he came in, and just mentioned James Coles had his off-stump pegged back by Pennington. He was out for 12. Do you want to take the bowling figures then for
Yeah,
Worcester?
I'll just give the bowling figures and then we'll have a little break. Joe Leach 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27. Dylan Pennington 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 10. Ed Barnard 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 20. Adam Finch 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. Probably the pick of the bowlers, I think. And Josh Baker 3 overs of left arm spin, no maidens, no wicket for 7. Ali Orr has been the linchpin of the Sussex innings, and he's on 34 not out at lunch. Doesn't sound much, he's faced 102 balls, but he's held things together very nicely, and no doubt he'll be hoping that after the interval he can come out and turn that into something more significant in terms of numbers. 71 for 3, Sussex at lunch. Thank you very much for listening to us this morning, and we do hope you will join us when play resumes at around about 1:40.
Runs that he scored so far in the championship as Pennington comes in and bowls, and this time it's an expansive drive, and that'll be the first boundary, back with a square on the offside, and that is a
see if we can get any technical issues sorted out. Leach again bowls. This one's wide outside the off stump. Andrew Rayburn's done him there, said he's bowled well and been inexperienced side indeed. Here's Leach again round the wicket, bowls, and 4 more for Haines as he capitalises for the 3rd time on wing.
And it's Haines facing as Pennington comes in, and a drive through the covers for Haines, and his latest boundary behind the slip. So as Barnard comes in then and bowls to Orr, who gets this away off his hips. That's down towards shot, through towards long leg, and it's going to go for a 4 as well.
Squarish mid wicket, rubbing his hands together as Leach moves into bowl and bowls and takes Haines on the pad, and he is dismissed. LBW, I did say earlier that Leach is in round the wicket, bowls to Orr, overpitched and driven nicely by Ali Orr through extra cover for his 2nd boundary. Nice, could well be. In he comes now and bowls to Orr again, and well, he might have kept himself on if that had gone to hand. It went through the slips and down to the 3rd. New Road, and Barnard in once more, bowls to Orr, who flashes this one away on the offside for 4, short and wide from.
So he's a multi-purpose player, is Ali Orr, but it's Harrison Ward who's edging and caught at third slip
By Haynes.
And that's a really good breakthrough, and Finch has bowled.
Road. So please don't start getting in touch and saying that I'm being critical, as Coles gets runs here, 4 of them down to long leg off Barnard, just on the BBC Sports app, which was subsequently sorted. Here's Barnard again, bowls, and Coles again, very confidently into position, driving through extra cover for a second successive bat.
As Finch comes in now and bowls to the left hand, who chooses late to cut that behind square through the slips cordon, I think, for 4, and that's scuttling in up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and he's bowled him, pushes back the off stump, and so
Orr a little bit, make him wonder about where his stumps are. Comes in, bowls, and it's actually 4 runs, clipped nicely by Ali Orr through mid wicket, over pitched on leg stump, and fair play to him. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume on the first day of this Division 3 County Championship game between Worcestershire and Sussex. Sussex at lunch, 71 for 3, having won the toss this morning, and the mainstay of the innings so far for them, the left-handed Ali Orr, 34 not out off 102 deliveries. He's non-striker as we're about to begin the afternoon session with Joe Leach bowling from the Diglis end, and he's going to be bowling to the diminutive figure of Ollie Carter, the Sussex wicketkeeper. Waits now as Leach bowls, and Carter is forward and just pushes out on the offside, and D'Oliveira fields at backward point. 71 for 3. The men out this morning, if you weren't with us, Tom Haynes the captain, excuse me, LBW to Joe Leach for 20, and then we saw Harrison Ward caught Haynes bowled Finch for 1. Good sharp catch at third slip by Jack Haynes, and then James Coles bowled by Dylan Pennington for 12 just before lunch. 71 for 3 then, as Leach comes in from the Diglis end now and bowls, and this one is pushed by Carter to square leg, where it's fielded by Josh Baker, and again there's no run. Grey cloud here at New Road, pretty much unbroken blanket of grey across the ground, possibly a little bit of improvement in the weather expected this afternoon, but it's a fairly still day, as well as Leach comes in now towards us, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Carter, pushing out on the offside and fielded in the covers by Tom Fell. 71 for 3 the score remains. A mediocre crowd, you'd have to say, here at New Road this morning. Might get a few more in this afternoon, but it's quite chilly as well, and mostly the hardy souls gathered at the D'Oliveira stand at the far end of the ground as we look out from our position, which is around about third man, as Leach comes in again and bowls, and that one carries through a little bit. Good leave by Carter, bounced over the stumps, really, around about over off stump, and through to Ben Cox behind. So 71 for 3 score remains, and we're in the 31st over of the innings. So a decent rate from Worcestershire this morning, bowling 30 overs in the first session. Leach in again now, bowls, and again Carter is forward, pushes out on the offside. D'Oliveira fields at backward point. Good start by Joe Leach to the afternoon. He bowled quite tidily this morning, 1 for 27. He's in his 9th over, just about to complete it. Probably the best bowler we thought this morning was Adam Finch. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. Economical and threatening in that spell, and won't be long before we see him again, I shouldn't think, as Leach comes in to complete the first over after lunch, and he bowls Carter with a good one that has got through his defences, and that's really good news for Joe Leach, who brought himself back into the attack shortly before lunch, and that's the 4th wicket down. 71 for 4 with 1 over completed after lunch. Alongside me is Andrew Rayburn, who's with me. And you said just before the break, Andrew, that 1 more wicket would make it very much Worcestershire's morning, and well, it's happened.
Yeah, yes, in the first over after lunch, Ollie Carter out for a 7-ball duck. He trudges off looking very disconsolate back to the pavilion. Briefly there, residents of Eastbourne and people belonging to Eastbourne Cricket Club would have been very invested in that partnership, with Ali Orr and Ollie Carter both hailing from Eastbourne, but Carter now departs on what is his third first-class match. And now
Finn Hudson-Prentice
making his second Sussex debut, of course, rejoining on loan from Derbyshire and joining on a permanent contract next year. And he's the oldest member of this Sussex lineup at 25. I mentioned earlier that the average age is 19 and a half. And so far we've got a 20-year-old Ali Orr and 25-year-old Finn Hudson-Prentice out there in the middle. So a bit of experience in terms of the ages.
He's played twice against, batted twice against Worcestershire already this season, Hudson-Prentice. 6 and 31 not out for Derbyshire.
So we're going to see Pennington coming in from the New Road end, and then a big appeal as he comes into boulder Ali Orr, but it was high, I think, on the pads, and it's turned down. So scare for Sussex, but umpire saying no.
In fact, he's probably batted twice more as well, actually, if I think about it, because he got 6 and 31 not out in the game at Derby, and then I think he played in a game here. I just have to look back in my
I have
book.
25 and 0
in the game here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very good.
So Pennington round the wicket, bowls to Orr. Once again Orr this time leaves outside the off stump. It was the tone of his innings this morning, letting things go through to the wicket keeper.
25 and 0, correct.
And 1 for 83 as well that he took as well. It's part of
the only game that Worcestershire won, actually, the one here.
Part of Sussex's strategy to sign multi-format players, someone who can bat and bowl in all formats of the game. And Pennington round the wicket to Orr forward, just plays that back to the bowler. No run, 71 for 4 Sussex, having batted first. Ali Orr is the glue keeping this innings together at the top of the order, 34 not out from 105 deliveries. But he needs someone to stick around with him. Archie Lenham on first class debut in next, we expect, according to the card. Then another 17-year-old Dan Ibrahim after that. As Pennington comes round the wicket, bowls, it's chopped down into the point area and it's fielded, no run. So yeah, Worcestershire will fancy them that they've got Sussex where they want them at the moment.
Yeah, they just need to stick at it, don't they? And well, I should imagine Orr is the one they're really after, because if they could get him, they really might make inroads. He's really held it together. Pressure building on him though a bit.
Pennington round the wicket to the left-handed Orr, had always got away with that one with a thick edge through the slips for 4. It was low, I don't think it would have carried, but it went between the slip fielders very quickly. Nobody really saw it going, and it's gone down to the boundary rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, just looking at it now, I think it was all along the ground. Yeah, maybe well, it was in the air for a little bit between
second slip and gully.
Yeah.
Whether a third slip might have snaffled it, well, that is neither here nor there. And sometimes when you battle hard, you sometimes deserve a stroke of luck like that.
Absolutely.
Worcestershire won't feel that way, of course, as Pennington comes in round the wicket to Orr. This one is straighter, and Orr is made to play and defend. And there's no run. So at the end of that over, Pennington 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 14. Sussex 75 for 4. Hudson-Prentice yet to face, of course, but at the other end, Ali Orr 38 not out from 108 deliveries.
Yeah, and as I say, pressure building a little bit on Orr, simply in the sense that when you keep losing partners at the other end, the responsibility on you to hold things together does grow. Hudson-Prentice coming in at 6. Likes to play shots, doesn't like to hang around too much, so chances are that he will play his normal game, and Orr will continue to try and hold things together. That's the way I would read it. Here's Leach anyway into bowl to Hudson-Prentice, who is out first ball, Very good catch by Ben Cox, diving low to his right. Really, really good catch from Cox. And Hudson Prentice's second debut for Sussex doesn't begin well, and Joe Leach is on a hat-trick. 175 for 5.
Yeah, that's a very good catch from Cox. It went low to him, but obviously he sat or stood at the other end and watched an over, but other than that, his involvement has amounted to 1 ball on his return to Sussex, out for a golden duck on his return to the club. He was a Sussex Academy graduate, made 7 first team appearances in his first spell between sort of 2014 and 2016, but back from Derbyshire, and yeah, that's a disappointing return for him, really. So Dan Ibrahim is going to come in ahead of Archie Lenham. Dan Ibrahim turned 17 a few weeks ago. He made 55 on debut against Yorkshire in June, as we well know, probably the story by now. It's the youngest person to ever make a half century in the history of the county championship. So when you've got a competition that's been running for more than a century, and you're the one that is the youngest person to make a half century. He then followed that up with 58 against Glamorgan in his second match. So he's very capable. The one thing about Ibrahim is he was on, he's into his 30s or 40s, I think, overnight in that game, so he had to come out and do it again.
Hat-trick ball survived by Ibrahim, leaving that one outside the off stump. It was a decent one, maybe could have just been a tad straighter, but yeah, that's a good stat. I like that. That's brilliant. Like you say, a competition that's been going that long, it's amazing, isn't it, when you turn up something like that?
I think when you've got all sorts of stats in cricket, haven't you? But when your name's on any record, it's for the history of that sort of competition, it's got to give you some sort of boost.
I've got quite a good one, which I mentioned before. Here's Leach outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there's no run. This concerns Daryl Mitchell, who is nearing the end of his career, shall we say, rather than at the beginning like Dan Ibrahim. But when Mitchell's top score in first class cricket is, I'm just trying to get the exact details on this, so I don't get a minor fact wrong. There's Leach in again, bowls, and Ibrahim is back, pushing on the onside, and there's no run. So Mitchell's highest ever score in first class cricket was made, I think it was 298, I think, and when he made it, 298, I think it might have been at Taunton. Here's Leach in again, bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Ibrahim, no run. So Mitchell made 298, it's his highest ever first class score, it remains his highest ever first class score, and when he made it, it was the first time any player had ever been dismissed in first class cricket for 298.
That's superb. That's superb.
And I think it might still be the only time. It might have been done once more, but of all the scores that people could have had, I know it's big, not many people are going to get up there, but incredible.
Yeah,
first time anybody had ever been out in first class cricket for 298. Here's Leach, bowls to Ibrahim, who swings at a short one, misses it, taken by Cox, who took a really good catch earlier in that over. The end of the over from Leach. He now has figures of 3 for 27 from 10 overs, and Sussex are 75 for 5 with Ali Orr still there on 38.
Yeah, now that is quite something, that stat on Daryl Mitchell, isn't it? So yeah, yeah, the first time anybody had been out for 298. There has been, apparently there was a 298 not out, but So it's the lowest. So it's the lowest score, lowest unique score in first
there you
class
go.
cricket.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. Yeah.
Pennington now coming into bowl to the left-handed Orr, who leaves one which just passes by at sort of hip height and goes through to the wicket keeper. Orr is 38 not out. He's seen batsmen come and go at the other end so far today. Sussex losing 2 wickets since lunch, lost 3 in the morning session. They are 75 for 5 and a bit of a rebuild job on their hands if they're to still be batting by the end of the day, put it that way. Short from Pennington down the leg side, and a really good take that from Cox, who is one of the most technically proficient wicket keepers on the circuit, and he's proving that today. It's the second time he's actually had to leap like that, like a salmon, as they say, from that end at.
He's enjoying himself
at the Basil de Oliveira stand end, and he's well. Actually, I mean, I suppose as a wicket keeper, what do you feel when you take one like that? Do you think, God, that's a bit of an effort, or do you want to be in the game all the time? Pennington round the wicket this time on a length and defended.
I think actually what you feel when you say one like that is that you've impressed a lot of people. It's actually quite easy. Whereas the one they took
is it easy?
That's easier than taking one that bounces twice in front of you.
Well, that's true.
Or,
yes, I suppose.
Low, horrible ones like he was taking this morning. It's like they say some goalkeepers make great, spectacular saves for the camera, but the hard one is the one low down, just inside the post, sort of thing.
Pennington comes in round the wicket to the left-handed, or this time clips it off its toes through mid-wicket, and it's going to go out to the boundary, and it trickles over the boundary rope, and that's going to relieve some of the pressure on Ali Orr that had been building up. I'd be interested to know actually when the last boundary was. He edged
one, didn't he?
He did, didn't he? Yeah, that's true. That's true. He did.
But that was a good shot. I mean, we talked this morning about the importance of making the bad ball count. Really making sure you don't miss out on the bad ball, and he hasn't done that. Found the gap, didn't hit it straight to the fielder.
Pennington's into Orr again, round the wicket to the left-hander. It's full and driven down the ground, but it's picked up at mid-on, and there's no run. He's seeing it quite nicely, isn't he? I know he's been in, obviously, since the word go, but first 20 minutes was difficult for him. Since then, though, he's been picking up line and length quite nicely.
Yeah, Worcestershire just be thinking, really, now, we'd just chip away, and he'll make a mistake, and we'll get him, and then it opens the door, doesn't it, really? And he'll equally be thinking, I mustn't let that happen. So good little contest within a contest.
Absolutely. We get a lot in this great sport of ours as in comes Pennington, bowls and a little attempted late cut, which he misses, and he's not far away from that one. I think that was a little bit of a daft shot. The ball nowhere near in his arc for cutting, I don't think, that one.
No, it was wide, but it kept a bit low. And the interesting thing is, I'm just watching the replay. Yeah, he played outside it, really, went underneath his bat, and then the next ball he did that thing that you were saying about playing the shot again after it's gone, and he played an imaginary ball that bounced about a foot higher. As if to say, well, that's what I wanted to happen. But it didn't.
You might as well, if you're going to replay the shot, you might as well do it to the ball that actually came, mightn't you, rather than the ball you want?
I don't know what.
What do they say?
It's a mental tick, isn't it? Really. Anyway, here's Joe Leach bowling to Ibrahim, who plays very solidly backward defensively up to mid-on. Very nice positioning, good footwork.
They always say, don't they, dress for the job you want rather than the one you have. Do you reckon he was shadow batting for the ball he wanted rather than...
Maybe. I don't know. I think you play and miss, don't you? And you know everybody's looking at you, so you think, that's what I meant. They do it. Everybody does it. They do it. I see it on TV. And the other thing I noticed batsmen started doing now, which somebody picked up on the other day when I was watching the Test match, is they play and miss. We'll just break off as Leach comes in and bowls again to Ibrahim, who edges through the slips for 4, between first and second slip. Catchable, yes. Just a bit of a gap between Mitchell at second and Fell at first. and it's gone to the boundary. So Ibrahim is off the mark. Leach is annoyed, and it's 83 for 5. But they play and miss, and then they do this little thing. They look at their partner and they do a little. What I'm doing, listeners, is that I'm moving my hand like a bowler and they say, oh yeah, he's just done a bit, or he's just nipped it back, and they swing their arm, don't they? And they mime to their partner what the ball's just done. Here's Leach in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ibrahim. So the batsman will play and miss, and they look at his partner, and he'll take his right hand off the bat and suggest by a movement of his wrist or his fingers that it had nipped back or it seemed away. And it's almost like saying, I know why I missed it. Is what they're trying to gesture to everybody.
Yeah.
I think it's just little nervous things that batsmen do to cover their embarrassment or to pass the time or whatever.
I like when you see the slow-mo replays and they sort of purse their lips and nod as if to say, yep, good ball.
Yep. Leach bowls again outside the off stump. Cox takes, no run. Yeah, they do that, don't they? Nod at the bowler. Good, yes, well bowled. Not good enough. Pretty good.
Seen worse.
Yeah. A worse player than me would have nicked that.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
You put all that effort in. You bowled a brilliant ball, and look what it's achieved.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Oh, well bowled, but not good enough. 83 for 5 here. Leach. He's on a bit of a roll, the Worcestershire skipper. He fancies another one here. He's got 3. He comes in and he bowls, and Ibrahim actually did the curtain rail on that one and pulled the bat away from it. Pulled it inside the line, I think. It looked as though he played, but he didn't. No, he genuinely let that one go. The worst batsman ever for a commentator for doing that for me, and we're going back a fairly long time, was Mark Benson, the Kent and England left-hander who became an umpire, who really started that. Marcus Trescothick and Alistair Cook have done it as well, but looking as though he's playing at it and then just taking the bat horizontally away and making everybody think they played and missed when they hadn't. As Leach bowls, and Ibrahim plays at this one forward, pushes defensively up to mid-on. Finch fields, end of the over from Leach, who's a little bit annoyed that he didn't pick up another wicket with that edge that flew between first and second slip. 83 for 5 Sussex off 35 overs.
Yeah, it was slightly odd with that edge, wasn't it? The first and second slip. I'm not sure they looked at each other to sort of leave it to each other, but there was no. I don't think I saw an arm come out at all. It just kind of just flew quite quickly in the gap, and
it did. It's a new combination, and I think Worcestershire, in a way, I suppose, looking ahead. But Daryl Mitchell's probably stood at second slip for the last 10 years, and he's caught hundreds of catches. But Ricky Vessels has been alongside him at first slip for the last 3 years or so, and since Vessels has gone, Fells moved into the cordon and taken up that position, and it was just a slight miscommunication, you think.
Pennington continuing round the wicket, bowling to Orr, who just back foot pushes that into the onside. Briefly considered a single, but no, and he remains on 42 not out. Pennington into his 11th over, 1 for 18. So he's bowled very economically, bowled very nicely. Pennington looking to come round the wicket to Orr again, and Orr, thick, well played down through third man. Yeah, good shot that actually. Guided it down through third man before, and despite the desperate dive, it went to the boundary rope. That moves him on to 46. Sussex on 87 for 5. The weird thing about Ali Orr is we've been praising him all morning, and he has hit some boundaries, but this will be a quiet. If he gets to 50, it will be a perhaps a bit of an underrated half century, really, won't it? Because it's a dig in, and it's a he occasionally ups that tally with a boundary stroke, but it's been quite quiet accumulation of runs, 46 without really knowing it, as Pennington comes in and bowls and he tucks it off his hip. Is this going to go down to the boundary rope? It is, and back-to-back boundaries takes Ali Orr to another first-class half-century. It's been an absolutely superb start to his first-class career. It's his 4th first-class match this for Ali Orr, and it's his 4th time that he's gone to 50. So he's got 67 against Yorkshire at Headingley, 80 against Glamorgan, and then hit 119 against Kent, and now he has 50 more runs to add to his tally. So half centuries or better in every single match thus far.
And the stats are really amazing. He's got 50, 117 balls with 10 fours. 10 fours.
And yeah, as I say, it's sort of been 50 without really noticing it. Pennington now coming over the wicket to Orr, and Orr goes for a quick single, prodded into the leg side, a shy at the stumps. They're always going to be home. A good bit of running that to take Orr on to 51 and Sussex to 92 for 5. Rather like Joe Root, you don't realise Joe Root's ticking along until
well, we've seen the Sussex opener Ali Orr bring up his 50 just a moment ago off 117 balls with as many as 10 fours, and it's just as well he's still there because Sussex have lost 2 wickets since lunch, both falling to the Worcestershire skipper Joe Leach, who now has 3 for 31. The men out since the break: Carter bowled for naught, and Hudson Prentice brilliantly caught by Ben Cox low down to his right. First ball. So Sussex having won the toss with Orr still there on 51 and Ibrahim on 4 on 92 for 5.
And that one from Pennington left alone by Ibrahim, who is 4 not out from 12 deliveries now. The 17-year-old.
Yeah, I was just going to say another thing about Orr's innings, which I'll just fill in after this ball.
Pennington comes in, bowls to Ibrahim, and he leaves it alone. And once again, a little bit of bounce from that one off a length, goes through to the wicket keeper. And at the end of that over, the 36th over of the innings, Sussex are 92 for 5. Pennington figures now of 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 27.
So he's faced 117 balls and he's hit 10 fours. So it goes without saying, if you think about his innings, that there's been an awful lot of dot balls in it, and we know he's played and missed a fair few times and he's left quite a lot, but you've got to play quite well not to get another 10 or 15 runs if you face that many balls off the edge, if you know what I mean. So for example, that innings that Hashim Amla played at the Oval earlier this year, where he batted for 9 days for 25 not out or something, or some of the innings that Trevor Bailey used to play, in all seriousness, as Leach bowls, and this one beats Orr outside the off stump. Some of the innings that Trevor Bailey used to play back in the 50s that became very famous because he faced, or batted, they didn't do numbers of balls then, did they, but batted for 8 hours and only scored 20 or something. You have to play incredibly well to do that, because under normal circumstances you'd nick more than that down to fine leg or through the slips or whatever. You must be hitting the ball in the middle of the bat consistently or leaving it or whatever, and I think Orr's innings has had a little bit of that about it today since the first few overs, as he pushes forward to Leach, and this one goes up to mid-off. In the first few overs he was a little bit all at sea, particularly against Leach from round the wicket from the Diglis end, but once, and we pointed it out, both of us commented on it, Andrew, this morning, once he'd sort of worked out the line of things and got his off stump sorted, he's left well, and it's been a really good innings. 51 out of 92, it's a good innings, isn't it? And he's still there. 120 balls he's faced now, as Leach moves in to bowl to him. Over the wicket now from the Diglis end. He bowls short, and he's got away with it. He's gone for a big pull, and he's got it high up on the bat, on the splice, lobbed it up in the air, and it's just evaded Finch moving to his left at mid-on, and he gets away with it, and Leach is further frustrated. Thinks he could have had him out, could have had both these batsmen out in the last couple of overs, but survives and he goes to 52, 93 for 5. You're listening to live cricket commentary from the BBC on the BBC Sports app and website, and it's Worcestershire against Sussex in Division 3 of the County Championship. Leach bowls to Ibrahim, who pushes out on the onside. Strangled appeal from behind the stumps as they realise there's a bit of bat involved in that, and Leach does his own fielding and there's no run. I'm Frank Watson. I'm on Twitter at FrankWatson58. Alongside me is Andrew Rayburn of BBC Radio Sussex, and he's on Twitter, Andrew_Rayburn, RAEBURN. We'd like to hear from you and find out what you think of the way things are going. And actually, one thing I'd like to know is whether people think this is meaningful cricket or not, or whether they think that because it's Division 3 and you can't really win anything, as Leach bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ibrahim, they think it's pointless. Like Rob Key, who tweeted to that effect earlier today, I believe, that he thought that this cricket in the lower divisions of this competition this year, because of the format and the way that it's been arranged this year, has rendered these last few games meaningless. I don't think they're meaningless if you're a young cricketer making his way in the first class game, and there is prize money available.
I think Archie Lenham will remember this game.
Exactly. Yeah. Joe Leach in again, bowls, and that's beautifully driven by Ibrahim through extra cover for 4. It was a hard volley, to be fair, and he just leaned on it, Dan Ibrahim, nicely timed, and the end of the over. Leach immensely frustrated, just sharing a little joke with Daryl Mitchell, probably saying I could have had them both out. As it is, I haven't got either. Leach then will have to settle for his 3 wickets so far, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 36, and Dylan Pennington is giving way at the New Road end to Adam Finch, who I thought was the best bowler this morning. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5, 97 for 5, or 52, Ibrahim 8.
Yeah, so no matter how how good the score is in term, or the innings score is for Ali Orr, 52 from 121, as he just scratches at his guard again. He won't relish facing Finch, who comes in now over the wicket and bowls to the left-handed Orr, and Finch again, bit of short stuff, ducks underneath it, and he'll be happy to just get out of the way of those. But that's been a bit of a holding pattern, I think, in Finch's overs, hasn't it? That he likes to bang them in and then try and leave Orr on the back foot maybe and ping one in fuller to try and unsettle him. But so far Ali Orr hasn't taken the bait on that one. Finch turns, comes in past the umpire and bowls, short of a length turn down towards long leg by Orr. They come through. Has he bowled him?
He's trodden on his wicket.
Has he trodden on his wicket, has he?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, there you go.
Can he? You think you've seen everything in this game?
Yeah, he has as well. That's astonishing. It was nobody really knew until I think the bowler had spotted that. Yeah, that's an unfortunate end for Ali Orr. He must have just, as he tried to turn that down towards long leg, he must have just got his heel too close to the stumps, and he is absolutely disconsolate as he drags himself for the field. I mean, he's not even at the boundary rope yet, and the new incoming batsman, who will be Archie Lenham, he's now just reached the boundary rope, or he is utterly disconsolate. So a moment of club history or a moment of history, personal history for Archie Lenham, but a name, of course, that is written through Sussex history. Neil Lenham, I remember Neil Lenham playing, but you go further back. Yeah,
Les Lenham, I think Neil's father. I can remember. I think he might have coached me on a course, and I think he played in the first ever game of county cricket that I saw. Well, I might have to check the scorecard. I'm fairly certain he did play though, and that was at Hastings in 1966.
So a third generation of Lenham. But let's just Yeah, so Ali Orr will bring you up to date with his knock in a moment, but that's a 6th wicket falling for Sussex. It was all a bit of a blur, really. Nobody really knew it had happened until the bowler spotted it, I think, or the batsman knew, obviously. But anyway, 97 for 6, so Finch is in, having taken that 2nd wicket there, and he's now bowling to Lenham on debut, who gets a short one up and raised chest, but he's played it nicely down towards deep backward square leg, and he's going to come through for 2. So nicely dealt with there by Lenham. So yeah, that Finch, that Orr wicket off Finch is very strange.
Waiting for the video highlights to go up to have another look at it. But, whether it was his foot or whether he went so far with his bat, I don't know.
Because it did seem to me like the fielders didn't even notice. They all turned to look at the ball where the ball had gone. As Finch comes in and bowls, and this one is left alone off a length by Lenham, who lets it go through. And it's 99 for 6, Sussex having won the toss and elected to bat. So Ali Orr's analysis then, 123 balls, he was in for 156 minutes, 10 fours, strike rate of 42, so he's been going along nicely. But it's another, I mean, okay, he'll be furious and disappointed and everything else, but it's another half century for Ali Orr, and what a talent he is looking. Finch coming in then to bowl to Lenham on first class debut. It hits him high up on the pad.
And he did it. He did it. Archie Adams just did exactly what we were talking about. Hit him on the pad, and then he took his right hand off the bat, and he looked up and he mimed a little leg cutting movement with his wrist.
Pace off the ball.
Yeah.
But, I guess in a sense, you know, the other batsman needs to know what Finch is doing with it, I suppose.
Say it to himself, I think. He's also batting on off stump, I've noticed.
So as Finch comes in and bowls to Lenham, and Lenham plays a nice but cut back with a square. That's going to go down to the 3rd man boundary for 4, so his first boundary in first class cricket. All of these things he'll be ticking off, won't he? Those first 2 runs that he played nicely backward of square on the leg side, and then down to 3rd man for 4, and that takes Sussex past 100, into 3 figures at least, 103 for 6. It's not been their their day of cricket so far. 3 wickets lost in the morning and 3 wickets lost since lunch, and Finch taking that one in that over with the wicket of Ali Orr, hit wicket, treading on his stumps. Not quite an Ian Botham against the West Indies, but it took us all by surprise here, and we're just going to review that wicket again on the highlights as we prepare for the next over. But nobody fielders reacted, did they?
I think he just turned it on the leg side, and then just his back foot just slid back, you know how they do, and just dislodged the bails. Here's Leach in, bowls, and 4 runs for Ibrahim. Slightly out of control with that one. It was wide-ish, and he drove at it and took his bottom hand off in the end and sliced it past backward point for 4. So successive boundaries have taken Sussex onto 107 for 6. Neil Lenham, a very nice start. He's very young, and he looks quite young, doesn't he, as well? Both sort of, you know, in terms of physical shape and facially, but shapes up very well at the crease. And it was a beautifully controlled little shot down to 3rd man for 4. As Leach comes in again from the Diglis end and bowls down the leg side to Ibrahim, taken by Cox. Nice to see that Lenham's using a Sussex-made cricket bat as well. Other bats are available. I won't give away the maker's actual name, but they've gone back to those sort of traditional colours that they started with, and Lenham again, you know, without a number, an old-fashioned looking cricket bat. He could be playing in his father's era. Here comes Leach. Bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward very solidly, pushes back up to the bowler. Leach is in the mood at the moment. He fancies it. He's got 3 wickets. He's had 1 lob just over mid-on. He's had 1 slice down between first and second slips, and he thinks he's in with a chance of a 5-for, I reckon, here. The Worcestershire skipper. He's bowled pretty well. Halfway through his 13th over, 3 for 40. Finch 6 overs through, Maidens 2 for 11. Quite good figures from young Adam Finch at the other end. As Leach is in again and bowls, and 4 more here off the edge. Diving Barnard at 4th slip, can't get a hand on it, and it runs down to the vacant 3rd man area for 4.
Soft hands, I reckon, on that one.
Yeah, played it okay, I think. It's all along the ground. And Leach, I think, is now saying we'll leave a man down at 3rd man. Classic stable dooring, as we call it.
Do you think Worcestershire are getting the reward this afternoon for the bowling they put in this morning?
Yeah, you might say that. That's one way of looking at it, isn't it? I thought Orr played pretty well this morning with a bit of fortune early on, but we did say that the pressure was building on him really, and possibly not helped by, you know, Carter and Hudson Prentice going in quick succession. Leach is in, bowls, and again I think Ibrahim, give him the benefit of the doubt, say he pulled the bat out of the way of that one and allowed it through to the keeper. 111 for 6 then. Archie Lenham has 6 and Dan Ibrahim has 16. I wonder if this is the youngest combination of batsmen that any county's had this year. Ibrahim's how old? 18? 17 and 16 then.
17 each, 17 apiece.
17 apiece, so Lenham's 17 now, is he? In comes Leach. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ibrahim, taken by Cox, end of the over. Good batting by Ibrahim, 111 for 6, 17 each. We had a county second team game last week here where Worcestershire put virtually a first team out, and the Warwickshire, both of the opening batsmen for Warwickshire were 15.
Crikey.
Yeah.
Well, Archie Lenham, first player to have played in the T20 Blast, to have been born after the first season of the 2020 Cup.
Yeah.
So he was born July 04, of course. 2003 was the first year of the 2020
And I know
Cup.
he's turned in some really good performances in that competition.
He has.
I've seen some highlights, but the best thing was that catch, where he took a catch running away, didn't he?
Yeah,
diving in the deep. Fantastic. And his celebration was just extraordinary.
Took 4 wickets against Glamorgan in the T20 and 4 wickets against Lancashire in the Royal London Cup as Finch comes in and bowls, turned down towards long leg by Lenham for his 7th run, and Sussex to 112 for 6. 7 off 5. It's almost like he's playing in a one-day cup, just building an innings. And
absolutely extraordinary. He looks so young.
he'll be studying for a BTEC in sport and business, I can tell you that much. Archie Lenham, Dan Ibrahim with a couple of half centuries to his name already, so he can use the bat a bit as well, and he's turning that one down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs to deep backward square leg. Nobody out there. The man at long leg couldn't chase round and keep it in, so 4 runs to Ibrahim, who has quickly gone on to 20, and Sussex to 116 for 6.
Of course, you know, you've got to put it into context, haven't you? Tendulkar, Mushtaq, they're playing Test cricket at this age.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But they are certainly going to be figuring in first-class cricket for a number of years as Finch comes in and bowls, left alone this time by Ibrahim. And I think that, you know, that's got to be the aim for Sussex. You know, they want to have, you know, they've got some priorities that they want to try and sort of achieve in terms of, they want multi-format players, they want to build a young squad that will be playing for a number of years. Largely they want homegrown Sussex talent. I mean, I've mentioned that several of this team are from Eastbourne. Finn Hudson Prentice's return was born in Haywards Heath. The captain Tom Haynes is from Crawley. As in comes the latest delivery from Finch, and it's left alone by Ibrahim. You know, and they've got these players who will be inconsistent at the start, but at the same time, I mean, I say we talked about Ali Orr, who's got some great numbers already. You know, Tom Haynes is one of the leading scorers in the Championship, irrespective of Sussex's results. You know, James Coles has picked up a couple of big names for wickets at 17 and scored some runs as well. As Finch now will come running in to bowl, and forward defensive from Ibrahim, looking fairly solid. You know, and then you got these two, Len and Ibrahim, 17 years old, and then after these have been and gone, Carson and Crocombe and Sarrow at 20, 19 and 19. So, you know, that shows if they all play together for a number of years, yeah, there'll be a few that fall away probably, but there's going to be some players in there who will be very good players when they're maturing at around 23, 24, 25. As Finch comes in now for the last of this ball, and it's just beaten the outside edge of Ibrahim, and he survives. And so Sussex are on 116 for 6, Ibrahim 20, Lenham 7, and Finch figures now 2 for 16 off 7.
Yeah, good one. Again, that last one, again you could say Ibrahim pulled the bat out of the way. I think he played at it first. Yeah, great stuff, I think. You having run through that, Andrew, that sort of Sussex youth lineup, I think it's fantastic. And for me, that's what this competition is about at this level now, given that these two teams found themselves in Division 3. I think it's very much what the Royal London Cup was about this year as well, and I think it's a joy to see these youngsters coming through. Joe Leach from the Diglis end is in and bowls, and Lenham turns this one very nicely off his hip. He'll take one, he'll come back for 2. Good running from the youngsters as the throw comes in from Finch. So Lenham moves on very quickly to 9, and the total to 118 for 6. As somebody who spent my entire working life working with young cricketers in one capacity or another, as a coach, and in my teaching career in various schools, it's an absolute joy to watch these youngsters come through. Leach in again now, bowls, and Lenham gets 4 runs down to fine leg. He's making it look so easy out there at the moment, Archie Lenham. Moves to 13 off 7, Leach just drifting into his pads, and he tucks it away for 4 to fine leg, 122 for 6. First saw Joe Leach as an 8-year-old playing for his prep school in a prep school competition that I organised, and remember it well. Never really thought he'd become Worcestershire captain at that stage, but especially as he was a Staffordshire boy. But just goes to show you never know what's going to happen. Leach in again and bowls, and Lenham is forward very confidently, playing that back up the pitch to the bowler.
Yeah, and this will be the last I mention of the ages. Everybody knows the Sussex story by now, but it's it's just really a reminder to fans. Everybody knows it really, that obviously performances will fluctuate over the next year or two. We'll see what happens obviously with overseas-wise next season. The bowling attack augmented obviously by the experience of Stephen Finn coming in, losing Chris Jordan and Phil Salt. So
yeah, Leach in, bowls, absolutely off stump. Lenham leaves alone, taken by the keeper.
Won't see much of Archer or Robinson either.
I just watching Archie Lenham, well, both these two, because to be fair, Dan Abrams played really well too, but I just love the way that they go about things. It's all just so calm and collected and measured and professional, only 17 years old, but
you talk about your kind of experience around young cricketers. Is that a lack of fear, do you think? Is that what's down to that, do you think?
That's a difficult question, I think. Here's Leach, bowls to Lenham, plays out in the offside, no run. I think it's trusting your ability. I think it's probably, you can imagine that Archie Lenham has just been steeped in cricket really, and had good advice all the way through. But I think it's confidence in your own ability. The mental side of the game is huge, isn't it? And that's where I think coaches these days have pay much more attention to that than they ever used to, and just try to make sure that players can cope with whatever's thrown at them mentally. Leach comes in again and bowls. Lenham is forward, plays back up the pitch to the bowler, no run. And yet we still see, you know, with the likes of Ben Stokes at the moment, and what's happened with Marcus Trescothick, Jonathan Trott, that the game mentally can take its toll at any level. And there's a whole new chapter to be talked about there. Well, David Foote wrote a book about it, about cricketing suicides. I mean, there have been more than in most sports. So mentally, it's a game that can test anybody. And when you see two youngsters like this conducting themselves on a big stage like this with such maturity, then you'd have to say that whoever's looked after them in terms of their development so far, in terms of the mental side of the game, has done a pretty good job. I think the great thing for Archie Lenham is that none of the big guns want to have a go at him, because they think he might embarrass them when he gets the ball in his hand a bit later in the game.
Yeah, this is it. So we've got a new over from Finch as he comes in from the New Road end and bowls to Ibrahim, who's just flicking that into the onside. It's picked up at mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, and that's yeah, they want to be a bit careful about that. I think the other thing as well is that being of the same age, they'll have played age group cricket together. You know, they'll know each other well, and I think that also the fact that, you know, the most senior player, if you like, the captain, is 22. I think if you're a 17-year-old going out there to bat with, you know, with an Alistair Cook or with you know, whoever, you're probably going to be a little bit more nervous around, you know, very experienced pros.
Yeah.
But they're all youngsters enjoying each other's company, and that's crucial, I think, as Finch has that one jagging in towards the pads of Ibrahim, but he plays that out into the leg side.
Dylan Pennington made his debut at Trent Bridge 2 or 3 years ago in a day-night game against Notts, and I'll finish the story in a minute after this update for FM listeners. Sussex 122 for 6 in the 42nd over of their innings, having won the toss and chosen to bat. 3 wickets have gone down since lunch. Carter and Hudson Prentice both falling to the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach without scoring. And a few minutes ago, the mainstay of the innings so far, Ali Orr, the opening batsman, out in extraordinary fashion, hit wicket when he turned the ball on the leg side from Adam Finch, but just trod on his stumps by the look of it. He went for 52. At the moment, we've got two 17-year-olds at the crease. Prodigious young leg spinner Archie Lenham. He's on 13 and looking very, very solid. And alongside him is Dan Ibrahim, who's made 20. They're doing pretty well, these two. In the 42nd over, Sussex 122 for 6. And here's Finch again.
Just Finch coming into bowl and flicked through beautifully through mid-wicket by Ibrahim. That might go to the boundary. Will it be hauled back in? It's a lovely sliding stop to prevent the boundary. Really good fielding by Jake Libby out there, and so they have come back for a couple.
Yeah, and in this game at Trent Bridge, Dylan Pennington said, you know, I've watched Stuart Broad on the TV and worshipped him throughout my entire life, childhood, watching cricket, and suddenly I'm standing at the other end of the pitch with a batter man and he's running in to bowl at me. He just couldn't quite believe it.
Finch figures a 2 for 18 so far, bowled very well coming into bowl. There's a bit of a slash from Ibrahim which bounces into the hands of fell at gully, and yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, when you get you know, you get these idols you know, that you end up worshipping, and suddenly there you are having to face them, you know, and that's possibly, I suppose, worse than going out to bat with them. You look at, you know, there they are standing, you know, or bowling from 22 yards away, and you're like, crikey, this is serious stuff. And you know, a lot of the Sussex bowling attack have spoken, the youngsters have spoken about the difference between age group cricket and second 11 cricket to this, as the ball from Finch comes in and it's played out into the leg side by Ibrahim, no run. End of the over, 124 for 6. You know, you can, you know, when you're in age group cricket, if you bowl a bouncer at 80 mile an hour, you're considered fearsome and, you know, someone to sway out of the way of. You do that in county cricket, someone like Alistair Cook, and the fielders are going to be fetching it from the nearest fence. You know, that's the difference in standard.
The one area where that probably doesn't stand is in spin bowling, isn't it? And that's why I think that's the point I was making about, you know, even if you're Darryl Mitchell out there and you've been playing since the year dot, you're not going to have a little go at Archie Lenham in case he comes along and embarrasses you, and likewise, if you're Josh Baker, you've come into the Worcestershire side and you've started very well with your left arm spin. You can knock over a senior batsman and cause them embarrassment. Whereas if you're a batsman and you get bowled by Stuart Broad, it's not really the end of the world. As Barnard replaces Leach at the Diglis end and comes in, and his first ball to Lenham is left alone outside the off stump. It was very interesting actually that Archie Lenham said, I think in T20, Sussex have quite a vaunted white ball attack, and so he probably felt that part of the other opposition batsman was seeing him as easy prey, and he was able to sort of use that a little bit to sort of be underestimated, I suppose, in the white ball game. Here's Barnard in to Lenham, lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cox, no run, and that in a way is why this is such an important day for Archie Lenham, isn't it? Because I'm sure that in his heart of hearts, I'm not sure, I guess that in his heart of hearts he wants to have a long and fruitful career in all forms of the game, and for a leg spinner playing red ball cricket traditionally would be highly significant, I would think. Barnard is in, bowls, and he beats him. I think this time outside the off stump. May have taken his bat away. It didn't bounce a great deal, as it tends not to do at this New Road end, and Lenham just pushed at it outside the off stump. Yeah, and maybe he did take his bat out of the way actually. So a bit of shape away from him, and I think he just let it go really. And of course, as a leg spinner opening the bowling as he did against Yorkshire in the T20 quarter-final, with George Garton, Mills, Rashid Khan, Chris Jordan. Runs for Lenham here, 4 of them, as he steers that beautifully down to third man. I mentioned his bat, it's obviously a good one as well. He's timed it nicely, but it's raced away off the face down to third man for 4, and he's moved on to 17. These two going along very nicely indeed. We've so far added 31 for this 7th wicket. So whether we're rocking at 97 for 6, Sussex are not exactly prospering at 128 for 6, but they're in a lot better shape.
The highest partnership of the innings so far.
And all with a minimum of fuss really, as Lenham flicks at this one down the leg side from Barnard. Doesn't make contact. Cox takes diving to his left. He's kept well today, Ben Cox.
Very well.
Very tidily. Brilliant catch to dismiss Finn Hudson-Prentice. First ball off Joe Leach. Shortly after lunch, diving low to his right, and 1 or 2 other athletic takes throughout the day from the returning Ben Cox. Barnard from the Diglis end, in again, bowls to Lenham, lets that go outside the stump, end of the over, 128 for 6, Lenham 17, Ibrahim 22, the minute since lunch. Carter without scoring, Hudson-Prentice without scoring, and Ali Orr for 52.
Well, these two, as you rightly say, are trying to just sort of rebuild the foundations amid the ruins of the innings so far. So we're going to see Finch continuing, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 18.
Just had a tweet from Davey White, which I'll pick up on if I may during this over.
Finch comes in, right arm over, bowls to Ibrahim, who tries to force that away off the back foot, doesn't get a hold of it properly, and it's fielded at backward point by Jake Libby.
First of all, Davey, I'd like to say that I love your the way you've profiled yourself on Twitter, and I agree with everything you say in your profile, almost to the letter. Davey says, I don't think third division cricket is meaningless. Great to see proper cricket again. The almost complete dearth of county cricket in August needs to be addressed.
Finch comes in, bowls, and been hooked down, well, pulled down towards deep backward square leg for a single to Ibrahim, moves him on to 23, Sussex to 129 for 6.
I agree with that. I don't think it's meaningless at all. I think I love it. I love my county cricket, and you know, you could argue that in the old days of 2 divisions, and even in the old days of 1 division, a lot of the cricket was meaningless in the sense of winning something by this stage in the season. So I agree with Davey on that. And he also says, hope to get there in person tomorrow. Is it really as grey as it seems on the stream? Yes. Sorry, Davey, it is. Bring a coat. Or bring a blanket.
Finch comes in past the umpire now, bowls, and it's been edged and just past the... Well, yeah, dropped, I think, at first slip.
Fell.
Tom Fell, unable to cling on to that one. They've come through for a single as well, I think, there from Lenham, who moves on to 18 from as many balls. But yeah, it came nearly close to perishing. It was a genuine edge. Yeah. Tough chance away to his right for Fell, who was a little bit maybe on the wrong foot, was he, when he took off maybe to dive for that. But certainly a genuine edge, which will give hope to Finch, but he will be annoyed, of course, that that one's not gone to hand. His face looks a picture as he turns to his mark and runs in now to bowl to Ibrahim. Big appeal, nothing doing from the umpire. Well, there was a bit of a Stuart Broad style celeb appeal.
He really thought he got him, didn't he?
And he turned. By the time he got to the stumps at the other end, he turned and found the umpire walking away, signalling leg by, and well,
that's,
I haven't seen the replay. You have, and you're. That's
not the best decision I've seen.
Well, maybe. I mean, clearly the thought was it was going down leg side. You think clipping, shape back, yeah.
I definitely think more than clipping. I think that was out. But there you go. These things happen.
So Sussex 131 for 6. They did come through for a leg by. Finn now bowling to Lenham, who's on 18. Lenham solidly forward. Good defence shown there by Archie Lenham.
Finch will feel he could have had both of these two then, I think, in this over, wouldn't he?
Which will add to the frustration boiling over. Obviously, though, Worcestershire still well on top in this first innings, and although they will feel that this partnership is just getting a little bit too big for its boots, that they will they will feel a little bit frustrated as Finch comes in now and bowls, and perfectly dealt with by Lenham as he just plays that out into the mid-wicket region. No run, and Sussex at the end of the 44th over are 131 for 6. Ibrahim 23 not out, Lenham 18 not out. There's been 5 extras, and Finch 2 for 20 off 9.
Yeah, well, I have to say, watching that replay, that looked a very, very good shout for Adam Finch, and I could understand his frustration. He wasn't even looking back for the decision. He appealed and ran off. He was so convinced that it was out, but umpire Bainton not in agreement, and Ibrahim got away with it.
I can sort of see he only gets one look, obviously. We've studied it. I can see what he's decided, which is that he felt it was going down leg side. It's the only thing it could have been, and
and he's got a better view than the camera and than we have, so maybe he was right, and I'm not going to suggest that it was a terrible error. First ball of a new over from Barnard is left alone outside the off stump by Ibrahim.
Certainly, if we had access to DRS, that would have been immediately reviewed, and. But then you get the problem, don't you, of the margin for error.
There's talk about DRS being introduced into county cricket. I've heard rumours. Or maybe not DRS, but just line calls in one-day cricket. Here's Barnard in. Bowls, half volley, driven by Ibrahim through the covers for 4. He didn't get hold of it really, but just got it well enough to get it past the diving Haynes at extra cover, and outfield's fairly quick, and it's quite short out there towards the marquee and the one remaining chestnut tree. We lost 2. There used to be 3 there, Andrew, but 2 of them.
That's very careless.
Sadly,
that's very careless of you.
Yeah, 1 would have been careless. 2's negligent. No, it was disease, and they're much missed because they were beautiful trees, and many members used to sit in their shelter in the summer. As Barnard is in now again and bowls to Ibrahim, who's taking the bat away from this one, having gone to 27 with that boundary, 135 for 6 in the 45th over.
I remember when we used to have a summer.
Yeah, or at least one that you could predict, rather than 2 hot weeks and then 2 wet weeks. Yeah, but no, it is grey. Going back to my tweet from Davey, it is grey here and a bit chilly, and I thought by now that it might have improved actually, but not the case today. Barnard in, bowls, Ibrahim pushes out on the offside.
I think even though
no run.
I think even though the vista hasn't improved much, I think the light might have improved from the first thing this morning.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the light's a bit better than it was this morning, but it's still great, and it's still a bit chilly out there. It's a bit chilly in here. And we've got the door shut. Here's Barnard again, bowls, and Ibrahim drives up to mid-off, and Leach fields 135 for 6. I mean, you'd have to say, I know they've both, maybe survived, one a chance and one an LBW shout in the last couple of overs, but you'd have to say, if you were walking into the ground and you didn't know any different, you'd never say that you were looking at two 17-year-olds batting here, would you? Very impressive. There's Barnard in again, bowls. Ibrahim is forward, pushing up to mid-on. Fielded by Pennington. End of the over from Barnard. Lenham 18, Ibrahim 27, 135 for 6. And this partnership 38 now. And as you said, the highest of the innings so far.
And it's come off 7.4 overs. My maths is right, yeah. So it's come off 46 deliveries. What do you say the partnership was worth now?
38.
Yeah, 38 off 46 deliveries. So, it's not like they've decided. I mean, obviously lower middle order batsmen are going to try and keep the scoreboard ticking over, but you'd be forgiven for at 97 for 6 to going into your shell, wouldn't you? But although this hasn't been a full-blooded counter-attack, and there have been some edges and everything else, but this is keeping that scoreboard ticking over and trying to post a first innings total which might have otherwise eluded them, as Finch comes in, bowls, and it's played into the leg side by Lenham for no run. I mean, at 97 for 6, you're thinking, well, can we get it to 150? From here, you're looking, can we get it towards 200?
Absolutely.
135 for 6, Sussex. Lenham 18, Ibrahim 27. Finch 2 for 20, is in his 10th over of the day. 61 on his back, comes running in past the umpire, bowls now short and weaved out of the way by Lenham. Gets bat, helmet, shoulders all in a line out of the way of that one. And it was a short one, well outside off stump. No need to play at it at all. Just approaching 10 to 3 on this August bank holiday. BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Sussex. Coverage of this County Championship Division 3 match from New Road, Worcester. Sussex 135 for 6. A full one which Lenham tries to flick round the corner and just beats him and goes through to the wicket keeper. Round the ground, Frank, and not sure too many seats have been freshly taken up.
No, it doesn't. It looks about the same, doesn't it, as this morning?
So we'll see what happens.
I think if the sun comes out.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if the sun comes out, we might see a few more arrive. Finch comes in and bowls solidly in behind that Lenham. It's a bit of a tighter squeeze on the two teenagers at the moment from Worcestershire. Finch bowling nicely in his 10th over, 2 for 20. Finch coming in again to bowl. Right arm over, and then an attempted pull at that from Lenham, which he doesn't get anything on, down the leg side, and collected by Cox. I think he was aiming for that tree actually. He wanted to try and remove the final one. But it shows, I think it shows purpose and intent that you know, he's not gonna die wondering, is he?
I honestly think he's played everything on its merits so far. He's played everything as he should. I'm really impressed.
Finch turns, last ball of his 10th over of the day, as he comes in and bowls and let through by Lenham. End of the over, 135 for 6, Lenham 18, Ibrahim 27.
I think if Archie Lenham had been out there as a number 3 and played like this, you wouldn't have felt that he looked out of place. It's been absolutely tremendous in terms of the way that he's conducted himself out there. I think one edge to slip, which he got away with, and the rest of the time he's been very much in control. Likewise, Dan Ibrahim has played really well too for his 27. Lucky, I think, still to survive an LBW shout off Finch, but it was marginal and he got away with it. But he's played very well. He's put the bad ball away, edged one between first and second slips early on, but otherwise he too has acquitted himself extremely well. And he waits now as Barnard is in and bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Played at this one and taken by Cox. Barnard just getting a little bit of bounce. That one away from the right-hander. 135 for 6. Most successful bowler for Worcestershire so far, Joe Leach. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 50. Dylan Pennington 1 for 27. Adam Finch 2 for 20, the other wicket takers. Barnard comes in now and bowls to Ibrahim, who drives very well on the offside, but it's a really good piece of fielding in the covers. Diving stop by Jake Libby at extra cover. Diving to his left. Keeps the score down to, well, keeps the score where it is, 135 for 6.
12 successive dot balls now.
Here's Barnard again, is in. Bowls outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there's no run, but no pressure on these two to score quickly. Just you need to just keep doing what they're doing, just keep occupying the crease, keep the score creeping along. Came together at 97 for 6, 135 for 6, and 3 balls left in the 47th over. Barnard is in, bowls, and that's left alone again outside the off stump and taken by Ben Cox behind the stumps. Barnard maybe just feel that he could make the batsman play a little bit more frequently at the moment. Game just going through a little lull really after those 3 wickets after lunch. As Barnard is in, bowls, and forward comes Ibrahim. Plays up to the bowler, does his own fielding. 135 for 6, 3 wickets in the morning session. At lunch it was 71 for 3. Main contributor so far before these two came together, Ali Orr, who made 52. Here comes Barnard again and bowls, and Ibrahim is very solidly forward again, and it's the end of a maiden over from Ed Barnard, so the dots continue to rack up, but that's no worry for this youthful Sussex 7th wicket pair. Lenham has 18, Ibrahim 27, 47 overs completed, 135 for 6.
Yeah, and of course Sussex will be ruining the hit wicket that saw the back of Ali Orr, because he was going along nicely, and you just wonder what he might have been on by now. But he made 52 very well made runs, 10 boundaries in that, batted for 156 minutes, 123 balls.
Bowling on the New Road end, Josh Baker.
So we're going to see Josh Baker back into the attack, but from a different end to the one that he bowled at his 3 overs, no maiden, none for 7 earlier on. Bowling from the New Road end. Bit of spin from height, and he'll be bowling to Archie Lenham, who's 18 on his first class debut, 18 not out. He's 17 years old on his first class debut, but he's 18 not out here as he faces up to the left arm spin of Baker, who's round the wicket and pushing forward Lenham and defending into the offside. No run. Baker again round the wicket, bowls and let through by Lenham to Cox behind the stumps. Baker again getting through his balls quite quickly. This one just defended late into the offside for no return by Lenham. Baker yet to bowl a maiden in his first 3. Getting tight lines and defended that one by Lenham into the leg side, no run. Baker comes into bowl again, left arm, short and wide this time, but he didn't make the most of that, Lenham. That was cuttable, and he'll be frustrated that he missed out there. No run into the offside. Baker comes into bowl again, pushes forward, backward a square, no run. And that's the end of that one. Maiden, so 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 7 for Baker. Got through it fairly quickly.
How many dots is that now?
In a row, that's
20 odd.
Yeah, so I think we're looking at 22 in a row now.
But as I say, not a great issue really as far as these two are concerned. And that's been a key part of this partnership. I think they've played each ball on its merits. They haven't gone chasing it, and why should they? They can bat all day if they want to. If they can. 2 slips waiting as Barnard starts a new over. Bowls to Ibrahim, who plays at that one outside the off stump, and it skids through quite low to Ben Cox. Bounces again in front of the Worcestershire keeper before he picks it up, but pick it up he does. And the score remains 135 for 6. If you're just joining us today, and I know people are just joining us all the time, Haynes, LBW Leach 20, Tom Haynes, Wardcourt Haynes, Jack Haynes bowled Finch 1, and Coles bowled Pennington 12. The wickets to fall before lunch, as this one from Barnard is edged and drops just in front of Tom Fell at first slip diving to his right. At lunch it was 71 for 3. After lunch, in quick succession, Carter bowled Leach naught, and Hudson Prentice caught behind very well by Ben Cox, diving low to his right, also off Leach, first ball for naught. And then Ali Orr hit wicket bowled Finch 52, and that was 97 for 6. Since then, impressive partnership from these two 17-year-olds. Barnard again to Ibrahim outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Cox. Ibrahim 27 not out off 51 balls, Lenham 18 not out off 32 balls, and they've so far added 38 for this 7th wicket, and they've done it with few scares, a couple of nicks. Lenham's been dropped very low down at slip, Ibrahim's edged a couple slipwards, but nothing disastrous. As Barnard is in, and the first run for some time as Ibrahim steers this down to 3rd man, where it's fielded by the 12th man, Ollie Walker. Fielding for Jack Haynes, I think, at the moment. No, as Haynes is back on. Somebody else has gone off. Anyway, 136 for 6. Ibrahim moves on to 28. And Barnard to continue from the Diglis end. Bowling to Archie Lenham. He's in there, bowls, and Lenham lets that go outside the off stump.
That run ended a run of 24 dot balls.
Yeah. But as I say, not really an issue as far as these two are concerned. They just continue to rebuild after that little mini collapse after the lunch interval. Barnard from the Diglis end in. He bowls and Lenham gets a run off the edge down to third man. Played with soft hands, skids all along the ground, fielded by the 12th man again. End of the over and Barnard. Lenham will keep the strike. He's on 19, 137 for 6.
Yep, these two now partnership worth 40. And that's come in the space of, what was it, about 11 and a half overs, so they've done well.
Well, this impressive 7th wicket partnership for Sussex between the two 17-year-olds, Archie Lenham and Dan Ibrahim, continues. Ibrahim is now 28 not out and Lenham 19 not out. They came together when the score was 97 for 6 when Ali Orr hit wicket, bowled Finch for 52. 2 other wickets going since lunch, both batsmen without scoring, Carter and Hudson Prentice falling to Joe Leach. But these two youngsters rebuilding nicely for Sussex at the moment in the 50th over, 137 for 6.
And while Frank was giving updates to Hereford and Worcester FM listeners, just only missed 3 dot balls from Baker into Lenham, getting through these pretty quickly as Baker comes in and bowls, and this one is turned away by Lenham into deep backward square leg. They'll pick up a single and Lenham moves on to 20 and Sussex to 138 for 6. So Baker bowling with a slip, a short leg and left arm round the wicket, and Ibrahim leans into that to defend it out into the offside. No run. There's a mid off, a mid on, mid wicket. Short extra cover, and that one attempted to be cut away by Ibrahim, but he only finds deep backward point, no run. Backward point, no run, and at the end of that over, the 50th over of the innings, Sussex are 138 for 6.
Yep, and these two, 41 now added for this partnership. When Worcestershire got that 6th wicket, they'll have been thinking, get them out of 135 here, 140. Get more and more frustrated as these two continue.
They'll start to think, I mean, not about tea specifically right now, but they'll be starting to think about, can we bat together until then.
As Lenham pushes this one from Barnard out on the offside, and there's no run. But it's impressed me the way they've gone about it too. It's been calm, intelligent, composed from both of them, and
he's a mover, isn't he, Archie Lenham?
Yeah, much more than Ibrahim.
Doesn't sit still.
No. Waits now as Barnard is in, bowl, short, swings at that, and he's gone. Caught, strangled really down the leg side. Bouncer from Barnard. Lenham swings round and just got a glove or a top edge on it. Glove on it, I think, and he's caught by Ben Cox. So that's what we call a strangle, and poor old Archie is gone, but he played really well, I thought, for his 20, and that was a very impressive partnership. But Ed Barnard gets his first wicket Short ball, Lenham swinging at it, trying to hit it away on the leg side, caught behind by Cox off the glove, and he goes for 20. It's 138 for 7.
Yeah, he kind of just got a little bit suckered into that, really. It was, you know, the batsman at the top of the order, you know, someone like an Ali Orr. I know he's not that much more experienced in terms of how many matches he's played at this level, but, you know, they've been ducking and weaving out of the way of those. Lower order batsmen are always going to come in and look to play their shots, but, yeah, I think he probably will regret. He looks like, I know nobody likes getting out, but he looks like he instantly regretted doing it.
Absolutely. He was absolutely dismayed, I think.
I mean, I think even if he'd got a top edge on and it had gone for 4, he'd have been relieved. But I think he'd have immediately still regretted the shot because it would have been a risk. And I think, I think he was just a little bit disappointed in himself. But a very composed 20 or 40 deliveries on his first-class debut, and he will be a fixture, I dare say, in the side to come. And see what sort of first-class cricket he gets. He's going to be a white ball cricketer, no doubt. Jack Carson, the new man in. He's much older. He's 20, so he's
veteran. Veteran. Waits now as Barnard is into him, and he bowls and he's beaten, pushing at that one outside the off stump, and is taken by Ben Cox.
He's a very, very good spinner. Has taken a fair chunk of wickets this year. 34 wickets in 17 innings at an average of 27.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it? And he waits now as Barnard is in. Again, bowls to him, and he's off the mark. No, he's not off the mark. He steers this one behind square on the offside. D'Oliveira does the fielding, and I thought they were going to set off for a run, but decided against it.
You don't take on D'Oliveira from there, do you?
No, you don't. No, well, not if you're wise. No. He's got a good arm. He's quick over the ground. D'Oliveira and Barnard, probably the two gun fielders, as they call them these days in county cricket for Worcestershire. Ross Whiteley, of course, in the white ball. Barnard is in, bowls, and this one is pushed out again on the offside by Carson. And there's no run.
Jonty Rhodes remains my favourite fielder.
Yeah. Well, it's improved so much, hasn't it, these days, that we forget. I mean, I can go back to Jonty Rhodes' sort of predecessor in the 60s, Colin Bland, South African, who used to put on fielding exhibitions in the tea interval in certain games, throwing at one stump and that kind of thing. Barnard is in and bowls, and forward comes Carson, pushing out on the offside. No run. End of the over. Successful one for Barnard. 1 for 30 off 11. His figures with 4 maidens. 138 for 7.
I think obviously T20 has revolutionised fielding and the efforts that fielders go to, and some of the catches you see, and some of the, I mean, there are some of the boundary saves as well. I mean, 15, 20 years ago, fielders would have given those up, rather than doing what they do in the relay fielding and everything else. But I think also, there was a trend, wasn't there? I don't know how long ago it was, but to get information from baseball, and baseball coaches were used on things
certainly
like that.
Changed the way we taught throwing.
Yes, as we got another over from Baker, coming left arm spin into Ibrahim, who flicks one through into mid wicket. There's no run. Yeah, and I think that helped as well. Yeah, the outfielding has changed a lot in the 21st century. Forward defensive from Ibrahim to this latest one from Baker, who's none for 8 in his 6th over. Baker left arm around, and forward defensive again from Ibrahim. It's 138 for 7. Sussex against Worcestershire in this County Championship Division 3 match. Forward defensive from Ibrahim, very correct and to the pitch of the ball and smothering it at source. And Baker wipes his hand on his trousers, comes into bowl again, and this time it's just flick round the corner and it's going to be a single by Ibrahim to take him on to 29 and Sussex to 139 for 7. And we'll have one ball for Carson to face against Baker.
He whips through his overs, doesn't he?
He really does. Spinner to spinner, this is what we like to see. And forward defensive from Carson to end the 52nd over. Sussex 139 for 7. Carson yet to score after 5 deliveries, and Ibrahim at the other end is 29 not out.
And it's a sanitisation break, I think. As oh no, it's not. It's just Ben Cox coming to get his sun hat, take his helmet off, as Barnard is going to bowl from the Diglis end to Ibrahim. Is still there, 29 off 59 for him, and Barnard, having picked up his first wicket in his last over, dismissing Archie Lenham. Bit of a strangle, short one, went for a pull down the leg side and got a glove through to the keeper. Barnard bowls, Ibrahim steers, or edges should we say, down to third man. Haynes a fielder down there, and they take a single. 140 for 7 brings Carson on to strike against Barnard. Carson yet to get off the mark. 4 wickets since lunch. Carter and Hudson Prentice both falling without scoring, and then Ali Orr 52, and in the well, a couple of overs ago Archie Lenham out for 20. Give you the full bowling figures as we go through this over. Barnard continuing from the Diglis end, moving towards us now, right arm over the wicket, past umpire Pratt. He's in, he bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside for no run, fielded in the covers by Libby. So the full bowling figures: Leach, the most successful Worcestershire bowler, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 50. Pennington, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 27. Barnard is in his 12th over, 1 for 31 so far. Finch, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 20. And Baker, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 9. Here is Barnard again in, bowling, and Carson gets his first run, steering this one down to third man, where it's fielded by Haynes, and the score moves on to 140 for 7. Grey skies, chilly afternoon here at New Road, hardly a blazing August bank holiday, and a fairly sparse crowd in, it must be said. But it's been interesting cricket. Barnard in once more and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Ibrahim, taken low down by Cox. Been impressed with Ibrahim, 30 off 61 deliveries. He's played a very mature innings. A couple of edges that have gone through the slips, but nothing extravagant. Put the bad ball away when it's come along, and just generally gone about his business. Waits again now as Barnard is in, bowls, and plays that one very late, just jamming down on it, but comfortably enough. Just pops up into the slips, but it's off the face of the bat. It's a solid enough forward defensive shot, and score remains 141 for 7.
Yeah, I think Sussex, if anything, you're reading that fall of wickets since lunch, they'll be disappointed really that the engine room didn't make didn't make any contribution to the scoreboard, and that's where they'll look to improve second dig. But yeah, it's been a disappointing day with the bat for Sussex, bar a couple of exceptions.
Barnard is in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ibrahim, and the end of the over from Barnard. 141 for 7, and we've had 53 overs.
Yep, and that sort of rebuild from the two raw teenagers came to an end rather unceremoniously, and now Dan Ibrahim has to steer Sussex somewhere towards 200 maybe, if they can do that. I'll see that as a bit of a result. Ali Orr top scoring so far with 52, but Ibrahim now is the second top scorer with 30 not out. A couple of 20s from Tom Haynes and Archie Lenham on first class debut, and then you're looking at James Coles with 12 and not a lot after that. I'm going to see Pennington back into the attack from the New Road end, and he comes in right arm over, bowling to Carson, and Carson has he's managed to steer that over the top down towards third man, and they'll only pick up a single, but that was, I'm not sure if that was catchable at any stage, but it was certainly rising. It was a thick edge.
It would have been catchable if there'd been two gullies maybe.
Two gullies, or I'm not sure, but yeah, it's gone down towards third man, and unlike in Test cricket where third man appears to have gone out of fashion, Worcestershire are certainly operating with one, and that saved the boundary. Ibrahim lets that one go through from Pennington. He's 1 for 28 in his 12th over. Ibrahim 30 not out on strikes, faced 64 deliveries now. And we praise that partnership between him and Lenham, which was worth 41. Well, he's still going about his business very assuredly as he comes in and bowls, and that one he played again. I think he went to draw the bat away, and it kind of ended up hitting it and bouncing through to, or rolling through to the wicketkeeper Ben Cox. I don't think there was any threat of playing on, but he went to draw the bat away at the very last minute and was too late. So we're in the 54th over, 96 of course in the day. In comes Pennington to the bowl, this one let through by Ibrahim to the wicketkeeper. And we are almost at 20 past 3. Pennington wandering back to his mark, just waiting for the ball to be shined and thrown back to him. Jake Libby, ball shiner, standing at mid-off. And Pennington back to his mark now, and running in past the umpire, up to the wicket, he bowls, and it's left alone by Ibrahim. And he said, that's 5th, 6th ump, I'm not having that, I'm just going to leave an expansive shot in my locker, I'm not going to worry about that one. Wait for anything on mid or middle leg and work it away would be what he would prefer. Pennington, last ball of the 54th over, comes in and bowls, and he's beaten the forward defensive of Ibrahim, no edge on it, but a good finish to that over from Pennington, who's bowled 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 28, and Sussex are 142 for 7, with Carson not out on 2 and Ibrahim unbeaten on 30.
Yep, and scores from elsewhere in the County Championship, just having a look at some of those. In Division 1, Yorkshire 107 for 3 against Hampshire. Presumably there have been 1 or 2 interruptions there. No, maybe not. They've had the same number of overs. It's a very low scoring game then. Warwickshire are 168 for 2 at Old Trafford against Lancashire in Division 1, as Barnard comes in and bowls and beats Carson outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and the other game in Division 1, Notts are 157 for 4 against Somerset at Taunton, and then in Division 2, Glamorgan made 134 against Essex, and Essex are 17 for 1, so that one's moving on apace. Also in Division 2, Northants 167 for 5 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Barnard is in and bowls, and this one again beats Carson outside the off stump. No ball called. In fact, did he edge it? It was taken low down by Cox. Just having a look at the replay, and yeah, he's edged that and been caught behind, and it's a no ball. So that's a real let off for Carson. It's a good catch by Cox as well, down to his right. Going back to scores elsewhere, Kent against Leicestershire in Division 3. Kent 164 for 9 in that one, and Middlesex 157 for 5 against Derbyshire, also in this division, as Carson drives a fuller delivery from Barnard up to mid-off, and there's no run, but Carson caught off a no ball just a minute ago by Cox off Barnard, and Barnard doesn't bowl many no balls.
He'll be very frustrated. I remember that big one in the Ashes. Glenn McGrath had, was it Michael Vaughan, bowled off a no ball, and he was very excited about it.
Yeah. And anyway, here's Barnard again, bowls, and Carson pushes this one out on the offside. There's no run, 144 for 7. And
Jack Leach had Steve Smith, I think, out at one point and off a no ball. And
well, I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure when I watched the replay that it was edged. I'm fairly sure it was. Don't know whether I'll be able to see it again, but no ball was called early. In he comes again, and bowls Barnard, and this one's driven back to him, and there's no run. Carson stays on 2. Ibrahim is pretty solid, isn't he? Immovable, Ibrahim, just going about his business. 30 off 68 balls. Very mature knock. Barnard in again, bowls, and Carson is again pushing back up the pitch to the bowler, who flicks the ball with his foot up to Leach at mid-on to do the fielding, and there's no run. So, another fairly docile surface here at New Road. The odd ones bounced when bowled from the New Road end, but generally speaking, not a great deal of movement. Barnard is in, bowls just short of a length. Carson forces off the back foot square on the offside, fielded by D'Oliveira, and there's no run. End of the over.
So we will see Pennington continuing from the New Road end. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 28 as it stands. 41 overs remain to be bowled in the day. Sussex 144 for 7. Ibrahim 30 from 68. Carson with just 2 from the 15 deliveries that he's faced. But it'll be Ibrahim facing up to Pennington now. Pennington comes in and bowls, and it's driven down through mid-on handsomely for 4. That's a beautiful shot from Ibrahim, one of those where you hold the pose afterwards. Struck through the ball well, and an on drive paying dividends. Leach could only escort it to the boundary, and Ibrahim moves on to 34. Sussex to 148 for 7. Pennington rubs the ball vigorously on the side of his trousers and then on the underside of his shirt, and now comes into bowl. Bowls to Ibrahim, who pushes that down towards third man. He's going to get a single. So full-blooded on drive for 4, followed up by a single to third man that takes him to 35, and Sussex to 149 for 7. And so once Sussex passes, they look like they're doing 150, and that will be a little landmark to sort of notch off in the dressing room, having been, what was it, 97 for 6 or something similar. Ball down the leg side, well taken by Cox. It was missed by Carson as it went through, and This time I think it was Pennington who was making the shaping away indication with his fingers. And that's the thing, you see, when a batsman misses a ball, that's what they do, and when a bowler's radar is off beam, he's likewise. Pennington comes in this time and bowls, and this time it's much straighter, and it's defended up to mid-on by Carson.
And when two cricketers meet in the pub and they're talking about how the game went, how did it go, and what did you think of so-and-so, and they say, oh yeah, he's got a little bit of shape, and they do a little bit of a swing with put their two fingers up as though they're holding the seam and just wave their arms around. I do it all the time.
Yeah.
How did you bowl? Yeah, just swing it in a bit.
So Pennington comes in, and just a little bit of so guided down towards third man for a single, so it will take Sussex to 150 and Carson to 3. But that was a slightly odd shot from Carson, it has to be said. It was short and wideish, and he kind of just...
It's like slip catching practice, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little bit angled bat and almost like a just sort of fencer's type motion towards third man. Anyway, he's got away with it, and that single takes Sussex to 150. I dare say if this were at Hove, there'd be people in deck chairs applauding about now.
On their feet.
Yeah. The crowd will be on its foot as Pennington comes in and bowls, and he's been dropped. There was clearly an edge because Pennington went running down the pitch, and there's a drop behind the stumps. Let's see what happened here. An edge and put down by Cox, was it?
Yeah, straight in.
Straight in and out again.
Inexplicable.
So the wicket-keeper there, who's been excellent behind the stumps. So, yeah, and the arm was up from Pennington. He knew he'd taken the edge. It was a feather edge, and Cox just couldn't hold it. Whether he took his eye off it at the last minute, I know not, but it's the end of the over anyway, at the end, at any rate, and Carson...
Yeah, Ibrahim.
Ibrahim survives on 35, Sussex 150 for 7.
Yeah, and Josh Baker coming back into the attack at the end. Yeah, well, that was an inexplicable, really, absolutely straightforward routine one for Ben Cox. As Baker starts a new over, pushed out on the offside, no run, straight into the bread basket, round about waist height, 2 hands to it, and he didn't take it. Most unusual. Here's Baker round the wicket, bowls to Carson, who's forward, pushing back up the pitch, and there's no run. 150 for 7.
Changed ends again, Baker.
Yeah, it's whizzing through his overs though. Really does get through them quickly. In again now, bowls and push back up to him again. And
Joe Root gets through his overs when he bowls, doesn't he? Joe Root skips back to his mark.
Baker again, bowls. Oh, turned on the onside by Carson. Uppishly to short leg, fell in there at short leg under the helmet with the pads on. Couldn't get his hands on it. Not sure it wasn't really a chance. Baker again is in and bowls, and again Carson is forward, pushing out on the offside. Barnard Fields, 1 ball left in this over. I reckon he's got through it in about 2.5 minutes. There's a short approach, a very straight approach, and he's in now and bowls, and yeah, completes a maiden over. So Baker, well, we're going to 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 9.
We're going to get away on time if Baker's going to go through these overs like this.
Yeah. Well, it becomes important, doesn't it, as the season goes on and the nights draw in, that you do keep your over rate up. You can't sort of drift on past 7 o'clock.
Well, yes, and Middlesex know all about that. The controversial game that ended up with them being relegated, and I think a bow and arrow was involved at somewhere along the line, but it all got very strange, and that was down to over rates and stuff like that. But
150 for 7 here anyway, as Pennington starts the new over.
There's certainly a very big issue with over rates in the international game, that's for sure. Pennington 1 for 34 off 13 so far. He comes into bowl to Ibrahim now. Ibrahim turns it off his hip down towards deep backward square leg, they're going to get a single. Ibrahim will move on to 36, Sussex to 151 for 7.
Well, Worcestershire have managed to break that 7th wicket partnership between Archie Lenham and Dan Ibrahim. Lenham out caught by Ben Cox down the leg side, gloving an attempted pull shot at Ed Barnard and going for 20 after a partnership of 41 between the two 17-year-olds. Since then, we've seen Sussex make steady progress. New batsman Carson is on 3 and Ibrahim still there on 36. He's lucky to still be there, having been dropped in Dylan Pennington's previous over by Ben Cox. A pretty straightforward chance behind the stumps, most unusual error from the Worcestershire wicketkeeper. Tea approaching and Sussex, having won the toss and chosen to bat, 128 for 7. I beg your pardon, 151 for 7. Hope they got that before I finished.
FM update, only missed a ball as Pennington comes in, and a ball of commentary that is, comes in and bowls a short one which Carson ducks underneath. 151 for 7.
Just reflecting on that Cox drop, I mean, he took a good one off the edge, off the no ball from Barnard, didn't he, a couple of overs earlier, and then well, just a slight loss of concentration. He hasn't played a lot of cricket recently.
Well, as yes, that's something else to blame on the 100 as Pennington comes in and bowls and beats a forward prod from Carson.
Well, I think there is an argument that some counties lost players at a significant time in the season, and those players then didn't play much cricket. So it's a side effect, isn't it, of a new competition. Trying to squeeze in that many competitions into a short season is very difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, and with COVID affecting everything as well, and players being shifted around from team to team, imagine, but I'd be surprised if they know what competition they're playing in half the time, as that's been flicked down towards deep backward square leg by Carson for a single off Pennington, and that will take him to 4 and Sussex to 152 for 7. But yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the coloured clothing and everything else that got, I mean, some of these cricketers will wonder what day of the week it is.
Well, they must wonder what country they're in as well sometimes. Some of the ones that play franchise cricket all over the world now, I mean, Caribbean Super League and Pakistan Super League, Caribbean Premier League, IPL.
Pennington coming into bowl in the, lets that one through Ibrahim. It's in the less warm and surroundings of Worcester, rather than the Caribbean or Pakistan or Bangladesh, anywhere else in the world where they might be playing franchise cricket. It's proper down to earth county cricket.
Yeah.
In under grey skies.
We talked about this. Regular Worcester listeners will have heard me say this before, but we've had a bit of a giggle about it at various times. Alzari Joseph was contracted by Worcestershire to play the first few county championship games this season, and you remember how cold it was in April and May. He turned up at Derby in April. I don't think he believed that it was possible to play cricket in such cold conditions, and he must have played four-day games before the temperature reached more than double figures. It was absolutely extraordinary. He must have thought, why do they play cricket in this country? Here's Baker from the Diglis end, in bowls, and forward comes Carson pushing back up the pitch to the bowl. 152 for 7 it remains, and tea is fast approaching as Baker comes in round the wicket again and bowls. Carson again forward. Should have timed this over. I was going to put a timer on it.
Oh yeah, because he gets through them.
See how quickly he gets through it, because he really does whip through them, Josh Baker, especially if batsmen aren't taking too many liberties. Carson again pushes this out on the offside. That's 3 dots in this over.
Well, he's not giving much away, is he? He's keeping quite a tight line, and the fielders are in quite close.
Yeah.
So, you know, it is enabling him to whip through these.
Carson works this one away on the onside, and there'll be runs this time. 2 of them as Haynes pursues that from mid-wicket. Sliding pick-up.
It was a comfortable 2, but they weren't convinced at the halfway stage necessarily. I don't think they had a good think about the second before they decided to take it.
Yeah, you're right. I called it as 2 straight away, but
they almost had a conference about it halfway down.
Baker to Carson again, bowls. Dot ball this time as he pushes out on the offside. 154 for 7. Carson 6 off 32 deliveries. He's had the bulk of the strike, hasn't he, since he came in? And Baker in to complete the over as Carson pushes this one up to mid-on. 154 for 7. 59 overs gone. And probably just get a couple more in before tea.
And I suppose when you are, 150 odd for quite a few, the running between the wickets suddenly takes on a little bit more, even more importance really, because the last thing you want is a daft run out. So I suppose they're probably erring on the side of caution, even though they perhaps shouldn't necessarily be in that situation. Whereas you said you called it as a 2, and ordinarily, of course, you'd expect batsmen to call the number of runs when they hit it.
If that had been a one-day game, that's exactly what they would have been doing.
Exactly, and I think that's and you do see you see run rates increase in 4 and 5 day cricket because of one-day cricket as well. So in comes Pennington, bowls down the leg side and couldn't flick it round the corner. Ibrahim missed it. So white ball cricket has improved certain areas of the red ball game. Certainly the urgency between the running between the wickets and the positivity to kind of take 1 where there might have otherwise not been, or 2 when there might have been 1. And Pennington now comes in, right arm over, bowls, prodded into the offside, and there's a quick single as if on cue. Ibrahim scampering through and calling quickly, running quickly, and taking him on to 37, and Sussex to 155 for 7. And it's funny, if you ever see, I think BT do occasionally show, because they've got the contract for Cricket Australia's archive, if you ever see any of the old one-day matches from sort of the late 80s, some of the run rates, particularly early on in innings, they're below what you get in test matches now. They'd be 10 without loss in the 5th over, and you think this is a one-day game. As Pennington comes in, flicks down to deep backward square leg, long leg region, and a single for Carson.
I've told this story before on air, but Tim Curtis said to me once that when Tom Moody came to join Worcestershire from Warwickshire, and they opened together against Kent in the first Sunday League game of the new season, and Tim always took the first ball and wasn't, renowned for being a particularly quick scorer. Became quite adept in the Sunday League at working the ball around, but he said he took guard against the first ball of the game.
Pennington comes in, rolls past the umpire, bowls, let through by Ibrahim.
Moody was the non-striker, and the first ball of the game came from whoever bowled it, Alan Eggleston or someone like that, and hit him on the pad and dropped in the crease. And Tim said, just heaved the usual sigh of relief. I haven't been out first ball, and he said, I looked up and Tom Moody was standing next to me. I thought I better run. And he said the mindset, the change in mindset with Moody's arrival to say, if it hits the pad, 9 times out of 10 we're running, was a huge difference.
Pennington coming into bowl to Ibrahim, bowls, and Ibrahim plays a lovely shot through the covers. That will go. Will it go all the way for 4? It's holding up. The fielder chasing after. It doesn't get there. The ball wins the race, and that's 4 more for Dan Ibrahim, who moves into the 40s. He's 41 not out, and Sussex got a 160 for 7. But a beautifully timed shot through the cover region.
Shot of the day, I reckon. Shot of the day, technically. Apart from maybe.
There was Tom Haynes's.
There was Ali Orr hit a lovely cover drive. No, Tom Haynes hit a lovely cover drive, didn't he? Where we talked Gower, didn't we, briefly? That was when Ali Orr was struggling. Yeah, that's right.
That's how long ago that was. Pennington coming into Ibrahim again then, and this time Ibrahim plays it through mid-wicket, and he's going to get 4 more because that ball is going to win the race again. And that was even better timed, I reckon. It raced away. And in through mid-wicket, it was placed between the fielder at mid-on and the fielder at deep backward square leg. There was nobody in that region between them, and so Ibrahim now moves to 45. Back-to-back boundaries for him, and at the end of the 60th over, Sussex are 164 for 7.
Yeah, really nice couple of shots from Dan Ibrahim. Been very impressed with him. Talked about Archie Lenham's temperament. I think Ibrahim's has been equally impressive. He's just gone about his business like a real pro, belying his lack of experience.
We're going to come on to the age again, aren't we?
Yeah, but you can't get away from it, really, can you? Baker bowls and Carson pushes out on the offside. I did say belying his lack of experience, actually, rather than lack of age, but
true.
Yeah, really good. Baker, I forgot the timer again. We've had one ball, so about 30 seconds.
He's having to pause while a fielder gets back into place.
Comes back round the wicket from the Diglis end, bowls, and this one worked away on the onside by Carson. Will he get two this time? No, because Haynes doesn't have quite so far back to chase this one and does his usual sliding stop and throw, and they take a single. Carson moves onto 8.
Again, I don't...
65 for 7.
You wouldn't have seen that sort of stop 20 years ago, would you?
No. Baker in again, bowls. Forward comes Ibrahim, pushes back up the pitch, and there's no run. And 45 not out, Ibrahim.
We talk about, you know, run rates being increased these days, but that's where that would have been an old style too.
Ibrahim again pushes out on the onside. Yeah, and we've talked on air a few times with various counties about cricketers that just wouldn't have careers now because they couldn't field. You know, some of the old pace bowlers and spin bowlers. You've got to be able to do 2 of the 3 disciplines now, haven't you? Dot ball here, as this is pushed out on the offside. 165 for 7. Baker in, bowls, and driven nicely by Ibrahim up to mid-off. Fielded there by Joe Leach, and there's no run. End of the over, so 35 left in the day. 165 for 7, and Adam Finch to come into the attack at the New Road end.
Dan Ibrahim, born in Burnley, and just 3 weeks ago turned 17, so 45 not out for him. Already has 2 first-class half-centuries. Is he closing in on a 3rd, or have I just jinxed him? There'll be Sussex fans out there going, no, don't say that, don't say that. Yes, so we're going to see Finch. He's bowled very nicely, I think, Finch.
Yeah, I think he's bowled well. Probably the pick of the bowlers.
2 for 20 off 10, 4 maidens included as well, as he comes in and bowls, and it's whipped down the... or he's tried to whip it down off his hips and it's gone through to the wicket keeper. Briefly, Finch was interested there because I think he heard a noise, but it was probably bat onto a thigh pad or something that was... but certainly he briefly held an arm up and then realised that he was the only one on the field who was vaguely interested. But as we watch the replay in the commentary box, he's got an arm up and then was like, no, styled it out because no one else was batting an eyelid. As Finch comes in and runs past the umpire now, bowls a short one which is wide of off stump, and Carson is happy to just let that duck under that and let that go through to the wicket keeper. He has seen a lot of the strike, Carson, 39 deliveries, 8 runs that he's scored. Appears to be a chat going on between Joe Leach and the umpire. Which dialogue is still going on now as Finch prepares to bowl. Finch comes in now and bowls, and it's flicked off the hips down to deep backward square leg for 4 more for Carson, who moves into double figures. That was a nicely played shot actually for a lower order batsman.
Yeah, nice timing, wasn't it? Really nice timing.
Straying onto his pads, Finch, and that's probably one of the rare loose balls I think that Finch has bowled, to be fair. and Carson flicking that one away, and it ended up at the boundary rope just, if you know New Road, just below that tree we were talking about earlier. Finch coming in now to bowl, and pushed into the offside by Carson, who wants a single, and he's going to get one. He's going to get an easier one. Actually, it was well placed between the two fielders in the offside, and they scampered initially for the first sort of 16 yards, and then realised that actually they could just sort of walk the last little bit, given that it was nicely timed and well placed. So that moves Carson on to unlucky 13 and Sussex to 170 for 7, and Ibrahim faces up to Finch on 45 not out. Finch has ball in hand, rubs it on his shirt, and then starts running in to bowl. He's up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and Ibrahim late cuts that down towards third man and gets a single, taking him on to 46 and Sussex to 171 for 7. So we close in on the tea interval. Finch, last ball of what will be his 11th over of the innings, 2 for 26, his figures so far. Finch comes in now and bowls, and it's down the leg side and behind to Cox, who gathers in, and at the end of that 62nd over, Sussex 171 for 7. Carson not out on 13. Ibrahim, having faced 83 deliveries, is 46 not out. And
Baker will continue from the Diglis end. 2 more overs before tea. I think tea will be taken with 32 overs remaining in the day. 171 for 7. It's been a day, not for the first time this season at New Road, of fairly attritional cricket, I have to say, with the bowlers plugging away, not getting a great deal of assistance from the pitch, and the batsmen also not able to play their shots with great fluency. As Baker comes in from the Diglis end, having moved his short leg to silly point, he then gets turned away just behind square on the leg side for a single to Ibrahim. Goes to 47. He's played really well. He's faced 84 deliveries. Carson is on 13 off 42 deliveries. The two came together when Archie Lennon was out for 20, gloving a pull at Ed Barnard down the leg side through to the keeper Cox. 128 for 7 at that point, pushed out on the onside, this one by Carson from Baker. There's no run. Baker coming in again, bowls. Carson is forward, pushing out on the onside. Baker reminds me of, I've said this before, of the old Middlesex days under Mike Gatting, of Edmonds and Embry coming on and whizzing through 10 overs in half an hour before lunch in a 50 over game. Baker is in again, bowls. Carson drives on the offside, fielded by Barnard at short extra, and there's no run. You looked at the scoreboard and the 23 overs had gone. You looked up again and 33 overs had gone. Edmonds off about 2 paces.
He's certainly very useful if you are up against it with the over rate, isn't he?
Unless he's getting hit to all parts, of course.
Yeah.
And he comes again now, bowls, and this is pushed away on the onside by Carson, and there's no run. 1 ball left then in the 63rd over. 172 for 7. Baker bowls, and this one's fired into the block hole, pushed back up the pitch, and that is the end of the over. So we'll have 1 more over before tea, and Sussex have lost 4 wickets in the afternoon session so far, for the addition of 101 runs. And as I say, it's been fairly nuggety stuff out there from both teams, really.
Nuggety, I like that. We did say, of course, any messages on Twitter. I'm going to say hello to Heather listening and tweeting in, saying that it's remarkably relaxing listening, with copious amounts of coffee but no cake. Well, it is nearly the tea interval, so perhaps go and get yourself a bit of cake. I don't know what the players will be having at tea, but I'll tell you what, the Sussex players will be having a bit of a chat between them. Speaking of chats, there is a chat going on before with senior players, with Libby and Leach and Finch, who's going to bowl this last over before tea. I'm not entirely sure what that little conflab was about.
No. About the field, I think. Got this leg gully in there. Yes,
a leg gully in for Finch as he comes and bowls short. Well, I mean, to be fair, I should run through the field because it was. I should have been able to tell you that would have been a short one. The umpire from square leg, I think, is going to move to point because he can't see. Because there is a short leg in. There is a leg gully. A slip. There's a man out on the hook, 2 men out on the hook. So yeah, it's going to be short stuff to Ibrahim as he nears his 50s. 47 not out. Finch comes in and bowls to Ibrahim. This time it's down the leg side. It's not short, but Ibrahim couldn't get anything on it. But it's it's rougher stuff, I think, this one now, isn't it?
Yeah, bit of body line, isn't it? I suppose in modern body line, really, you could have another man catching somewhere. Saw Stuart Broad do this to Worcestershire at Trent Bridge, and Mark Wood at Chester Street as well earlier in the year, bowled with a similar field. In fact, had another man catching in front of square behind the short one.
Finch comes in and bowls to Ibrahim. Ibrahim's back and defends solidly.
Broad bowled round the wicket at the right-handers, at the ribs for about an hour at Trent Bridge with leg gully, another man catching behind square on the leg side, a man in short leg where fell is just in front of square, and an ordinary square leg, and just pounded away, and did pick up a couple of wickets caught in that sort of area.
So yes,
as leg theory as you can get in the modern game.
Finch comes in and bowls to Ibrahim, who's on 47 not out, and he's going to move to 48 because he's turned that one away off his hip down to the man who's at deep backward square leg. So there was a long leg and a deep backward square leg for Ibrahim there to try and tempt him into something.
But he had the confidence and the maturity just to tuck it away off his hip like an old pro there. I thought that was really good cricket from Ibrahim.
48 not out for him now. Sussex 173 for 7. Carson on 13. And he'll be facing this ball, and if he defends it, he'll be facing the last ball before tea as well. So a couple of balls to go of this afternoon session as Finch comes in and bowls to Carson, and Carson has managed to flick that away down to long leg. Actually, he'll take a single, so it was up in the air briefly. There was shouts to catch it, but there's always some optimistic person in the field, isn't there? When you notice that when spinners are on, there'll be men crowded round the bat, and the batsman will play it virtually into the ground by their feet, and someone will shout, "Catch it!" It's nearly always an over enthusiastic wicket keeper who thinks that short leg should be, something like Stretch Armstrong. So the last ball before tea then is going to be bowled by Finch to Ibrahim. Ibrahim is on 48 not out. It's a short one again, which Ibrahim sways out of the way, keeps the bat out of the way. Importantly for Sussex, he's survived amid the clatter of wickets that have fallen this afternoon. Sussex have lost 4 since lunch, and they go into the tea interval 174 for 7, although they are in a better shape arguably than they were earlier in the piece when they were struggling considerably at 96 for 7, but 97 for 6, sorry, I should say, but a partnership of 41 between the two 17-year-olds, Ibrahim and Lenham, on debut, first class debut, have helped Sussex on a little bit, and then this partnership is already worth 36 for the 8th wicket, so frustrating Worcestershire a little bit, but Worcestershire still very much on top. Just to quickly run you through the batting card then: Ali Orr hit wicket, bowled Finch for 52, strange dismissal. He'd looked very good, Orr, for his 52 off 123 balls until he turned one down to long leg and must have just trodden on his stumps. Tom Haines was first out, LBW to Leach for 20. Harrison Ward caught Haines, bowled Finch for 1. James Coles bowled Pennington for 12. Ollie Carter bowled Leach without scoring. Finn Hudson Prentice on his return to Sussex out for a golden duck. First ball caught behind a very good catch by Cox off the bowling of Leach, and Archie Lennon caught Cox bowled Barnard for 20 on his first class debut, and Ibrahim not out 48, Carson not out 14. Sussex 174 for 7. Bowling figures?
Bowling figures: Joe Leach 14 overs 4 maidens 3 for 50. Dylan Pennington 15 overs 5 maidens 1 for 46. Ed Barnard 13 overs 4 maidens 1 for 34. Adam Finch 12 overs 4 maidens 2 for 28, and Josh Baker 10 overs 2 maidens no wicket for 13. Tea being taken here at New Road. Sussex 174 for 7. Thank you for listening, and do join us when play resumes at around about 12 minutes past 4.
That match has just finished. Sparks of Libby, the South East Stars, won by 26 runs.
First name's R.I. Walker. Oh, sorry, mate.
Hi. No, it's still T, but I can do you an update if you want. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, they have, and we've dropped a dolly as well. Yeah, Ben Cox. Yeah, absolute. Yeah, absolutely. Straightforward catch. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Trev. Yeah, this tee here, slightly delayed tee owing to the fact that the umpires carried on until just 32 overs were left in the day. At tee, Sussex 174 for 7 off 64 overs. That represents something of a recovery because after a 3-wicket burst just after lunch, they'd been reduced by Worcestershire to 97 for 6, with Joe Leach picking up 2 of those wickets and Adam Finch the other one. But a good recovery, firstly fashioned by the two 17-year-olds Archie Lenham and Dan Ibrahim. They added 41 for the 7th wicket before Lenham was caught by Ben Cox down the leg side off Ed Barnard for 20. But that recovery has continued really with Jack Carson, who's on 14 not out, and Dan Ibrahim, a 17-year-old who's really played very, very well indeed, still there on 48. He was put down behind the stumps by Ben Cox off the bowling of Pennington, but nonetheless he's played very, very well so far for his 48. So at the tea interval then, Sussex, having won the toss and chosen to bat with Ibrahim on 48 and Carson on 14, are 174 for 7. Yeah, I'm still a little bit worried about the fact that, you know, if you're in Division 3 now or even in Division 2, this later part of the season is meaningless. Welcome back to New Road in Worcester for the final session on day 1 of this County Championship Division 3 game between Worcestershire and Sussex. Play resumes with the visitors on 174 for 7 after winning the toss this morning and choosing to bat. And the 2 not out batsmen are Jack Carson, who's on 14, and Dan Ibrahim, who is on 48. And it's Carson on strike, and it's Worcestershire captain Joe Leach pounding in from the Diglis end to bowl to him. First ball goes through outside the off stump, keeps low, bounces twice before it reaches Ben Cox behind the stumps. You're listening to BBC commentary on the BBC Sports app and on the website, and I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me is Andrew Rayburn of BBC Radio Sussex, and we'll be with you until the end of the day's play here at New Road, which is a bit gloomy, it must be said. It's got a bit gloomier since tea. Leach in again, bowls, and Carson's forward, pushing out on the onside, no run. Do get in touch if you'd like to comment on the cricket and perhaps on your feelings about this format in the County Championship, about how this young Sussex side have dragged themselves back into the game. I'm on Twitter at FrankWatson58, and alongside me Andrew Rayburn is Andrew_Rayburn. Always happy to hear from you. Joe Leach comes in again from the Diglis end and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and it's going to be 4 runs. Whether it will be runs or leg byes, I'll let you know in a moment. It is byes, in fact, because that one again skidded through low, and Ben Cox was unable to get a glove on it, diving to his left. It's always annoying as a keeper when that happens and the ball goes away to the boundary and you know it's byes. Cox has been pretty good today. He did put down a chance just before tea off Ibrahim, straightforward too. He must have just lost it, I think. It's a waist high catch, but other than that he's picked up one really good one, picked up a good catch off a no ball, and been generally pretty tidy, and not only tidy but athletic behind the stumps. 178 for 7 with those 4 byes, and 4 more here as Carson drives a half volley from Leach handsomely through extra cover. Probably the best shot that he's played, Carson, that one. And that will take him on to 18, and the total on to 182 for 7. So a good start for the visitors after tea, and a good recovery, because they were 97 for 6 at one stage. So to be 182 for 7 is well, very, very impressive recovery indeed. As Leach comes in again from the Diglis end and bowls, and another run for Carson, turning this one on the leg side, fielded by Baker, moving to his right at square leg, and Carson goes on to 19, and the total to 183 for 7. Leach 3 wickets so far, 2 for Finch, 1 for Barnard, 1 for Pennington, but no great assistance in the pitch for the bowlers. Baker didn't get much to turn. Reserve judgment, of course, until both attacks have bowled on it, as Leach bowls to Ibrahim, and he is out. LBW. He looks very disappointed with the decision, Ibrahim, but I got the impression he just fell over that one a little bit. It's full from Leach. Yeah, that looks pretty straight to us here in the commentary box. And Ibrahim goes 4th wicket, and a bit of a tame end really after he'd played so well. I thought Ibrahim held things together throughout the afternoon along with Archie Lenham, and then sort of became the senior partner in the partnership with Carson, but he goes in the 66th over after a very good partnership of 55 for that 8th wicket, and it's 183 for 8.
Yeah, he. I think I don't know whether it's with the 50. I mean, he's already made a 50. Ibrahim, fact, he got a couple of 50s, so it's not like his eyes lit up, but I think he saw a chance to kind of play one off his pads and get the couple of runs that would take him over that mark. And yeah, just fell over, and you know, yeah, it's hitting leg stump, I would say. It's just frustration really that he wasn't able to get to that 50 for Ibrahim, but he's 55 on debut against Yorkshire, the youngest person to ever make a half century in the county championship. Followed that up with 58 against Glamorgan in his second match, and then he's made 48 this time round. So for someone coming in at number 7, that's not a bad job. It certainly helped the recovery. And Sussex though 183 for 8, and we're going to see Adam Finch from the New Road End to bowl to Carson, and he's now the senior man in at number 9, as Carson is back to defend in the channel. No run. So Carson 19 from 54 deliveries, and the new man is Henry Crocombe, didn't mention him, another one of the Eastbourne contingent. Taken 10 wickets in his 9 first class matches. He's also got a 46 not out as his best score, but only 54 runs in his other 16 innings. So feast or famine there really. We'll see how he does with the willow in a moment, but it's Carson facing up, and he plays that to mid-wicket, no run. Sussex 183 for 8, Carson on 19, Crocombe yet to face a ball. Finch bowling from the New Road End, and he's taken 2 for 28 today. Finch just wipes the ball on the underside of his shirt, gets to his mark, turns, and comes in now past the umpire. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and it's a short one, and Carson has nothing to do with it whatsoever. Shies away from it, and it goes through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Crocombe 19 years old, Jack Carson 20. Joe Sarrow is the last man, he's 19, also from Eastbourne.
Something in the water in Eastbourne.
Yeah, there's 5 of the lineup, I think, from looking at it. As comes into bowl to Carson, who squeezes it out between to a sort of a wide mid-on, and there's no run.
Is the Saffron still there at Eastbourne?
Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah.
They don't play there anymore, though, do they?
They've played one-day matches again. They've brought one-day cricket back to the Saffrons. I went to a match against Essex a couple of years ago, but yeah, they used to play one 4-day game a year there back when I was a kiddie wink.
I played there in the 70s.
As Finch comes in and bowls to Carson. Carson, brilliant shot through mid-wicket. That'll go for 4. That's got legs on it, that one. Whipped it away elegantly through mid-wicket, off his legs. It strayed onto middle leg, and Carson was quickly onto it. With a flick of the wrist through mid-wicket it went. For 4 runs, Carson moves on to 23, Sussex to 187 for 8.
So that partnership with the 8th wicket was the highest of the innings, wasn't it? Following on from the highest of the 7th, so real good recovery.
A bit of a wag as Finch comes in to bowl to Carson. Carson this time, it was short, and he tried to sort of flick it and ended up just playing it out to the man at mid-wicket for no run. Just tried to swat it round the corner, really.
It's like a headless cricketer just moving along in front of us. It's quite a worry. A mannequin with a Worcestershire shirt on and a Worcestershire cap being carried along by a member of staff down below us, and it just looks like a
headless cricketer.
It's a ghost cricketer. Ghost of Worcestershire cricketers past. Anyway, here we are, very much in the present. 187 for 8. Carson's moved nicely onto 23, and Crocombe, who has yet to get off the mark, yet to face a ball in fact, is just taking guard now against Joe Leach. Leach will be hoping he can polish things off here, I think. Pick up a little fifer maybe, and comes in now to bowl to Crocombe, and he is forward, pushing out on the offside. So 5 members of the Sussex team from Eastbourne. I wonder if that's a record. It's obviously been a hotbed of cricketers for Sussex over the years, but even so, quite remarkable for 5 of them to come from one town on the coast. Beautiful place, and the Saffrons that we were just talking about, a really lovely cricket ground. As Leach in again from the Diglis end, bowls to Crocombe, who drives beautifully on the onside and gets off the mark, courtesy of a misfield at mid-on by the diving Jack Haynes, who gets 2 hands on the ball but can't hold on to it, and it runs away behind him. And Crocombe gratefully takes the single on offer, and he is off the mark. The man out since tea then, Dan Ibrahim, LBW to Joe Leach for 48. Played very well, Ibrahim, hit 9 fours, and it's a very, very good innings from the 17-year-old. Leach in now again, bowls, and again Carson works this one nicely through mid-wicket, favourite area for him. He gets 2 this time as Haynes goes back from mid-on to do the fielding. Good return from Haynes to Ben Cox. Carson goes on to 25, and the total to 190 for 8. Relative riches after being 97 for 6. Shortly after lunch, really, when 3 wickets fell in a bit of a rush.
Yeah, and I think obviously Sussex, having won the toss and chosen to bat on a fairly placid surface, would have wanted more than 190 for 8, but they will figure this as a minor success.
As Leach comes in and bowls again to Carson, he plays defensively back at the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run.
I think Leach might have just been spoken to there about where he fielded the ball, because he ran right across the strip there. The umpire having a quick word.
Yep. No warning, just a little word. Make sure you don't stray any further. Leach not usually in trouble with the umpires for that kind of thing. Comes in and bowls a bit wider on the crease maybe this time, and Carson in behind it, pushes up to mid-off. Again, that one didn't bounce very much, did it? Joe Leach, quite a big man, and hits the deck quite hard, and that one only getting up at around about sort of knee height, just above knee height. 1 ball left in the 67th over, 190 for 8. Sussex, Carson 25, Crocombe 1, and Joe Leach 4 for 58 so far. Turns at the Diglis end, looking for a 5th. Comes in now, past umpire Pratt, bowls, and nearly gets it, because he beats the forward push of Carson with a good one outside the off stump that did carry a little bit further through to the keeper, but no edge on it. 190 for 8 at the end of the over.
So here's I know you've been giving updates from other matches around the county scene. Here's a score line for you. A women's T20 international between France and Scotland. I don't suppose we talk too much about that. But France were bowled out for 24, and Scotland came home by 7 wickets. So France took 3 wickets, 25 for 3, but after 2.2 overs. So that reply was in a bit of a rush with 25 runs and 3 wickets. But yeah, France bowled out for 24.
It's a different game though, French cricket, isn't it?
It's been a long old day, folks.
Finch with a short one over the shoulder of Crocombe through to the keeper.
What I will say is the French openers are Tara Britton and Jennifer King, which aren't the most French sounding names I've heard, but
no. 190 for 8 here at New Road. Adam Finch on the New Road end. I think it's you, isn't it?
Beg your pardon. Yes,
you,
sorry, I was.
Dot ball. That one drops out on the onside.
I was taken by.
Been a long old.
I was taken by France versus Scotland, and Scotland scoring 25 for 3 off of 14 balls or whatever it was. Yes, sorry. Finch bowling into Crocombe. Crocombe, who when he got off the mark, he's got 1, but when he got off the mark, I reckon, you know, when he hit that shot, it was fielded at mid-off, but I think when he hit it, he was expecting a boundary from it, because he timed it quite nicely.
He did time it well, yeah.
But he's facing up to Finch now, 2 for 32 from him into his 14th over of the day, and Crocombe lets that go. I say he can bat Crocombe, or at least he's got a good score to his name, tie score to his name. And we'll just have to see how much he can add to this Sussex total, because any runs now are gratefully received from the Sussex perspective. As Finch comes in and bowls, and Crocombe prods that down into deep into the gully region, and he wanted briefly a single there and was sent back, and the shy at the stumps missed, and taking a bit of a risk there. In the end, no harm done, but yeah, it's just a chat between the batsmen. Let's try and add some more conventionally. Let's try and bat as long as we can, because obviously the longer they can hold Worcestershire out for here, as Finch comes in and bowls, and he's beaten Crocombe.
Yes, and 1 wicket has gone down since tea. It's a 4th for the Worcestershire skipper Joe Leach, who picked up the important wicket of Dan Ibrahim, who'd played very well. The 17-year-old, he'd made 48, but didn't add to his tea time score before Leach trapped him LBW. That's 183 for 8. Since then, slow progress. Jack Carson has been joined by Henry Crocombe, and the 2 young Sussex bowlers holding things together at the moment. Carson has 25, he's beginning to play a shot or 2. Crocombe has just 1, and at the moment Sussex are 190 for 8 at the end of the 68th over.
Update there for Hereford and Worcester FM listeners. Missed that on live commentary. 1 ball from Finch, which was defended by Crocombe. So at the end of the 68th over, there are 28 overs left in the day, and Sussex are 190 for 8, Carson 25, Crocombe 1. Finch has figures of 2 for 32.
Story of the day, if you're just joining us, and people are all the time, I know, Sussex won the toss and chose to bat, and they lost their first wicket in the 11th over when skipper Tom Haines was LBW to Joe Leach for 20. That was 29 for 1, 46 for 2 when Harrison Ward was very well caught at third slip by Jack Haines off the bowling of Adam Finch for 1, and that was 66 for 3 when Coles was bowled by Dylan Pennington for 12. Leach bowls first ball of a new over from the Diglis end, and Carson pushes out on the offside for no run. At lunch it was 71 for 3 off 30 overs, with Ali Orr, the mainstay of the morning, having been there throughout. He was on 34, and Carter had joined him. He was yet to get off the mark. Carter never indeed did get off the mark, because he fell straight after lunch, bowled by Joe Leach without scoring. That was 71 for 4, almost immediately 75 for 5 when Finn Hudson-Prentice was caught behind by Ben Cox off Joe Leach without scoring. Leach again is in from the Diglis end. Again Carson defends, and there's no run. And Ali Orr then, who, as I said, had held things together, was eventually out for 52, made off 123 balls with 10 fours, hit wicket, turning a ball on the leg side, but trod on his stumps. Adam Finch, the successful bowler, all gone then for 52, and then a partnership a very good partnership of 41 for the 7th wicket between Archie Lenham and Dan Ibrahim, before Lenham was caught down the leg side by Cox off Barnard for 20. I'll just break off as Leach comes in again and bowls, and Carson is again defending this one back up the pitch. And at tea then, 174 for 7 with Dan Ibrahim on 48 and Carson on 14, but Ibrahim out. Since tea, LBW to Leach for a very well made 48. He hit 9 fours, and since then we've seen Jack Carson just start to play a few more shots, come to the fore a little bit. He's on 25 at the moment, and Henry Crocombe is on 1. The two have taken the score to 190 for 8 with 3 balls left in the 70th over. Here's Joe Leach bowling it, and he bowls to Carson, who drives quite sweetly off the front foot into the covers, but straight to Barnard. And there is no addition to the score. Joe Leach so far 4 for 58, the most successful bowler. Adam Finch 2 for 32, perhaps the most impressive, but that's possibly a little bit harsh on Leach. 190 for 8. Leach turns again, big man, bustles in from the Diglis end, right arm over the wicket, in, bangs this one in outside the off stump. Good delivery, beats Carson, pushing at that one, taken by Cox. 190 for 8. Did he play at it? Let's watch the replay. Yeah, I think he did. Might just have done a little bit off the seam. Might just have held up. And as I said that, I did that little thing with my wrist that you do, that we've been talking about throughout the day, how batsmen occasionally, when they're beaten, just take a hand off the bat and mime a shape with their hand, suggesting that the ball did that, and I just did that as I described Leach's delivery. In he comes and bowls again, and Carson is behind this one, pushing back up the pitch. End of a maiden over from Joe Leach, who has impressive figures today now. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 58, and it's 190 for 8 as the light deteriorates a bit, I sense. I was just thinking that, yeah. Again, the vista remains the same. It's cloud cover everywhere you can see. It's not low, is it? But it's not high either. It's just hovering. No movement. There's no sun burning through at any time. But yeah, you do get the feeling that this is. It's got a little bit darker. We're going to see Finch continue from the New Road end. In he comes, past the umpire now, and bowls, and dropped at second slip. I think it took the bat, or did it take the glove? But it's certainly flown in the direction of second slip, and it wasn't held on to. Let's see what happened here. Didn't carry. Didn't carry, okay, alright, fair enough. Watching the replay, but certainly there were hands on heads, and definitely didn't carry. Fell short. I'm just watching the replay. I know it doesn't help you listeners, but oh yes, it was a yard in front. I think it died, didn't it? Either off the glove, or it wasn't a hard kind of deflection. So yeah, fell short. In comes Finch, and he bowls short, and Crocombe gets out of the way of that. Was Crocombe the batsman who will have looked behind him at in some angst, but. And that previous delivery, but yeah, as we say, it fell actually well short and was fumbled in the slips. One of the things I quite like about Adam Finch is that he's quite an angry young man sometimes. He's got something about him. I really like that, when he gets one edge line, and the next one he's in, and he bangs it in short, and he's just at you all the time, really. In comes Finch again now and bowls, and has Crocombe sort of just squared up a little bit. He wasn't impressed by the way Crocombe played that. I mean, he's got every right to play it like that. It's not as if he's a top order batsman. Finch picked the ball up and stared at him as if to say, you didn't play that very well, did you? But what I've noticed is as well that every time he's been driven for 4, Finch, which isn't very often, he will then follow it up with a short one. Yeah. Which says you're not doing that. Finch comes in and bowls, and this one's full, and it's played rather ungainly again, but this time up to mid-off
for no run.
He's had another word, I think, there.
I think that was... once again, I mean, I'll have a look at the replay. I'm pretty certain he tried to play this through mid-wicket. Yeah, a leading edge to along the ground to mid-off.
That's maybe what Finch said. You weren't aiming it there. Possibly a little bit of black country invective.
I like the word invective.
I don't know, but no, I do. Seriously, on a serious note, I like a fast bowler who's got a bit of,
Yeah, well, they can't.
There's something about him. He's got to get stuck in, hasn't he?
They can't all be Sam Currans. As a short one from Finch. Again, though, the shorter ones tend to be a little bit too wide, don't they? To kind of, he's not Michael Holding. No.
No, he's young as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's got a lot to learn. But what I'm saying is, I think the raw material's there.
Definitely.
I like it.
And it's
the way he goes about his business.
Exactly. It's the way you carry yourself as a bowler, isn't it? It's that kind of the world is against you.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Jimmy Anderson. He's the world's most successful fast bowler of all time, and he's thoroughly miserable all the time.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He takes all these wickets and it doesn't seem to make him happy. As Finch comes in and bowls to Crocombe, and Crocombe is back prodding that forward into the offside. No run at the end of the 70th over. 26 remain in the day. Sussex are creeping in instalments up towards 200. They are 190 for 8.
Jimmy Anderson took 11 wickets, I think. I might be out on my figures, but 2 years ago at Old Trafford, early in the season, on a helpful pitch. It was an absolute nightmare for the Worcestershire batsman, and he bowled beautifully and took 11 wickets in the game, I think. But after one of the day's play, came up to the press box to do the usual press conference, and I think he'd taken 5 or something like that, and knocked over 2 or 3 young players, and wouldn't class as his greatest achievement, but he'd just been a masterclass in bowling. And he came up to the press box to do the interview, and one of the journalists asked him the first question. I'll just break off as Leach bowls to Carson, who picks up a single, pushing out on the onside, 191 for 8. And they said, does it still mean something to you? Does it really mean anything to you to get these wickets in county cricket after all you've done? And he just looked. He just looked. There was one of the local journalists just looked at him and he said, "It's my job." And I thought that was fantastic. It's my job. It's what I do. And he had Graham Onions bowling beautifully at the other end. It was a real test. His Leach bowls, and Crocombe is in behind this one, pushing it out on the offside, and Barnard does the fielding.
That's the best thing for me about the first few weeks of Championship cricket. It can sometimes be a bit farcical when you've got, fielders in 3 layers and slip fielders with all the hands in their pockets and stuff like that. But you also see things like Stuart Broad bowling to Joe Root and things like that, and it's proper Championship cricket in the first few weeks of the year.
Yeah, unless you're an opener.
And then it's not much fun.
Leach bowls, and Crocombe is in behind this one, pushes out on the offside. I know a couple of years ago, or it might have been 3 years ago, when green tops all around, and Worcestershire got bowled out cheaply a few times, and Darryl Mitchell in particular, most experienced opener, was struggling, and a picture appeared of him from Taunton, I think, having been bowled, where 2 stumps were aerial. 2 stumps. He's playing a perfect forward defensive, and 2 stumps are aerial. And I sent it to him and said, "Have you seen this?" Just break off his Leach bowls, and the Crocombe is again in behind that, pushing out defensively. He said, "I've seen it. It's gone viral," and I've noticed that he's now adopted it as his profile picture on Twitter. I'll see if I can find it. It's fantastic. So you've got to have a sense of humour as well, I think, if you're in that situation. But yeah, and it must be tough work, I think.
It must be difficult. I'm not going to bring it back yet again to Sussex and their callow lineup, but it must be difficult for young openers as well to learn their trade in the first few weeks of a season. You've got to learn, you've got to understand. You're going to get knocked over cheaply sometimes.
Yeah. Leach bowls, drive from Crocombe, square on the offside, fielded by D'Oliveira, and there's no run. And it's.
Your moment comes in June and July, not
exactly.
Not April
well, it
and
used
May.
to, but of course these days you're not playing red ball cricket in June and July, so I think that's That's the problem. Yep. Leach from the Diglis end turns now and moves in again. Bowls to Crocombe, who drives nicely this time up to mid-on. End of the over from Leach. 71 overs gone, 25 left in the day. 191 for 8.
Yeah, it's, we've not seen any sort of overly expansive shots from these lower order batsmen. I dare say we might do from Carson if and when Sarrow comes to the crease. But
I have found that picture.
Oh, the picture, yes, this picture of Daryl Mitchell's
you
two
see
stumps,
it right
yeah,
at the top, but 2 stumps actually flying through the air.
They are actually, yeah. That's
Meanwhile, he's
remarkable.
just held the pose on the. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great picture, and actually, action shots. You're not missing any cricket because the players are just getting some hand sanitizer on board, but and some drinks as well, by the looks of it. But yeah, the some of the action shots you get from cricket are the best in sport, I think. Some of the cover drives that photographers pick up, and when stumps are broken, catches and crowd reactions. So we're going to see spin from Josh Baker coming on from the New Road end now. He's been bowled 10 overs and he's been switching from end to end. And this time it's going to be from the New Road end up against Carson. There is a slip in place, there's a short leg. Mid on, mid off. Carson leans into that forward defensive, no run. It's also a fairly shortish extra cover of mid-wicket. And then a big expansive shot this time, and that has cleared the rope from Carson. First 6 of the innings, and that is Carson's first 6 in the championship this season. I know that for a fact because Ollie Carter actually is the only player in this Sussex lineup with a 6 in championship cricket this season. So, and then a full toss which has been flicked through mid-wicket, and that will run away for 4. So Sussex now, in the space of 2 balls, move from 191 for 8 to 201 for 8. So they've got over the 200 mark, and Carson moves quickly from 30 to 40 in the blink of an eye. And then ball comes in from Baker. This time Carson just leans into it, so it's actually 26 to 36. I think I was adding 4 onto the score that was already up there for Carson. As Baker comes in and bowls to Carson. Carson down the track, and it's coming our way. It's gone into the stand in front of us for 6 more. So just as I said that there'd been no expansive shots, suddenly Carson lets rip. So he's taken a liking to Baker. He's decided he's not going to let the spinner settle, and he's hit a 6 over mid-wicket, a 4, and then a 6 down the ground. And he clubbed that. He really got a hold of it. They've lost the ball for the moment. It's in the stand in front of us in the New Road end. They've found the ball. They need to sanitise it. D'Oliveira can't touch it technically, so he's going to kick it to the umpire, which I don't know if that's any better or not. Certainly not for the condition of the ball, but they're going to sanitise it. If it had a few more legs on it, that would have come our way.
Yeah. We've seen teams do this to Josh Baker. We saw Warwickshire do it to Josh Baker in red ball cricket early in the innings.
Baker's going to come in
Try
again
and get
now.
After him.
And this is going to be another one which is going to find the fielder out to on the ground to the mid-wicket boundary. So there's a man out there plugging that gap. I got a little bit overexcited there. Look, Carson have found another boundary.
And it's a test, isn't it, for a young spinner when some team goes after him like that. And I think that's probably the next hurdle that he's got to overcome in his career, is being able to hold his nerve when that kind of thing is happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, and it's difficult when you're put on for a start of another spell, and suddenly, when you've kept it so tight. He's bowled so well actually, without much reward.
Yeah.
And then he's
because they're dented, aren't they?
Yeah, he's just been taken for what's that? 15? No, 17.
Yeah.
17 off that over. So the end of the 72nd. Sussex 208 for 8.
208 for 8. Carson 43. Didn't look like he was going to reach 43 when he first came in, that's for sure. Here's Leach in, bowls to him, and he swings round underneath this and lets it go quite confidently. He looked uncertain at first, but since Ibrahim's dismissal he's stepped up, and he's played well. 43 off 77, 208 for 8. And relative riches after being 97 for 6. And Worcestershire toiling away. Still feel reasonably happy with their day's work, I would think. Leach under the grey sky is in and bowls, and Carson works this one away on the onside. Haynes fields at mid-on, and there's no addition to the score.
That little barrage from Carson has taken Sussex to their first batting bonus point.
Yep. Which didn't look likely at one stage. Over rates +3, so we'll finish on time, I think, tonight. 23 overs left in the day after this. If Baker bowls 4 or 5 of them, we'll definitely finish on time.
We could be in the pub by 5:30.
Here's Leach in, bowls, and he beats him. That's a better one. Good length, good line, just outside off stump. Feeling for that one, Carson. And taken behind by Ben Cox. So just slightly better in terms of line and length.
One of those where it were wasted on thee, lad. Yeah. It were wasted on thee.
Gotta play it. Leach again. Shoulders hunched, turns, strides in there from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls, and again he does him again with another beauty. That one's wasted too, I think. Let's have another look at that one. I think it might just have
cut him in half, I think.
Gone off the seam just a little bit. Bowled well today, Joe Leach. Yeah, maybe just held its line. I don't know, maybe just played inside the line. Made it look a bit better than it was, perhaps, looking at the replay. Our view is not perfect. I do often say when our commentary is going out on the stream, we're not commentating on what you can see. I think people don't realise that quite often. Leach again is in and bowls. Carson gets an edge this time and it flies out on the offside. D'Oliveira takes at backward point. And what I mean by that is the cameras for the stream are behind the arm, and we're sitting at the New Road end somewhere over third man. And sometimes we say things that, oh, we think it's going down the leg side or whatever, and people watching the stream go, what are you talking about going down the leg? Because they've got a much better view than we have. So do bear that in mind, please, if you're listening to the commentary. We do our best. Leach in again to Carson. Bowls now. Carson steers this one on the offside, but well bowled by Leach. Finished that over well with 4 good deliveries, and that one is a dot ball fielded by Barnard, which means that Crocombe will be on strike and Baker is resuming from the New Road end, and it'll be interesting to see whether Henry Crocombe decides to take the long handle to Baker, as did Carson, or whether he decides to just get a single and give the strike to his senior partner.
Yes, I suspect Crocombe will be more circumspect, but we'll see. Does have a high score of 46 not out. Crocombe. And he's facing this one, and it's a full toss, which he manages to guide down towards deep backward square leg for that single.
Taken off any pressure that was there, hasn't he, there?
Yeah, it's just too full. It didn't even need Crocombe to take much of a stride forward. He whipped it away, so just needs to steady himself, Baker. I think he's been a little perturbed by the big hitting, and he's gone for it again there, Carson, and it's gone for 4 more. It's split the field between the man at deep mid-wicket and the man they've put out, D'Oliveira, now at long on, and it's gone for 4 more. And I mean that. Well, there was an element of risk in that, bearing in mind there are 2 men back on the boundary. So it's just worth updating the field for you, because since Carson's decided to do that, he's now on 47, by the way. Sussex 213 for 8. D'Oliveira's now fielding at long on, right in front of us as we look. Then there is a man at deep mid-wicket. There's a mid-on and a mid-off, fairly wide. There's also a man gone out to long off as well. They come in. It's another huge 6 through over mid-wicket, over the stand possibly. I don't know where that one's gone. It's another 6, and it's a beautiful way to go to 50 for Carson, with a huge smite off Baker, and he's really taking a liking to Josh Baker. Jack Carson moves to 53 not out, 5 4s and 3 6s. So we're gonna have a brief break, because they've got to get the ball back from wherever it went, and that may take some time.
Yeah, like I say, this is what Josh Baker's got to cope with.
That one looked in the slot to me. That was
it's happened. This has happened 2 or 3 times, and I'm not criticising him. I just think it's part of the learning curve.
Oh, absolutely, no, absolutely. We have got the ball back now, and Baker comes in and bowls, and he's gone for a big one again.
He nearly did him.
Yeah, and he's missed that one, and it's got it. So Baker needs to settle into his rhythm again. Baker comes in and bowls, and this time Carson works the field and plays it up to long on for a single. And that's going to be the problem now for Leach, isn't it? Because he's put the men back, and if Carson's clever and Baker just strays off line slightly, then he can just push it into the gaps that are there now.
Yep.
But again, so Crocombe facing this last ball of this Baker over. He comes in the left arm of Baker, and it's been driven by Crocombe, but it's only finds a fielder, and there's no run. So at the end of that, Carson has gone to 54. His half century, and excuse me, sorry, my voice is drying up. Crocombe 2 not out, Sussex 220 for 8.
Yep. And the bowling figures: Leach 4 for 59 off 19 overs with 6 maidens. Pennington 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 46. Possibly a bit unlucky, Pennington. Barnard 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 34. Tidy. Finch 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 32. And Baker's figures being mauled a bit in the last couple of overs. 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 42. His figures as Leach comes in now from the Diglis end and bowls outside the off stump to Carson, who steers this behind square on the offside and gets a single that takes him on to 55 and top score in the game. And also the total 220 for 8.
Sorry, I was also going to say, and also a career high score as well. So that 6 that he went past 50
career
with
best
took him above his previous best of 52. So at that point, his high score was 52, and his total first-class wickets was 52. But he's now changed all that, so he's now 55 not out as his highest score.
Crocombe on strike, Leach to come into him. Bowls now, and he's forward and pushing up to mid-on. It's fielded by Haynes, and there's no run. Carson then on a career best 55 off 87 balls. And this partnership already worth 38, which is just a bit worrying from a Worcestershire point of view. Quite gloomy now, isn't it? Well, it's probably the worst it's been all day, I think. No threat of rain. Cathedral clock chiming 5, which means an update for FM listeners on Hereford and Worcester coming soon as Leach bowls. And Crocombe drives up to mid-off where Libby does the fielding. And there's no run.
He's been a tad unlucky, Crocombe, actually, because although they're not timed to perfection, he is a number 10 batsman. He's driven down the ground quite nicely and then found the fielder.
221 for 8 Sussex in the 75th over of the day. This represents quite a recovery really. At one stage they were 97 for 6 in the 38th over when Worcestershire struck 3 quick blows after lunch, but since then a recovery fashioned by the youngsters really. Archie Lenham, 17-year-old, made 20. Dan Ibrahim, 17-year-old, made 48, and currently 2 young bowlers at the crease. In fact, one of them, Jack Carson, on a career best 55, made off 87 balls, and with him Henry Crocombe on 2. Worcestershire toiling away. So far Joe Leach has picked up 4 wickets, but Sussex are still hanging in there in the 75th over, 221 for 8. As Leach is in again and bangs this one in short, and Crocombe ducks underneath it, taken by Ben Cox moving to his left, and there's no run. So 1 ball left in the 75th over. There'll be 21 left in the day after that, light permitting I would suggest, and Worcestershire will be certainly hoping they can wrap things up. If you're a Worcestershire opening batsman, you may be hoping they don't wrap things up too soon, or maybe you're hoping they wrap them up a bit sooner rather than later. What you don't want to do is have to come out for a nasty little 20-minute period or something like that towards the end of the day in gloomy light. Leach from the Diglis end in again, bowls, and pushed out on the offside by Crocombe. No run, end of the over from Leach, 221 for 8.
Leach is cutting a bit of a frustrated figure. That last ball, I mean, he could see a scenario where Crocombe edges that, and you know, he played it quite nicely, Crocombe, in the end, but it's funny, isn't it, that Pennington's now going to replace Baker, but it's funny that Leach has taken 4 wickets. I know he feels the responsibility of the captaincy weighing on his shoulders as well. He's taken 4 for 60 so far, but he'll feel disappointed, won't he, because he could have had so much more. Yeah,
I'd agree with that. I think he's bowled pretty well. That said, for me, possibly Finch has been the most unfortunate. But maybe a bit too, some of it a bit too short and leavable. But as Pennington comes in and starts a new over, and it's Carson. Carson's going defending, but he pushed it out into the offside, and then they scampered through for a quick single. So there's no such thing as farming the strike here for Carson. He's determined to take every run going. 222 for 8. If the late David Shepherd was on the field, he'd be hopping about like a good one about now. Pennington 1 for 47 so far today. 222 for 8 Sussex. Crocombe has faced 26 balls for his 2. So he's done a good job holding up his end of the bargain, as Pennington comes in and bowls, and Crocombe again, maker's name, pushes it up to mid-off. Solid defence there. And it does seem like a little while since that wicket of Ibrahim, doesn't it, from a Worcestershire point of view? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but just at the point where you think they're going to push their advantage home, every time they've been stopped, haven't they?
Pennington comes in, and it's been played down towards the third man region and by Crocombe, and they'll come through for a single, takes Crocombe onto the dizzy heights of 3.
But I would suggest again, and you know, I take on board everybody's comments, and always, you know, every wise cricket judge's comments, that you never comment on a pitch until you've seen both sides bowl and bat on it. But I would suggest that the fact that these recoveries have been possible really is because there isn't that sideways movement in the pitch.
As Pennington comes in and bowls, and yeah, he's got Carson there with the Bit of a leading
that
edge
one
that
there,
went.
if that's a little bit quicker and it nips away a little bit further, that's a nick, isn't it? But
Yeah.
just had time to just get a bat on it, and I just think that's been the story of the season really here at New Road. Could be proved wrong, but I don't think. And even when it turns a bit for the spinners or whatever, it hasn't done it quickly.
Pennington.
Haven't seen a finger spinner turn it hugely here. Haven't seen a wrist spinner turn it hugely. Ishsodi got 1-5 for Worcestershire, bowling round the wicket into the foot marks. You know, that's what we've seen.
In comes Pennington, bowls and flicked round the corner by Carson. Is it going to be stopped by the man at... No, it's not going to be stopped by the man from running round from long leg, because, well, he had a hand on it, didn't he? But I'm not sure if it kind of hit him and then went over the rope. But
I don't think he was ever going to really get there. It's a short
it's
boundary.
4 more.
It's racing away down there, isn't it? 60 now to Carson.
From 90 deliveries.
And he was on about, 20 or 40 odd deliveries, wasn't he?
Pennington 1 for 52. We're in the 76th over as Pennington comes in and bowls, and this time Carson has absolutely hit that like a baseball shot straight down the ground through mid-off for 4. That's a remarkable hit. He just, did he give himself room? Let's have a look. Yeah, he gave himself a little bit of room and just bunted it down the ground for 4, and we barely saw the goings of it. So a couple of 4s, and at the end of the 76th over, Sussex move on to 231 for 8. Carson is 64 not out, and that new ball is round the corner, and they probably need it to come quickly.
Well, he loved that, didn't he, Carson? I just watched him through the binoculars, just having a chat with Crocombe there, and there was a grin and a little nod, and he just said, just
you block and I'll
playing a few shadow shots, and he looks a confident man. No, well, he might be 64, career best, 91 balls. He's having a ball out there. 231 for 8.
And also, when it's not your main job,
yeah,
you just any runs are a bonus. You can just hit out and see what happens.
2 off the 50 partnership. Crocombe's got 3. Well played, Carson. Here's Leach from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls, and Crocombe is forward, doing exactly what he said. Just get in behind it, just push it up the middle.
I should add that Frank's doing all the motions.
Well, you've got to keep moving. I'm struggling a bit with an arthritic knee here, but having an injection on Thursday before play, so I'm hoping that when I get in here on Thursday for the last day of the game, I'll be like a spring chicken.
You'll be ready to come on and bowl.
Going for a cortisone injection in my knee. I'll be limping into the surgery and jogging out. Here's Leach again from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls, and forward again. Crocombe very nicely. High left elbow, pushing up to mid-off. Libby does the fielding. There's no run. Hardly mentioned Jake Libby today, have we? It's been some days where people get the ball in the field a lot, and some days they don't.
The ball magnet sometimes, some of them, aren't they?
It's a quiet day today, Jake Libby. Be hoping it doesn't finish with him having to go out and face a nasty little spell at the end.
What I have noticed is he's involved in a lot of the conversations that go on.
Vice captain now,
yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. And generally at mid-off. Here's Leach in again. Bowls, and this one does produce a bit of a false shot, although it ends up being okay for the batsman because it's run away off an inside edge behind the Crocombe on the leg side, just behind him, and didn't really see where it had gone, but Carson said, yeah, come on, we'll have a single. Called him through as fielder came in from square leg to do the fielding. 232 for 8. Now, going to get a short one here. Sent a man out to deep mid-wicket. Got a man at long leg, giving him a single on the leg side in front of square if he wants it. Leach comes into him now, and he does bang it in, but not that short, and Crocombe is able to just work it away on the onside. I beg your pardon, Carson is able to work it away on the onside for a single, and that brings up the 50 partnership, recognised by a ripple from these knowledgeable Worcestershire supporters in the New Road end. Excellent effort. 50 partnership for the 9th wicket. Always worth a ripple. And Carson goes on to 65.
Yeah, I don't suppose there are many travelling fans amongst the stands.
Leach is in, bowls, and Crocombe, well, falls short again, trying to turn this on the leg side, gets a thick outside edge and gets a run out to deep cover, where D'Oliveira does the fielding. 234 for 8. No, not many Sussex badges around the ground. I've seen 1 or 2, but not many.
There'll always be a few who travel everywhere, and
a few, but well,
from Durham to Somerset.
This game is it's one of those, also this new format that you don't really quite know what to expect.
And of course they could stay at home and listen to us.
Well, it's a good reason to travel. Leach is in, bowls, bouncer, top edge, 4 runs. So he banged it in. Carson took on the challenge, didn't know much about it actually, to be fair, and it flew away behind the keeper for 4. He won't mind that, Carson. He goes to 69, 238 for 8. Crocombe has 5, and scores from elsewhere being announced over the public address system as we have a sanitisation break here. 238 for 8. The men out today very quickly. Haynes 20, Ward 1, Coles 12, Carter 0, Hudson Prentice 0, Orr 52, Lenham 20, Ibrahim 48. The tail wagging vigorously.
Absolutely, and as I said earlier, they'll be disappointed, Sussex, that the engine room didn't add anything to it. A couple of ducks in there, because they might have been towards 300 for a loss of 8. But I mean, everything is coming off for Sussex. I will say that there are some edges and some streaky shots, and obviously some good hitting from Carson off of Josh Baker. Do you think? I mean, I'm just asking the question here, but do you think Worcestershire possibly are on the realms of overthinking this? You know, in terms of the tail, I mean, is there, because they're putting men out on the boundary and trying to go short a little bit, is it, you know, should they forget about Carson and perhaps focus on Crocombe a little bit more?
It's an interesting one, I think, because if you don't try things, you get accused of not thinking enough.
Pennington coming in and bowling and forcing a player miss from Crocombe.
And if you do try things, you get accused of overthinking. But having said that, Darryl Mitchell's just coming out of slip now, running up to have a chat with Joe Leach. I think he might have a little idea, which is why he's made the journey from slip. Mitchell, of course, was captain for a long time here at Worcester before Leach. But we'll wait and see if there's any change as a result of that conversation.
Leach might just ignore it.
Yeah, he might do. I doubt it. I think they've got a better relationship.
No, I don't. As Pennington comes in to bowl to Crocombe, and Crocombe happy to leave that one outside off stump. I mean, what I've seen from Crocombe today is that he's very happy trying to, you know, play straight down the ground, and I just wonder if that might be the area they look to target. The fact that if the ball they can get some lateral movement off the pitch somehow, or something moving away from a off drive maybe, as Pennington comes in to bowl to Crocombe, who's 5 not out, and Crocombe tries to guide that down towards third man through the gully region, but it's been picked up backward point, and there's no run.
We haven't seen Brett D'Oliveira bowl today, which is one option that Joe Leach has decided not to use so far, and that could be because they want to give the spinning responsibility to the youngster. That's the purpose of playing him in these games. But yeah, you could argue it's a bit of a lack of variety in the attack again.
Pennington coming into bowl short and swayed out of the way by Crocombe and claimed by Ben Cox.
Crikey, he's had to be busy today, Cox, hasn't he?
Well, he's had to adopt a variety of different grabs, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Up high, down low.
Yeah.
I bet he does a lot of yoga.
Yeah. Well, if he doesn't, he should.
You'd have to, wouldn't you, really? But he has been excellent by and large. The one dropped catch, which he may well reflect on, but Pennington coming into bowl to Crocombe now. Crocombe tries to drive and Do you get the feeling that they're looking at the fact that they're nearly at 80 overs and going,
yeah,
there's going to be a new ball with our name on
maybe,
it and we need to get some runs before that happens?
Yeah, maybe.
Because we haven't seen a shot like that from Crocombe before, and I just wonder whether they are starting to, either they're starting to lose patience a bit, or...
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing about youngsters, that they haven't got the experience of playing long innings, but also, you know, they were 97 for 6 and they're now nearing 250, so they can be forgiven a little bit of relaxation, I think.
Pennington comes in and sort of a late leave from Crocombe, goes through to the wicket keeper. So the end of the 78th over, Sussex 230, 8 for 8. Carson has 69, Crocombe has 5. Pennington's figures at the end of that one for 56 or 17.
I suppose the other thing is we don't know what the conversation was in the Sussex dressing room at tea. You know, whether they might have said, well, if we can get 200, let's push for 250. They might be looking at that now and thinking, well, crikey, you know, that was the limit of our ambition, and if things keep going like this, we could get 260, 270. So I don't know, but it's interesting that Brett D'Oliveira is now being introduced into the attack. So I haven't got a connection
line
with Joe Leach, but this is something I think might have happened earlier. With 2 overs to go to the new ball, can't see that it's going to be a very long spell. Not a big spinner of the ball, Brett D'Oliveira, but he is tidy, and he is
golden arm.
Well, no, he's more of that, more of a bowler than a golden arm. Mitchell's the golden arm, if you're looking for that kind of a thing. Somebody who just comes on and picks up wickets every now and again in red ball cricket. D'Oliveira has been quite successful this year. He comes on now and bowls from the Diglis end, pushed back up the pitch by Carson, who's on 69. But he bowls fairly quick and fairly flat, and not an old-fashioned leg spinner by any means, but that one is short. It's hammered down the ground for 6. It's cleared Jack Haynes at long on. It was short and it was basically pulled over long on for 6 by Carson, who is having a ball out there. It's gone to 75, career best by some margin, and well, it's just getting a little bit ragged from a Worcestershire point of view. The new ball is due. This partnership's now, well, it's worth 61 for this 9th wicket. And if you thought when Ibrahim was out just after tea, and I think a lot of us did, that we were probably going to see the demise of this Sussex innings, then Jack Carson's had different ideas. And he goes down the pitch again to D'Oliveira and slaps this one pretty dismissively up to mid-on, long on. Didn't really get hold of it, picks up a single.
It's fair to say he likes playing spin, I think, is he's not afraid of the challenge.
I think he just, at the moment, it just looks like he likes playing anything. D'Oliveira in, bowls a better delivery to Crocombe. That one a little bit fuller, flighted. Must be quite difficult to come on a bowl leg spin in this weather when you've been out there all day and not had a bowl. It's pretty chilly, isn't it? He comes on again now. Bowl short, pulled away for 4, I think, by Crocombe through the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket. Long on having come up to mid-on, and 4 more onto the total. Crocombe goes to 9, and it's 249 for 8. And this is becoming a little bit annoying now, I think, from a Worcestershire point of view.
One thing you can say about D'Oliveira is that his hands have been busy, because he has been busy in the field.
Oh, yeah, he's always busy. He bowls again now, and he gets his first wicket with an LBW. That one fizzes on. As I said, he bowls quite quickly. That one, I think, top spinner just rushed on, and Crocombe is out, LBW. So
that is
brought
plumb.
on to make a breakthrough, and he manages it, even though it cost a few runs in the process. D'Oliveira for 9, and it's 249 for 9. So there you are. I would have brought him on earlier, and he would have got a wicket. There you go.
But yeah, that's that sort of pitching middle and leg, and then it just slightly turned and would have been, you know, knocking middle. So Joe Sarrow, the last of the batsman and the last of the Eastbourne contingent, so there'll be no mention of Eastbourne after this.
Until tomorrow, when they're all bowling. Yeah.
Well, I'm only here for the day, so I've got to make the most of it, haven't I? But you get Adrian Harms with you, the regular commentator from BBC Radio Sussex, on this match. So Adrian will be coming up to Worcester in the morning, and I've thoroughly enjoyed subbing in for him as a 12th man. So now, how does Joe Sarrow go about this? How do Worcestershire go about this? It's going to be Pennington, because that's the end of the over. It's going to be Pennington to Carson, who's on 76 not out. Sussex 249 for 9. Carson is forward, pushing that down towards third man and refusing the single to murmurs away to my left.
Well, he's obviously not got much faith in Sarrow. First ball of the over. No, I'm the senior man, so everybody's on the boundary now apart from the two slips.
Yep, they're quite happy to give Carson a single, but he won't take it. That's the problem. Is they could have as many.
Just tell me the stats on Carson before this innings that you told me when he started.
Okay, I won't do that after Pennington delivers this ball, and it's big swing, which is he's caught some of it, and it's gone over the top of the slips for 4 more. Well, that's taken Sussex past 250, and to their second batting bonus point. And so Carson now moves on to 80. What was the question again?
Well, you said he'd got 150 and one other score, and all the others were really low scores. Or something like
that was Crocombe.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Oh, in that case, forget it. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So now, what are we going to see here? There's a chat going on. Leach is having a chat to Pennington.
To get some Yorkers in.
Well, you've called pretty much every tactical change.
That's what you went to the 100 for, to learn to bowl Yorkers. Get the Yorkers in. Yeah.
You've called pretty much every tactical change so far. So let's see. Is this going to be full at Carson, who's on 80? Pennington comes in. No, it's going to be on a length, and Carson went to try and hammer that into somewhere towards Birmingham.
To bowl.
And he missed it, I should say, before just to wrap up the result of it. Yeah,
just a bit fuller than that, I think.
If he'd have, it was slightly fuller than on a length, but it needed to be fuller still.
I mean, it is Yorker time, isn't it? Surely.
Well, if he's going to swing, because I mean, he's clearly, mind you, what are we now? This is still only the 3rd ball of this over. Of course, the new ball to come after this over, possibly, or available anyway, as Pennington comes in, and this time he is going to take a single, Carson, which is interesting, off the 4th ball of that over, unless the scoreboard hasn't updated.
No, it is the 4th.
It's the 4th, yeah. So Carson leaving Sarrow 2 balls to deal with. He didn't take the single initially, because he probably felt that he would. Now the umpires have converged and are having a chat
about the light.
Yes, I would imagine so, because we're not at the end of the over. They have converged, and they are going to take them off the field by the looks of it. So, well, that has kind of they're going to take a reading, but that's kind of I don't know, just popped the balloon a little bit, really, because we spoke earlier in the day, didn't we, about how it was kind of fairly attritional cricket, but then sparks have flown with Carson's 81 off 100 balls for his career best score. Sussex 254 for 9 as the players are taken off the field by the umpires. Sarrow yet to face a ball. He's got all his gear on, padded up, prepared to face possibly the first few deliveries of the new ball, and he's had to go back inside again. We will see what happens with the light. It's borderline, I'd say. It's not desperate, but it's borderline, and we may well have more stuff.
It's not desperate, but it's tail enders against quick bowlers with a new ball due, and I know D'Oliveira's bowling at one end, but I think the umpire's concerned about the player's safety genuinely, and I think that's probably the right decision.
And also,
very disappointing, because I don't think it will improve.
And also, if you know, with Carson out in the middle, if the umpire said to Leach, "You can bowl your spinners," he'd say no.
Yeah, let's go off. I don't want to. I haven't got any spinners. Right, so there we are here at New Road. 254 for 9 Sussex. Carson on 81 not out of 100 balls, a career best for him. And Sarrow yet to face a ball. 2 balls remaining in the 80th over. New ball could be taken then if Worcestershire wanted to. They have 3 points. Worcestershire, Sussex have 2, and the umpires have taken the players off the field for bad light. Thank you for listening, and we'll be back as soon as there is any further play. Yes, it has got a bit murky, and the umpires took the players off the field about 5 minutes ago, with Sussex on 254 for 9, 2 balls left in the 80th over, after which the new ball could be taken. Jack Carson's on a career best 81 not out, and he's been joined by Joe Sarrow, who's yet to get off the mark. 2 wickets since tea. Dan Ibrahim LBW to Joe Leach for 48, and then Henry Crocombe LBW to Brett D'Oliveira for 9. But this represents a pretty good recovery by the visitors after they won the toss and chose to bat. They were 97 for 6 at one stage just before tea, and they've recovered pretty well to this position of 254 for 9, but off the field at the moment for Badlight, and I have to say I can't see it getting much better in the near future, and that might well be it. Yeah, but if you leave them out there and one of them gets hit. Yeah, I know. Speak as a school teacher, a child, walking risk assessment. Yeah, I know. And you have to be. I was a housemaster in a boarding school, and I remember the health and safety director, and he said to me, he actually said that you should be a walking risk assessment, and I am. When I'm with them, I only learn what
You were in charge of children's safety. You weren't in charge of something which is technically speaking entertainment. Yeah,
no, that's true. But I only really understood what that meant when I became a grandfather, because I've got a 2-year-old grandson, and when I take him to the park now, I'm just like,
yeah, exactly. Just about everything. Yeah. No, absolutely. No, I understand that. But you know, cricket doesn't help itself in some circumstances, especially when you've got packed houses at test matches. They take a lot.
I remember when those glasses first came out, with the yellow lenses that made things like that, and I was just coming to the end of my playing career, and I got some fielding in the deep and stuff like that. And I remember somebody saying, putting them on, just saying, we need never stop the bad light ever again. It's just absolutely incredible.
Well, that test match was in Pakistan in 2000 when it finished in.
It was black.
Dark.
Yeah.
There was a shot. I can't remember who played it now, but it was won by 1 or 2 wickets. Yeah, Graham Thorpe played a shot, and I think Sacklane was the bowler, but the ball went past the fielder, literally past him, and the bowler could see it, and he looked. He was like, "Why did you not field it?" He just stood there.
But a lot of people suggested to me that the reason they stayed out in that game is because lots of people had bet so much money on a result. But you know, that's just cynicism, isn't it? And where it was.
But also the difficulty is with the subcontinent as well, is it just goes quick, the lights.
Yeah, it goes like that. Yeah, absolutely.
So you can't. If you're on a final day and you're trying to push for a result, it must be very.
It comes up like that as well. The light. So I remember taking a cricket tour to India, and on the last day we were travelling to the airport, and it came light as we went past the cricket ground, and the kids were all there padded up,
just waiting for it to.
Just waiting for it to be light enough to go into the net. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. That's how keen they are. It's just amazing.
Well, it's just a natural thing, isn't it?
I remember we had a chat. Some of my they didn't have spikes, these kits, and they shared pads. In fact, when we came back, we gathered together 3 bags of kits, sent it out there, but they were just brilliant.
Yeah.
And it was so good for my boys to see it, to realise that, you know, if you put a bit more in, you get a bit more out of it.
Well, I guess you would have seen the Amazon documentary on the Australian.
Yeah.
And when they, you know, they're in their hotel.
Yeah.
And their Indian fans just like with notepads and autograph books and just
I know.
storming the hotel
I know. Amazing.
after the autograph shot later.
Amazing.
That documentary.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we've got some.
particularly with Sloan kid. Justin Langham kicks the bin
That
over.
was
He kicks the bin over down the stairs and then goes and puts it all back again.
Absolutely fantastic.
In the middle of this dramatic test match,
I know.
whilst Ben Stokes is carving his bowlers to all pass, there's Justin Langer scrabbling around the ground.
He's getting a bit of stick at the moment, isn't he?
They do not like it. They do not like it. He is so micromanaging every single thing. And that is all fine. It's a bit like the Mourinho thing. That is all fine until someone is unhappy and then it spreads. And then suddenly your methods, nobody likes it.
Well, it's a bit like Harry Flower as well.
Yes, yeah, that worked until the cracks started to play. They all think that the micromanaging thing, because players respond, players go, right, I know what I'm doing. I've got to do this then, do that then, and everything, you know, because they normally, those sort of people come in after there's a disaster.
Yeah,
with
that's
nobody
right.
in control of
Exactly.
anything.
And they tell everybody, exactly.
So they get everything under control. And then
Good evening, Frank Watson here at New Road, Worcester, with the news that match has been abandoned for the day here, with Sussex on 254 for 9 and 79.4 overs, and we'll be back tomorrow with live commentary from the start of the day's play at 11 AM. Hello. Hi, it's Frank Watson at the cricket here. Play's been abandoned for the day. So I don't know if you want to record something to use at 6 or whether. No. Yeah, I'll do a live. Shall I do a live update with Trevor, and then I don't need to do anything? That'll do. Yeah, good one. Okay. Cheers. Okay. Okay. The day, the light certainly isn't getting any better, so the day finishes with Sussex on 254 for 9 off 79.4 overs, having won the toss and chosen to bat. A day of attritional cricket, really, it must be said, with Worcestershire at one stage on top when Sussex were 97 for 6 in late afternoon. They might have thought they'd knock over the visitors for something under 150 or so, but successive good partnerships for the 7th, 8th and 9th wickets from the Sussex youngsters, really. Lenham got 20, Ibrahim 48, and although Crocombe only got 9 in a healthy 9th wicket. Squarish wicket, rubbing his hands together as Leach moves into bowl and bowls and takes Haynes on the pad, and he is dismissed. LBW, I did say earlier that.
So he's a multi-purpose player, is Alior, but it's Harrison Ward who's edging and caught the slip by Haynes, and that's a really good breakthrough. And Finch is scuttling in up to the wicket now, and he bowls, but he's bowled him, pushes back the off stump, and so
comes in to complete the first over after lunch, and he bowls Carter with a good one that has got through his defences, and together, that's the way I would read it. Is Leach anyway into bowl 2, Hudson Brett to his first ball. Very good catch by Ben Cox, diving low to his right, really.
Quite quiet accumulation of runs, 46 without really knowing it, as Pennington comes in and bowls and he tucks it off his hip. Is this going to go down to the boundary rope? It is, and back-to-back boundaries takes Alior. Finch turns, comes in past the umpire and bowls, short of a length turn down towards long leg by Or they come.
No. Waits now as Barnard is in. Bowl short, swings at that, and he's gone. Caught, strangled really down the leg side. Bouncer from Barnard. Much to turn. Reserve judgment, of course, until both attacks are bowled on it, as Leach bowls to Ibrahim, and he is out. LBW, he looks very disappointed with the decision.
Extra cover of mid-wicket, and then a big expansive shot this time, and that has cleared the rope from Carson. First 6 of the innings, as Baker comes in and bowls to Carson. Carson down the track, and it's coming our way. It's gone into the stand in front of us for 6 more. So just as I said, a man gone out to long off as well, as they come in. It's another huge 6 through over mid wicket, over the stand possibly. I don't know where that one's gone.
If he wants it, Leach comes into him now. and he does bang it in, but not that short, and Crocombe was able to just work it away on the onside. I beg your pardon. Not an old-fashioned leg spinner by any means, but that one is short. It's hammered down the ground for 6. It's cleared Jack Haynes at long on. It was short, and it was
in the field.
Yeah, he's always busy. He bowls again now, and he gets his first wicket with an LBW. That one fizzes on. As I said, he bowls quite quickly. That one, I think, top spinner just rushed on. This innings that you told me when he started.
Okay, I won't do that after Pennington delivers this ball, and it's big swing, which is he's caught some of it, and it's gone over the top of the slip.